Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission hearing being held virtually on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. Before we start, we have one postponement. That is application number 10, which is 66 Cherry Valley LLC for a final site plan and special permit to reconstruct and increase the size of the existing cottage and construct an addition to the detached garage to convert to an accessory dwelling unit, which is, just so everybody is aware, this is about 4,000 square feet for the ADU. And so it comes to us because of the size. With that, if we need an alternate this evening, Mr. Harris is the first alternate up, and he would seat for anyone who needs to recuse or is called away. And we now start with our first application, which is John Farley for a coastal site plan. And Mr. Farley, I believe, is representing himself. There he is. Mr. Farley, oh, there he goes. Okay, I'm promoting you now, Mr. Farley. Mr. Farley, if you would just accept the promotion. There he goes. Okay. John Farley for a final coastal site plan to construct a new 4,961 square foot, 2.5-story residence with a pool, patio, open air pool cabana, and additional driveway entry on a 0.51 acre parcel located at 111 Oneida Drive in the R20 and coastal overlay zones. Seated on this application are the regular members.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Farley.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome.
Thank you. So as I guess you're aware, Brian Muller, who's the civil engineer, wasn't able to attend this evening. So I'm going to try and cover this the best I can.
Well, we prefer to have property owners because we're property owners. It's more like us.
All right.
So,
Well, thank you. Okay. Well, all right. So obviously we were there 2 to 3 weeks ago, and for a first pass at this, and there were some comments that were made, and I went back, with the professionals that I've hired to review those comments, and we've made some changes, which I think I've received some feedback already from some of the reviews. So I think we're definitely on the right track for what you guys were looking for. I don't know exactly where to start. I know Brian submitted a letter, I think on March 5th, which addressed some of the comments. I don't know if that's a reasonable place to start, or.
yes, where our open issues were, the last time, one of the big things is that there was part of your plans missing. The cabana plans weren't there, and that made it an incomplete application. So we
Correct.
needed to just have that completed. In addition, we had some comments from the Conservation Commission, and you submitted a revised planting plan in regard to those, which the conservation department has liked. It says that, did you get a chance to see the staff report that we get?
I
No?
did. Yes.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you
So
can kind of work your way through that. So it
Yeah.
says they're pleased to see that the comments have been addressed and that the updated plan includes the additional red sunset maples and the tufted hair grasses. Okay. You also narrowed the width of the driveway for the turnaround.
Correct. And that was done to create some more green space, I think, because
Right.
we were right at the
Yep.
the line. So we were able to get under the line a little further.
And you also provided the cut and fill volumes. Does anybody have any comment on those? Those
No.
go to, nope.
Okay.
Then, as of the DPW drainage folks were okay with your submission. They just want to review it prior to issuing a permit. They'll require some changes, but they can do those before you finalize. The only thing that they had asked is that they would like your drainage report, and we will ask you to do that, to state that the property is inside the boundaries of the coastal overlay zone, and that you're going to have the 2 Caltech systems rather than 3. So we'll just add that in our notes.
Okay.
I believe Nick will know this because he always double checks. The sewer division wanted a signed letter of acknowledgement. Nick, is it received? Yes.
Yeah, I believe we do.
Tracy's-
Yes.
Tracy's
3/13/26.
Yes, I took care of that. Yeah.
And then you revised the energy narrative and some of your architectural plans pertaining to energy code. Arn, did you have any comments on that? It's number 6 in Tracy's staff report. It's
No, it just improvement. I think EMAC was very pleased with the changes. They're very happy with the Cooper and Hunter heat pumps, putting in an EV charger, better than code insulation. So EMAC was happy. They still pushing your applicant's call to wire the roof for solar, but on the whole,
Yeah.
a move
They
in
always
the
ask
right
for that.
direction.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
always ask for that, and
Yeah.
we know that people don't always want to do it, but we
Yeah.
try to encourage it. The ZEOs reviewed your cabana and didn't have problems with it. All he needed to check was that it didn't add to your FAR, and you had wetlands signed off that there is no wetland permit is required because you don't have any wetlands on the property. Those were the outstanding issues as of our last
Yeah.
meeting. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on Mr. Farley's application for 111 Oneida?
No.
No. Does anybody let me just see if anybody from the public wishes to speak. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on 111 Oneida? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak on 111 Oneida, if you wish to offer comment. Seeing no raised hands, there's no comment. Does anyone on the commission object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Mr. Secretary, we would be appreciative of a motion. How is that, Mr. Farley? Not too bad so far, right?
No, that's
I get a bonus. No.
I appreciate your
And then
guidance. Thank you.
Mr. McRae gets the next one. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
Okay, this is 111 Oneida Drive, final coastal site plan, PLPZ 2026-025. Applicant seeking approval to remove existing dwelling and site features and construct a new single-family residence, pool, open air cabana, spa, driveway, courtyard, second curb cut on a 0.5099 acre property located in the R20 and COC zones for section 6-111 of the BZR and sections 22A90, 22A96 of the Connecticut State General Statutes. Whereas the property is within the X flood zone, the commission finds that conservation issue comments on 3/11/26 indicating no further comment to the application. Zoning issue comments on 1/5/26 indicating the application appears to be compliant with the current BZR. Sewer issue comments dated 2/23/26 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging the receipt of their P&Z comments. DPW drainage issue comments dated 2/24/26 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit. EMAC issued comments dated 3/16/26 indicating a favorable review. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 1/12/26 indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for final coastal site plan with the following conditions. Per sewer division, a comment, the applicant has submitted a letter dated 3/13/26 acknowledging comments, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
And then we want to add that one sentence which I now lost. The DPW has requested, hold on. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
Okay, the DPW has requested that, oh, you know what? They also wanted the private road association approval in writing, but we weren't sure that that was really something that we could require.
It's not a zoning issue at all.
Yeah, it's
It's
not a
a
zoning
civil thing
issue.
between the property owner and the association.
Tracy, if you've got the language about the coast, oh, here it is. The drainage report should be revised to state that the property lies inside the boundaries of the coastal overlay zone and the 2 Caltech systems rather than 3 will be installed. And that's just a request that goes in with the DPW stuff. Do I have a second? Tum. Anybody want a second? Oh, Mr. Frelly, you're in trouble.
Second.
Who was that?
That was low.
That was Mr. Lowe. Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. And you're all done, Mr. Farley.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate
Sure
it.
thing, sir.
Thanks.
Okay,
All right.
bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Okay, our next item is number 2. Andrew and Christina Orkuli. And representing them is who's representing them, Patrick? Tracy?
Mr. Haslam, sorry, I was muted. Mr. Haslam,
Oh, I can't hear you when you do that. Okay.
it does make it hard.
It does make it hard, doesn't it? What? All right. Application for a final coastal subdivision for a proposed lot line revision between 2 existing parcels to transfer 0.0383 acres from 191 Otter Rock Drive to 197 Otter Rock Drive. The subject parcels located at 191 and 197 Otter Rock Drive are in the RA1 and coastal overlay zones. Okie dokie, Mr. Haslam.
Good evening, or good afternoon,
evening.
Madam Chair, members of the
Oh,
commission.
we'll take anything.
Chip Haslam for the applicants. I believe this is a fairly straight application for a lot line revision. I attended the briefing yesterday. Some of the members had inquiries, which I can respond to. The reason for the lot line revision is that the applicants want to have more FAR for 197 Otter Rock Drive, and
Right.
that helps with this transfer. They do intend to file a CAM application shortly for 197 Otter Rock, so we will see you again. And we also do intend to file a Mylar on the land records once the decision is made by the commission that it's not a re-subdivision or subdivision. And I think that was really the issues that you raised yesterday.
Yes, those were the issues that we raised. And yep, those were the questions that we had. We were hoping you'd tell us about it. The one question was that you had not told us the FAR on 191. You've given us one FAR and not the other.
I gave you 191. I didn't give you 197 because I'm adding property to 197.
Right.
But I will tell you it's 0.077. So whereas 0.135 is permitted. So we're well
Yeah,
under.
I
Inside, not outside.
So since I could kind of expect we're going to get a site plan, I thought it would be good if we know on the property that's going to do the site plan, if we had the FAR, the existing FAR,
Yeah.
that is after the ad. And it's
0.077.
okie dokie. Got it. On 197. All righty. Any other questions from the commission? Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? This is 191 and 197 Otter Rock Drive. Kindly raise your virtual hand. All right, I'm not seeing any raised hands for public comment on 191 and 197 Otter Rock Drive. So with that, I turn to the commission. Does anyone object to closing this application at this time?
Nope.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. And we would ask the secretary if he would kindly make a motion.
Kindly.
Kindly.
Okay, this is 197, 191, 197 Otter Rock Drive, Final Coastal Subdivision, PLPZ 2026-039. Applicant is seeking to revise the common lot line and convey a net area of 0.0383 acres, resulting in a 1.005 acre parcel and a 1.04 acre parcel. Whereas the property is within the X flood zone, and the commission finds that the proposed application is neither a subdivision or a re-subdivision. Sewer issued comments dated 3/11/26, requesting applicants submit a signed letter acknowledging P&Z comments. Zoning issued comments dated 3/12/26, indicating no issues with the application. Conservation issued comments dated 3/6/26, indicating no comments on the application. DPW drainage issued comments on 3/11/26, indicating the lot line revision is acceptable. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 2/3/26, indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve with the following comments for sewer division. Comment: the applicant has submitted a letter dated 3/16/26 acknowledging comments. The applicant shall prepare a record map for recording on town land records, and the applicant is to address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
And we'll just make a note when we issue the letter
What was that?
Sorry.
that we'll make a note.
You gotta bring your,
It is, well, maybe the battery's dying. How's that?
That's
Better.
Okay, I'll just shout at you. Okay, so we'll just make the note about the existing FARs in the letter and that the applicant's gonna file a Mylar, because did we say that? Did I
Yeah, we
say-
said about the file,
Okay.
record map.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry, I missed it. Okay, do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
With that, I vote aye as well, and the motion passes 5-0. Mr. Haslin, I believe you're staying for the next one, right?
I am, another lot line revision.
Right. So our next application is Gregory Bottaro for a final subdivision to combine two existing lots, 1375 King Street and parcel LR into a new lot totaling 3.011 acres located at 1375 King Street in the RA4 zone. Mr. Haslin, if you would proceed.
Yes, actually, it's a consolidation, not a lot line revision. But this property has an interesting history. The house dates back to
I said to
1772.
combine two existing. Oh, you were the
Yep.
one who was confused.
I
Oh,
said
don't
lot
worry
line
about that.
revision.
Don't worry
not
about
your
it.
fault, my fault. Yep.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Yeah. So it's a
We
John.
don't listen to you guys.
It has an interesting history. It dates back to 1772 with the John Clapp House, and I first had something to do with it, believe it or not, about 35 years ago. So revisiting it now at this point in my career was rather interesting. It also, this area LR seems to have been in dispute as to its use and possession, et cetera, as far back as 1926, which is why I filed that map. I thought you just might find it interesting, that notation on that 1926 map about that. But in any event, it was resolved ultimately, and a prior owner conveyed LR to Didi LeCompte, and it was recorded on the land records by Attorney DeAndre with a consolidation map, but apparently never approved by you folks, and I'm not exactly sure why, but that's why we're here today. So Mr. Bottaro, my client, purchased the larger piece, 1375, from Didi LeCompte, thinking that he was buying the LR piece as well, but he bought it actually from the bank that was foreclosing on the property from LeCompte, and the bank didn't have any lien on the LR. It only had a lien on the bigger piece, and it was discovered after the closing by Mr. Bottaro. So he ultimately then acquired LR as well from Didi LeCompte, and we're here tonight to ask that you bless the consolidation of these two parcels and find that it's neither a re-subdivision nor a subdivision.
Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Haslin, we've got a late map this morning. The gravel driveway is not on the or encroaching on the other side.
So yes, I just sent that, having listened to the briefing yesterday, that you got caught up a little bit on the issue of gravel drive and DPW recommending that an easement, et cetera. So I did a little digging, and that map that I sent you this morning is actually a map that was filed by the neighboring property owner Zero King Street LLC, to inland wetlands, and they indicate on their survey that the gravel driveway is entirely on their property, not on our property. And that map actually postdates the date that SE Minor cites as their field study or field siting. So that and the fact that the property was previously conveyed, as I indicated, without any reservation of any easement or right of way, to Dee LeCompton and Mr. Botero. And the fact that, again, they haven't asked for any easement rights over our property of any kind. And as I've had discussions with the law department before, I can't thrust a easement upon somebody else who hasn't asked for it. So for all those reasons, I would suggest that I think the whole issue of that easement or the gravel driveway is irrelevant for these purposes.
Okay, on that same map that you sent us, that wetlands map, there was another driveway on the other side, or is that it's fuzzy on the drawing that was sent.
Yeah, that's again the Zero King Street property, not our property. So
Okay.
that's all their property. It has nothing to do. I just wanted to show you that southerly driveway that they pointed out, Mazzoli's firm, is now at least entirely on their property and not on ours. So I don't think there's any claim of right.
Okay, and that's actually, you said it was an orchard, or supposed to be an orchard?
Oh, I don't know. I think there's a notation on that said orchard on that inland wetlands map. But again, I didn't represent Zero King, so I don't know.
Got it.
It's been undeveloped property for some time.
Right.
Mr. Laurel.
Yes, they have a declaratory ruling from the Wetlands Agency to be a ag use. So I believe
Okay.
it's orchard. Yeah.
Agricultural use. Okay, very good.
Just a question for you. Is that something that we should mention in the motion?
That the next door has a declaratory.
Oh,
ruling.
it's okay, but that doesn't come over onto their property.
No,
No,
it doesn't.
no.
Yeah.
No, it does not encroach on this property.
Okay, all right. Okay. Anything else?
Nothing.
From the commission, any questions? Nope. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application at 1375 King Street and parcel LR behind it? Kindly raise your virtual hand. 1375 King Street. Any public comment, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no comment, does anyone on the commission object to closing this application at this time? All right, then, this application is hereby closed, and Mr. Secretary, if you would kindly make a motion.
1375 King Street, final subdivision, PLPZ 2026-040. Applicant seeking to merge two parcels under common ownership into one unified lot, 3.011 acres in the RA4 zone. Commission finds that the proposed application is neither subdivision or re-subdivision. Health Department issued comments on 3/11/26 indicating approval of a code compliant septic system in 2024. Zoning issue comments on 3/12/26 indicating no issues with the application. Conservation issue comments on 3/9/26 indicating no comments on the lot consolidation. DPW drainage issue comments on 3/11 indicating comments to the existing adjacent gravel driveway and that the lot consolidation is acceptable. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 2/3/26 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve with the following comments. The applicant shall prepare a lot consolidation map for recording on the town land records. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second? Oh, Patrick.
Except the easement issue, right, with DPW, correct?
Well, it looks like it's proven from the applicant that actually the driveway is not there. It's not on their property. It was actually erroneously indicated.
So we're
So
just
we would say
ignoring it.
that issues moot or non-existent.
Yeah, I think it's moot.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
if it's an agricultural use, I don't think it's even a proper driveway. It looks more of a construction access.
Yes, my understanding is a lot of the access is from the northeast of this and not along the road. So
Right. Okay. Great.
Okay, now do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also
Aye.
aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we move on.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Wait, you're bye-bye now, right? You don't have the next one. I don't
No,
think.
I'll see you later though, this evening.
Yes, I knew that. Ah, got it. Okay, so our next application is, hold on a second, let's get rid of. Oh, you're doing it. Thank you. And who has the next one, Patrick?
It is either Mr. Rizzoli or Mr. Giancola, unless
It's
the,
Mr. It's
oh, no,
Giancola.
sorry, maybe the D'Amico family is representing themselves.
Um,
If you're here, well, I think maybe announce it and then,
all right, we'll see who raises their hand.
yeah.
Therefore, Paul M. and Christine L. D'Amico for a final subdivision to combine two existing lots, 96 and 0 Stonehenge Drive North. The subject the subject parcels will become a new lot totaling 2.101 acres located at 96 Stonehenge Drive North in the RA1 zone. I am having a hard time saying Stonehenge. And it is Mr. Giancola. And we'll let him in.
John, you need to accept the promotion.
Yeah. Sometimes that little thing just flicks off the
It
screen.
is a very, on whatever.
Yeah.
It's a little,
It's
it's
a
a little sign.
nanosecond.
Yeah.
Mr. Giancola, if you would just say yes when the little box appears on your screen and accept. And
Go against your common practice of not clicking on pop-ups and click yes on that, please.
it's still declining. I'm going to allow him to talk. Mr. Giancola, if you want to unmute, you can talk to us. I'll keep trying to promote you in the meantime.
He is promoted.
No, he's got his, see, I enabled him talking. And once they're enabled to talk, they look like they're a panelist, but he's only enabled to talk. And he's still muted. Mr. Giancola? Still declining. He's having trouble with this.
You need to unmute. It's the audio looks like a microphone in the corner. If it's red, it's muted.
I get why we can't force unmute people. And he really doesn't want to wait till we're done with the next application. Do you have his phone number?
Perhaps Mrs. D'Amico can speak.
Oh, okay. Let me try her. She raised her hand.
She's promoting right now. There she goes.
Yay. Okay. All right. Mrs. D'Amico, if you would unmute, you guys are in good shape. Hello.
Hi.
Okay. Good to see
afternoon.
you. I'm
Yes.
gonna disable talking for your husband. If you've tried it before, it's much easier on Zoom.
Are we both? Oh, I'm on
You're both
Zoom.
here. No, you're both
Yeah, we're
here.
both
You're
here.
on Zoom. We can see you. I was
Okay.
joking.
But we
Okay.
weren't planning on actually being here or speaking, but we see,
There's a little trouble. We didn't want to delay the commission.
Oh,
So- I don't know if we can do this. I don't, he said
oh,
that
so
he
we'll
was,
help you do it.
okay,
Who was gonna represent you?
John Giancola.
Yeah,
Maybe we can do it.
you can do it. I'll keep
Okay.
trying, Mr. Giancola. So let me, oh, I did announce it already. So you guys can, I'll keep trying him and we'll talk you through it.
Okay.
All right. It
Thank
shouldn't
you.
be too bad. All right. Okay. So you are taking two properties and putting them together.
Right.
And you have, did anybody show you the staff report that gets done on our application?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, DPW, our engineering department said the consolidation is okay. The only health department says it's okay. The conservation department has a request of you. Oh, Mr. Giancola joined us. The conservation department had a request, which is that you show when you file the revised map, that you show the 100 feet, the perimeter, the 100-foot perimeter
Yes.
around the wetland. which, because here in town, we have what's called the 100-foot upland review area, and we like it to be on a map, so if you ever sell the property, people know. But for now, you have a wetland sign off because you don't need to do anything.
That must be me.
Okay, Mr. Giancola. The deed, you have a deed history you've provided. The ZEO has no comments. Health was okay. Yep, everybody, there were no outstanding comments. Does anyone on the commission have any questions? Oh, Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, I believe there was a note, an inappropriate note that needs to be removed from the Mylar when the Mylar is filed.
Oh, where
Yes.
did you?
3 was an erroneous reference to some other property, so.
It was
Okay.
unrelated to this application,
Right.
apparently.
Smart people. That's awesome. Okay, so Mr. Giancola, we hope you heard that. There's a note on the Mylar, on the
Yep.
existing,
Note 3.
that
So,
note 3.
I'm getting an echo.
Yes, probably because you're on the meeting twice or something, but you've probably signed on somewhere else, but we can, just if you would remove that note because it refers to another property, that would be okay with us. And what else do we have?
Oh, God. I'm having trouble understanding.
Yeah, the D'Amicos are on it.
So we did talk to Mr. Giancola yesterday about that reference that was not correct, and he acknowledged that, and he'll take that off and
Right.
do what's necessary.
It's just a correction so that it looks the way it should look for your benefit as well.
Okay. Yep. He's aware of it.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
My apology.
I
I'm
think
having
I think I'm
having
good.
trouble hearing you.
Okay, try that. I think I just fixed it. Say some-
Okay. I can hear you much better now.
Okay, what happened was that you had 2 computers going. You had signed on as an attendee and you were also here within the meeting, but
Understood.
I threw you out. I threw the other you out, so we're all
I'm, u-
set.
I'm used to Teams and Zoom. I'm not Teams rather. I'm not used to Zoom.
Yeah, and you should see us struggle on Teams. When I'm on a Teams, I really struggle because I'm not used to it.
Oh, that's
We don't
easy for
like,
me.
the town uses Teams internally,
Yes.
and I never get used to it. Every time we have a
Okay.
Teams meeting, I struggle. Okay, so you'll remove that note. Is there anything else outstanding from the commission?
Nope.
All righty. Does anybody from the public have any questions on this application? It's 96 Stonehenge
Right.
Drive North. And 0 Stonehenge Drive North that are being merged into a 2-acre parcel in the RA1 zone. Any comments? Seeing no comments, does anyone object to closing this application at this time?
No.
No.
All righty, this application is hereby closed. And with that, Mr. Secretary, we would kindly ask you to make another motion. And again, seated on this again is still the regular members.
096 Stonehenge Drive North, final subdivision PLPZ 2026-028. Applicant seeking to consolidate 2 parcels into one unified lot of 2.101 acres in the RA1 zone. Commission finds the proposed application is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. Health Department issued comments dated 3/5/26 indicating approval of the lot consolidation. Zoning issued comments on 3/12/26 indicating no issues with the application. Conservation issued comments dated 3/9/26 indicating comments on the lot consolidation. DPW Drainage issued comments on 3/11/26 that the lot consolidation is acceptable, and Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 2/2/26 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve with the following comments. Prior to recording a map of lot consolidation, survey map of lot consolidation. Survey map references under note 3, map referring to a lot revision of Conyers Farm and North Street shall be removed as this appears this references is not related to this pending application. The applicant shall verify any and all deed and map references on the final map. Per conservation comments issued comment per conservation comments The 35-foot setback to wetlands should be revised to show the required 100-foot wetland upland review and indicate this on the map of consolidation. And the applicant shall prepare a lot consolidation map for recording of town land records. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you,
Thank you.
D'Amicos
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
and Mr.
Thank you.
Giancola.
Thank you very much.
And with that, Mr. Basili, if you would unmute, just let us know you're okay. Hello, Mr. Basili. I saw you for a flash. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
And we're
I'm
now
okay.
opening.
So
We're now
far.
opening the
Okay.
public hearing.
Very good.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Where are all the people that are going to speak? Okay. So, Mr. Romano, if you would raise your hand.
Madam Chair, do you want to indicate
I'm-
who's,
Yeah, as soon as I get everybody in.
okay,
Okay, sorry.
that's all right.
No, I let,
Mr. Romando's in.
okay. And then, is Jim Michael here? Is he coming in? I'm not seeing him. And then I assume Mr. Siciliano is going to be here, but I'm not seeing him either.
I believe Mr. Siciliano was going to join.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him. Oh, because he's up at the top. Got you. All right. Not seeing Mr. Michael.
I don't know that he is able to join until a little later.
Okay, doke. Madam Kulikowski, you have your hand up.
Yes, this is a request for Mr. Basili. If you are going to read a statement into the record tonight, one, please read it clearly and slowly and not mumble. It's hard for him to hear you. And two, if you could email it to staff so that we can provide it to him, it makes it much easier for him to complete his transcript for us.
Perfect.
Thank
Mr. Siciliano, you have your hand up.
Please add Mr. Dan Carlson to the list.
I'm
panelist?
not seeing him. Patrick, I'm going to read the applications while you look for him. I don't see Mr.
He
Carlson.
may be coming in.
Yeah,
a minute.
he'll come in soon. Okay. All right. So with that, we now go to application from the town of Greenwich for a municipal improvement to replace and relocate the Dorothy Hamill Rink, relocate the existing parking area, relocate the existing baseball field, install a new entrance off Western Junior Highway, install a pedestrian path throughout Eugene Morlott Memorial Park, and related site improvements on a 13.41303 acre property in the R6 and coastal overlay zones. That is being combined with the preliminary coastal site plan and special permit, also from the town of Greenwich, to replace and relocate the Dorothy Hamill Rink, etc. It's basically all the same content. And the address again is 0 Western Junior Highway and 1 known also as 1 Sue Mertz Way. Seated on this application will be Albin, McRae, Jones for Low, Yeski, and Wells. All righty, Mr. Romano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I
on.
do apologize for the lack of video. Again, as we discussed last meeting 2 weeks ago, we're submitting this municipal improvement as you just read in. The work is stemmed off the work of the task force, which revetted locations and has resulted in a recommendation for a flipped site at Morlott Park as presented. The work you see before you is the culmination of public input, community feedback from public forums and several meetings that the town staff has taken into account and incorporated into a revised plan that really quite figuratively and literally pushes the rink building to the side and focuses on a more central green space within Morlot Park and the associated park improvements.
Mr. Romano, the first thing I'd like to do as you do this is Patrick or you, is he co-host? Is for
Yeah, I
somebody
don't Luigi is co-host. Do you
to
want?
share the visual of the layout of the revised flip as he's talking about it, because I think people need to see it.
I don't have access to that immediately, Patrick. Would you be able to pull up the grading plan from the application
problem.
or the layout plan? Thank you. Either's fine.
Actually, you know what's a great visual is that that the one that we got in the public comment yesterday, the one from Ms. Von Brockel. But anything you've got that shows that layout, because in the public comment we received over the weekend, there was some confusion about what the layout is like.
Oh, the landscape plan, that's probably the most comprehensive.
There you go.
Hold on 1 second.
That works for me.
It's also one that's very useful that has what the existing plan is and what the new plan is. And if you look at them side by side, that can also be helpful for this discussion.
Perfect. Great comment. Okay. Did you lose power, Mr. Romano, or are you just?
Oh, I'm on my phone. I didn't quite make it home.
Oh, okay. And your phone doesn't do video?
Well, you could be I have my papers in my lap, so you'll be staring at the ceiling of my car. So
Oh, I got it. Yes. We had a power outage once that lasted the whole of the PNC meeting, and a couple of us were sitting in our cars the whole time.
yeah, I got detoured around my usual path, and it took a little longer.
Okay. Is this the orientation? I hope this is the orientation. Patrick, can you make that bigger?
Yep, this is accurate. This will work.
Yeah. I just want, no, that doesn't work. All right. Nope. Okay, go ahead till we're back to small. Okay, you're telling it little and it's making it big. That makes no sense. Good old Zoom updates. Do you remember when the public couldn't see because we were in a meeting? So just zoom out and the little things down at the bottom. Yeah. That'll work better. There you go. Just stay there. I'm not going to ask you to do anything. We got it. Okay. So, Patrick, you have the clicker. You can, so run through where the existing rink building is, because again, in the public comment we got, people were thinking, and show where McKinney Terrace is, show where the Grove is. So go ahead, walk through.
All right, well,
with, and then we'll go back.
Yeah, that image isn't going to help with that discussion, so I'll just back up a little bit here. So I'm going to scroll a little bit out. So this is the entire park, the all 13 plus acres
with the existing layout.
Right, with the existing layout. So this here is the rink, this is the parking lot, this is the Memorial Grove, this is the baseball field. McKinney Terrace comes in up here. The former Byram School is here. Those apartments are here. In this area here will be the Vinci Gardens senior housing project from the Greenwich Communities at some point. So that's the lay of the land as it is today.
And yeah, then that one you just went by works.
This one here it's underneath it slightly. You can see the parking stalls currently where the field is proposed. You can see these parking stalls here are the new parking lot that's in the area of the rink, which is roughly in this shaded area, or the stipple here. And this is the current baseball field as it exists, with the new rink going here parallel to Western Junior in more of a north-south direction than currently. So it's pivoted 90 degrees from the current rink building.
So the reason that we wanted to make sure that everybody who's on this meeting saw this is that several of the letters, the emails we got on the revised flip talk about how you won't be able to be seeing the baseball field from McKinney. and because the rink would block it. And that is not the case. If you are sitting in the backyard of McKinney, you will have a straight view of the baseball field through the Memorial Grove, or you can sit over to the side and have a clean view across that parking lot. So the feedback that everybody gave with the different application, that to open the view so that the open space is in the middle of the property, that's what resulted in this proposal that DPW developed. And again, it is DPW that worked on this proposal specifically. The task force did not do any of the design. They had a different job, but that was what was not clear from the letters we were getting, from the emails we were getting. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that. Okay, Mr. Romano, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If you could bring that back
Mr.
up,
Brooks,
Patrick.
Mr. Harris has a question for you, though.
Well, I just wanted, while we had the map up,
Yes.
if Patrick could remind us where the border of the memorial
Perfect.
tree area is and where the start of the new plan is, and, you know, demonstrate what overlap, if any, there is. And I don't believe there's any overlap. Maybe Patrick can make that clear to all the participants.
Great point. Go ahead, Patrick. You're back on. Oh, I lowered your hand. I hope that's okay.
1 second. To
right.
Mr. Harris's point, so this arc here, and this is just a dimension. It's not going to represent anything real in the application. It's not a structure. This is the 300-foot line of the outfield. This area here, this trapezoid shape, is the memorial tree grove as dedicated. So it comes right against the edge of it. It does not cross into it, so there is no encroachment into the tree, the memorial grove as this design is showing.
And could you show where the playground is?
Playground is in this
Right there.
area right
Yeah.
here.
So one of the things we'll discuss is, again, we got emails from the public asking about the playground and what happens to it. And one of the things that we had asked the last time, and we'll ask again now, is that there be consideration of expanding the playground footprint, and of course, making a modernization design. Although those things that rock in the playground that are ancient are much loved in all the town parks, and Mr. Siciliano tends to leave them in place because the kids adore them. So that they may stay, but other things will get updated in that but we're going to ask that other things get updated. Anything else that the commission observed in the public comment that you would like to clarify?
Madam Chair, just to your point, this right here has a little less description on it, so it's a little easier. This, where the cursor is the current home plate. This
Right.
over here would be the proposed home plate. So just as a context, because I think, again, I understand plans are not easy to read for everybody. So that's the work that's going on.
Okay. Okay, should we give it back to Mr. Mary?
Yeah, just a quick correction. I think in terms of public comment, there is an existing picnic area for McKinney that will be facing the short wall of the rink building. So I think if the McKinney residents wanted to continue to use those picnic tables, that's a problem. But clearly there are other alternatives available for a clear view of the baseball. So again, you know, everyone's kind of talking past each other a little bit in terms of what exists and what's planned. So yes, there will be a loss of that view because that will be the backside of the shorter backside of the rink building, but there will be green view areas elsewhere on the other side of, for example, the parking lot next to Moorlot, next to the Memorial Grove.
Yep.
May
Okay.
I expand on that, Madam Chair?
Yep, of course.
Yes,
You were actually supposed to be doing the presentation, but we keep taking it away from you. Go ahead.
that's quite all right.
It's
You're all
just
doing a
that-
fantastic job.
No, we were
So-
quite disturbed yesterday by how much misunderstanding, how that we know that when people look at site plans, they're not always clear. So we wanted to make sure that everybody's on the same page, and then
Yep.
people can ask you questions and make comments. Okay, go ahead.
We very much understand that. Yeah, and I'll address the comment about the view for the baseball field. We certainly understand that the view is being a little more obstructed in its current situation with the picnic tables up high, where they currently overlook the back of home plate to the north. What we're looking into is we're definitely open to expansion and modernization of the playground, and as part of the concentration of this green space into the center of the park where the baseball field now abuts the Veterans Grove and the playground instead of the parking lot, immediately abutting those features. We're looking at to where in the, almost like the where the Venn diagram, shall we call it, where the playground, the grove, and the baseball outfield past the 300-foot line meet. If there's some sort of pedestrian sidewalk connection, walking path that extends to that space, putting some sort of picnic table or area where residents from McKinney Terrace can come down and enjoy the field from the outfield, and provide a seating area, benches for just parents by the playground, etc. So that's certainly something that's still part of our vision for the overall site, and to be more detailed out as we work through the final design.
Okay. You want to keep going?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm getting back to the overall modifications. We went through this proposal previously. The rink was a lot more central in its location and proximity to the Grove. In this rendition, what we did was we took the facility, the skating facility, and we rotated it and moved it along Western Junior, as Patrick showed. That allowed us to then relocate the parking lot out of the center of the park and move it more toward the southeast corner where it's tucked away, and provided with landscaping to screen it off. The baseball field is then relocated to the center. As Patrick showed, the baseball outfield is now towards the northwest of the site, with home plate more towards where the front entrance of the rink is today. So it will face northwesterly, with the outfield now currently abutting the playground and Veterans Grove to create a more centralized, cohesive green space. A separate access is being proposed, a second curb cut with a new driveway connection to Western Junior. That should help with some traffic concerns and traffic patterns, and enhance site access from a different variety of access ways. The small parking lot is also proposed to the north, based on some community input that we received for proximity of visitors to the Grove. Instead of just having one single smaller parking lot or one larger parking lot to the southeast, having a secondary space where people may park and more immediately access the Grove, the outfield, the park itself, etc. Was desired. So that's how that got incorporated in there. So the plan that you see before you is the culmination of a lot of listening, a lot of public input, and we really believe it enhances the overall park and addresses a lot of the concerns over the previous version.
Commission, any questions? Ms. Jones.
So I have a question regarding the baseball field and its relocation. And as I look through the plans, I don't see bleachers sort of, I guess, behind home plate. I don't know if there's room for them. I know we've talked about what people can view from the terrace picnic tables, but is there any room for those on the sort of the outside, or a plan for those?
Yes. So there's proposed seating areas with bleachers behind each dugout. There's 2 dugouts proposed. There's 2 bleachers that will be proposed, and there's also a kind of like a concrete seating area behind home plate directly. So if you wanted to pull up like a folding chair and just kind of watch the game, there's some areas for that too.
So these areas, are these the dugouts that are sort of shown, these little rectangular boxes with 2 sort of also rectangular I guess bench, looks like benches in there. I was thinking those were the dugouts, right? Am I correct in that?
Which ones are you referring to? I'm sorry.
They're to the, like, if you're at home plate, one is sort of to the right, and the other is to the left. And I sort of was, they're kind of little, I don't.
Yes, on the plan to those areas where there's a bench inside a small rectangle.
Right.
Those are the dugouts. Yeah.
So
Yep.
behind-
Yeah. So those would be the dugouts. Benches would be behind those, more in between home plate and the dugout.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Kind of the longer, more shaded in section.
Right. Okay.
Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, I don't know if you listened to the briefing yesterday, but one of the discussions that I think most of my fellow commissioners agreed with is because there's so much confusion about the impact of this proposal, whether it would be possible to get some renderings from various points of view so that people would not only, I mean, it's one thing to see something in 2 dimensions, but in fact, in the experiencing the changes in the park, it would be helpful to kind of get a sense of what it's actually going to look like from different points of view. The suggestions were things like, what would it look like from McKinney Terrace now? What would it look like from Sumert's Way and from the new entrance off Western Junior? My own suggestion was it would be very helpful to see it from what I think of as the bottom of the green area, close to the Post Road, looking up toward the rink. Again, because we know what the footprint looks like, but it's a 35-foot building. So is it very visible? Is it overwhelming from some points of view and invisible from other points of view? And to the extent that could be illustrated, I think it's going to make it clear to people what's involved in addition to just the footprint. I think I have difficulty visualizing things sometimes. So if you can show me what I would see from different points of view, I'll have a better sense of the impact on the park. And that could also work obviously to the benefit of the design, because it will show people that it's either not as bad as you think or not bad at all. And to the extent that there are a number of different viewpoints, you're going to appeal to different parts of the community. Obviously, the traffic from 2 different directions will also have an effect on how people choose to go into the park and how people choose to leave the park. So again, renderings might be helpful in illustrating and clearing up some of the confusion.
Yes, thank you. We certainly heard those points. I think just about every commissioner made that point. We heard that loud and clear. It's certainly something we planned on doing with our additional design work. We're discussing a few already with the architect just to make sure that we're on the same page. We're internally looking at a few different options, as you mentioned, coming from the different access points to make sure that the view of the park and what the perception is and the reception to the visitor of the park area, what does that feel like in the proposed version? What does the building look like from, I look at the key spot, kind of as I was talking about earlier, that nexus where the playground and the grove and the outfield meet, and then what does the green space look like? What does the rink look like? How imposing is it? That's eye level, I think, is something we heard loud and clear. So it's representative.
I think that was probably my point, because I've seen renderings from 4-foot level where nothing's visible. So it has to be the standard eye level, but I'm sure your artists know that.
Yep, and from the bird's eye where no one actually sees. But
point
so we heard those loud and clear. The side of the building on that face is about 16 feet exposed. I think that was another comment from yesterday. So you'll see about 16 feet of the siding before you had the roof edge at the edge of the roof line, and then from there towards the center of the gable where the peak of the roof is, that would all be the roof surface that you would see. So in the end, it would likely be covered with solar panels. So you would see a lot of the solar on that edge. But it's actually a 16-foot exposure at that roof edge for the siding.
Thank you.
And in fact, I reached out to Mr. Camillo today and asked if you had these visuals, if there could be, they could be displayed somewhere in town hall that is easily accessible to all members of the public. So anybody who has an interest can go and see for themselves what it's going to look and feel like to them. And he seemed to be in favor of the idea. So hopefully we can move that forward. Thank you. Mr. McRae.
Mr. Romano, the vegetated area, that natural vegetated area along Western Junior Highway, that's beyond the existing fence line.
Correct.
Nothing's going to happen there. That's all going to remain.
Yep, the intent is for all that to remain as is.
Okay. Has the tree warden made a final decision on the tree removals, or is that still an ongoing issue?
That is something we continue to work with the tree warden on. We've had several walks, site walks with the tree warden. We're going to see how things continue to leaf out in the spring and revisit the site again and continue to collaborate with him on what needs to go, the health of different species and different particular trees and the impact that these proposed changes have to those different areas.
Okay, and he's assisting the design team on the landscape plan.
I wouldn't say he's directly assisting, but that we're working on the landscape plan and making sure that we loop back in to make sure that we're working with him and that he's in agreement with what we're proposing.
Right. Walking paths all the way around. So if I'm coming in, the new entrance, Sue Mertz, the old steep entrance, all of the sidewalks are connected, so I can basically have a walking path around and through the site.
That's correct. Yeah, the intent with the sidewalks and the walking paths is to provide as much interconnection to various points across the board as possible. So we have the sidewalk to the west that connects the old Byram School coming around to the south of the site towards Sue Mertz. We're going to be tying into that to kind of bisect along the roadway, the access drive, so you can circle the baseball in almost like a short loop for a walking path. We have the existing connection to the southeast corner, which goes down the ramp towards Western Junior Middle School, maintained. That ramp will now hit a sidewalk that collects along those southeasterly parking stalls and directs people north towards the entrance of the skating facility. The distance from that sidewalk connection to the front door, I think that was asked at the last meeting, that distance is actually shorter in this version than the other version, since you don't have to walk the length of the building now. We're also proposing a sidewalk over to the new access drive down to Western Junior Highway. And the sidewalk there is across the street, so we're exploring some options for a mid-block crossing or something of the like.
Great. And there's a connection from the smaller of the two parking lots to the tree grove?
Correct.
To the existing sidewalks adjacent to the tree grove.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
In addition to the tree removal, when we did the sidewalk, there are a lot of vines on the trees, and if this were to go forward, to have a vine removal programmed on the advice of Dr. Kramer, I believe he would be amenable to that. But many of the trees are covered with English ivy. Mr. Yeski. So we will ask you about that at some point if this goes forward. Mr. Yeski, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Romano. Going back to the renderings, you may have heard us say that we've been asking to do things like this. In this case, I think this is a perfect project. Commissioner Lowe brought it up that we'd like to see this. Does the department have the software, the rendering capabilities at this point in time, or do you have to go outside to get that kind of service?
We would have to go outside for that service.
Interesting. Who is the team doing all this? I know it's Parks and Rec, but what areas are going to be supplemented in turn? What right now you may change because you're barely at the the beginning of a preliminary at this point. But you mentioned an architect. I'm interested in the playground. There's a lot of playgrounds that people put a lot of thought into, and I'm sure they're specialists in it. Is that the kind of thing you might go outside for? What other areas might you go outside?
So Joe and team might be able to speak more directly towards playground and such. They deal with a lot of that on their end, and we've done similar things just recently with the replacement of the Eastern Greenwich Civic Center. So as part of that project, there was some work done to that playground equipment. They're very familiar with what's incorporated into that. Joe, did you want to speak to any of that, or?
Yes, quickly. We have a playground company that comes in and does our inspections quarterly. and then they do an annual recommendation on replacement for all playgrounds throughout
Yeah.
Greenwich. They also work with us on design features based on age limitations, 2 to 5, 5 to 12. Those are usually the breaks. And they make recommendations for each site when we go into a replacement program. And they give us various options on layout. So we will be able to consult them and get that as part of our inspection program service.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was mine.
Ms. Jones.
One other, I was going to mention those vines, but Margarita beat me to it. The other,
Oh, sorry.
The other, just another concern, and I'm sure you guys will take care of this as part of your thing, is just sort of the pedestrian safety. This is a park, and now we have, sort of two entrances, and this drive goes all along sort of the side of the baseball field. And I think just making sure that we do have measures in place that will protect the pedestrians who will be using this park and walking around in it or playing in it. I just want to make a note of that while we're talking.
Mr. Wells?
Yeah, a question for Mr. Siciliano. Sir, could you comment on what I guess the ages of the children who to be using the baseball? Is it high school or middle, and would it change with the new baseball field from what it currently is?
There will not be a change, but there will be children from the ages of 13 through 18 that are primary users.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, we're combining the MI and the site, right? Comments? Yeah.
Yes, because it's too hard you can't really separate it.
Yeah, I was trying to separate it.
It's really hard.
I do have a question. The original application had the parking lot where it is and the rink out in the field up on the rock ledge. How big of a deal on that rock ledge did that create this idea of a modified flip? How significant is it to build on that ledge at this point? Because you're going to put a parking lot. My guess would be it'd be easier to build a parking lot than a field. Did that enter into the whole discussion and flip the plan that you're presenting?
It's a portion of it. I wouldn't say it was a driving cause, but it's something. The underlying ledge in that area is certainly something that we're cognizant of and trying to reduce impact wherever possible, both for financial and just general environmental disturbance reasons. The parking lot is anticipated to be a easier assembly to construct over that area than a ball field was, and then the building a rink over that area, for example, would be even more impactful because of the depth of the foundations and whatnot.
And that's where I was kind of going. Can you give a sense of how deep you have to go for a rink, build in place as opposed to a parking lot? Certainly the field, I would guess that would be a significant more, but is it deeper for a rink in place than it would be for the parking lot?
Yeah, so it'd be much deeper for a rink because you have the thickness of your assembly for your full assembly. So you would have your ice concrete slab, the thickness of your slab, the embedded materials in it, your coils for the freezing of the slab to the cooling to make the ice. Underneath that, you would have additional features. You'd have a reheat layer to avoid making permafrost underneath the ice slab. Your gravel and then whatnot, your sub base and the additional footings around there. So it's a much thicker assembly altogether. The baseball field is thinner. You need less thick of an assembly to provide a sufficient amount of soil to have a playable field. And then the parking lot itself, again with some gravel and the level of asphalt that's applied there, also thinner.
Okay, that's what I thought. You're looking at this, and I asked this question the last time around. You're going to end up disturbing the entire site, right?
6.5 acres.
Yeah, so there was some question last time. I believe you asked what the disturbed area was. I went back and looked that up. The previous disturbed area proposed was 6.6 acres. The current proposed is 6.5. So I'd say it's about the same. That might change as we move some final design around. It's pretty much this entire core section of the park. When we look at what's here today, the baseball field, the skating facility, and the parking lot pretty much make up the core of what we're working on, all aged assets of the town. What this proposal does is replaces those aged assets with new code compliant modern versions that can be enjoyed for the future, and in just a different configuration that tries to account for some park enhancements as well, with the recentering of the green space.
And one last question. You said that you're going to put the new road in before you start construct. That is going to be the first piece of construction. You're going to use that as the construction access to the site?
Yeah, I'll talk briefly about the construction sequence. Again, you mentioned we're early in the process, so there's more room to be refined. But the general sequence of construction would be something along the lines of where the new proposed access drive is, to establish that as a construction entrance. That would be graded in, and the rink facility would be constructed in its proposed footprint. Once that's completed, the use of the facility would be shifted from old to new. The existing parking lot would be remained as a parking area. The building that's there today, the existing building, would then be demolished in the second phase and redeveloped into the proposed parking lot. Once that parking lot is established, users would be diverted from the existing parking lot to the new parking lot via the new entrance. And then now that they're no longer using the parking lot can be demolished and converted to the proposed baseball field.
Got it. And what are we talking in time? I mean, are you going to shut the entire site down to do the construction beginning to end? There's nobody coming on to this during construction. Like the field looks like it gets eliminated first and would be down the most, or maybe almost the most. Is that the idea, that the whole site basically gets shut down for a certain length of time?
Yeah, so the field would certainly be taken out of commission first and reinstalled later. We're working through what areas of the site people will have access to, because this will be maintained as a functional site for people to continue to use the skating facility in the interim while the new one is being constructed. So the site will remain open with certain obvious carve outs for construction areas, etc. The baseball field will be out of service. The original plan was to wait until Western Junior was constructed before starting this. We no longer have to worry about that because it's up and running. So we're happy about that. And then once this one's established, it'll be more compliant with the standards that Parks and Rec has commented on in the past about having the actual 300 feet down each baseline, so that they can program the field a little more encompassing.
So the field would be out of commission the most based on that plan, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And it's interesting, you're going to let the public come in, park, go to the rink. I got it. All right. Very good. I mean, I can ask an unreasonable question. Do you have any idea how long this whole project would take to complete? It might be something you don't know yet, because you're looking for an MI to be able to go out and look at all these plans and get bids and all that sort of thing. Maybe it's just not known.
Yeah, we're very roughly around 2 years. We're looking at the final design details to really kind of hone that in, plus or minus. But
that's reasonable. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, I actually have a phasing question as well. Your phase 3 is when you're going to actually replace the ball field. But it's my understanding that you have 11,500 cubic yards of fill that are going to be necessary. I'm sorry?
Net fill.
Net fill. To fill in and raise the level of the ball field so that it's flat at that point. It's not clear to me how you're going to have operations going on and be working on something with that much net fill coming in. So I'm just trying to figure out from an operational point of view, bringing that much net fill in when you already have operations on site, whether it's you're using the old rink or using the new rink. I'm just a little curious about the timing, because that's a huge amount of net fill. And, trucks, every time somebody says cubic yard, I know what a cubic yard looks like, because I once had a cubic yard of fill of topsoil. So 11,000 cubic yards is a huge amount and a lot of weight. So in terms of the timing, is that going to be brought in preliminarily and spread around while you're doing the other things? Because once you have people coming and using your new parking lot, you don't want all of those construction trucks bringing in your 11,000 cubic yards as well.
Yep, great question. So that's something that we're going to explore in a lot more detail as we work through the final design and make sure that we'll certainly make sure that we're accounting for public safety and a a streamlined process through.
Yeah, I think when you got that volume of heavy construction trucks and you got a new entrance that people aren't used to on Western Junior and Sue Mertz, I can't picture it, frankly. So I'm trying to mentally imagine the heavy duty construction trucks and and public traffic as well dealing with that situation. And I appreciate the fact that this is very preliminary because we're still at the MI stage, but it's to me that was a big question in terms of just the physical process of bringing in that much fill and having operating facilities on the park at the same time.
So
Yep. And another thing we're exploring in that same line is whether the elevation of that parking lot can come down a little bit further. We'll know some of that with additional exploration, with additional design funds, kind of where that tipping point might be for the ledge interaction. We're trying to balance out. We're trying to minimize the impact of lowering the parking field, again using as Mr. Yeski commented on, that thinner assembly to get as low as we can in that area, and to take some of that cut and offset that fill further. So we do think that there's some potential room to further balance this, and that's something that we're really focused on, to cut that fill number down because we want to reduce that as much as we can, and then subsequently, same thing goes for the baseball field. If we can lower that a little bit, just because of the sheer area of the baseball field, we'd get a very, very large return on the amount of fill that would be reduced in that area. So, in addition to just the construction sequencing for some of these needs, we're also very much focused on how we can eliminate that volume altogether by just trying to get a more balanced site.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed during the site walk, there's that ledge lip at the edge of the existing parking lot, and it looked like you were trying to raise the level of that area to that lip rather than maybe take some of that ledge out. So it sounds to me like you're already addressing the alternatives of not going quite that high.
Yep, that's what we're going to try and do as we work through the design.
Great. Thank you.
Since Patrick has the screen share up and we've got this question, Mr. Wells and Ms. Jones, if you would just hold on a second. I think it would be helpful to show where the grade change is going to be on the site associated with the fill, what is happening. That's something I couldn't visualize. Well, I'm not sure I'm visualizing it yet, but I didn't really grasp it until I walked the site the last time. Do you want to who wants to talk about it? Either Patrick or Mr. Romano.
Sure, I can comment on it briefly. Thanks for bringing it up, Patrick. This is the erosion sediment control plan. If you the grading plan might have a little more clarity, but in essence, thanks, Patrick. So the home plate is about where the front entrance of the rink is today, the secondary entrance. The overall elevation of the ball field is currently set at around 92 for the diamond, 91 for the outfield. That, as we said, is kind of based off of the existing substrate and subgrade of the ledge, what we're seeing in the area of the existing rink, but also on the existing grades by the Grove. So we're trying to limit our grading and impact around that area as much as possible. So we're gonna see what we can do to lower that, but overall, this is where we have it set currently.
So how many
wall
feet
along
are
the-
we? Yeah, but how many
Yep.
feet, for example, by how many feet will the grade change in the center of the baseball field, where
Yep.
the baseball field's going to go? That was
exactly what I was getting to. So
okay. Sorry.
that's okay. So if you're at 90, we'll say 91 and a half, you're at 86 in the center of field. So you're at about 5.5 feet 5 to 6 feet ranging from center field line. It's less on the right field line where you're already at 91 plus, so you're at maybe 1 foot of fill over in right field, and then in left field as the parking lot drops down, that's going to be your worst case scenario where you're at 91 to about 84, 83, closer to the edge. So you're looking at about 7 feet of fill over there, 7 feet.
And then you started to talk about the retaining walls.
Yes, so the retaining wall would be is proposed currently along the edge of that field line. What we're trying to do there is preserve those pine trees along the screening for the residents of Sherman Avenue. There's a ledge outcrop that Ms. Jenkins mentioned was over in that area at about elevation 88. So it comes down and then it comes back up right there. What we're proposing is to keep it around 91 in that area, and then have that retaining wall constructed. Again, working with the tree warden to assess the viability of those trees in that area and make sure we're trying to do what we can to protect the species that are existing, and while also exploring options to see what we can do to grade back into the surrounding areas.
Good.
So overall, it ranges in that area. Again, at the worst point, that's where you're seeing that the southwest corner of the parking lot. That's about 7 feet of fill in that corner. So that's the worst case scenario. It ties back into the existing grades to the north pretty quickly. And then along the rest of the southern run to the east, it picks back up to about 4.5 feet in the middle, and then trails down to where it meets grade by the entrance.
Mr. Wells?
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions for Mr. Siciliano. I like to sort of think about the rink expansion in terms of, hockey players versus figure skaters. And because the principal rationale for going from 185 feet to 200 feet was to make it more in conformity with other high school rinks. But when you say adding ice also creates more ice space for figure skaters as well. I calculated they're going to get, everyone gets about 1,200 more square feet of ice skating. So would you agree with that, or is that off base?
Well, the ice surface becomes bigger in 1,200 square feet, but it's the standard new service for ice hockey rinks. It's not, if we were to build a new rink today without ever having one, we would build it at this dimension. And will it add? I'm not getting the question you're asking me. Will it add more rink users? Is that the question you're asking me?
No, it's just if you just pitch it towards it's going to benefit the hockey players, it leaves out a whole segment of the population which is very interested in skating, and I would think they would also benefit from a larger rink. So it's just suggested in terms of, how you pitch it. And I also mentioned before in your plans in several places, it says proposed hockey rink. And I think you're hurting yourself a bit in the community if you don't call it a skating rink, and also focus on the benefits to figure skaters.
I think there's the misnomer there is that we cater to both organizations, both hockey and figure skating. We have a robust skating school with over 300 children in there, and they all take skating lessons. We have a skating competition, which we just had 2 Sundays ago with 50 participants. We have figure skaters that practice regularly. The additional 1,200 square feet of ice space or surface might allow them to, instead of having 1 or 2 people practicing at one time, maybe we can have 3, depending on, that might add to itself. But we are definitely going to market this so that there's opportunity for both figure skaters and hockey players at the Hamel rink. And I'm not quite sure how it got referred to as a hockey rink, but it is a town rink.
It's on the plans. It's what's on the plans.
We'll have that changed the next go around, because it is not just for hockey players. It is definitely for multi-use rink, and it's also used for public skating sessions just for the general public. So we're going to try to get it all in there.
Okay.
Yes, I can comment on that briefly too. Similar to an erroneous previously mentioned today, that was a miscommunication with the site team and the rest of the design team in all the deliveries and work that the architect has done. If you look on the site plan, it's all labeled as a skating facility, and everything we've talked about, it's a skating facility in all our presentations and documentations. The site civil team noted it as a hockey rink, and that was just an oversight that didn't get caught.
Yeah, got it. So another question for Mr. Siciliano: is there any benefit to the figure skaters of having, two extra locker rooms? Obviously, two for women, two for men. In terms of, you had a tournament, I guess, a figure skating tournament 3 weeks ago. Is there a benefit for having more changing rooms for the figure skating participants, or is that really more for the team players?
No, I think it will benefit both hockey and figure skaters in the sense that during our competition 2 weeks ago, we had 50 participants. We had a morning session and an afternoon session, and we were constantly juggling, allowing them to prep, stretch, change, do those kinds of things. We were using our what we call kind of our meeting party room right now as an auxiliary space for them to do this. This would resolve some of those issues by having the floor locker room spaces. Yeah.
And then
Great. Thank you very much.
For that, we're having some additional conversations. We recognize those comments, and Madam Chair made some comments at the previous meeting about the need for the figure skaters and making sure those are addressed. And we continue to work through the design and make sure that we're trying to evaluate spaces and fine tune the size of these rooms to see where we can, designate some areas that might be more beneficial to a larger body of users.
Thank you.
Ms. Jenkins?
Jones.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jones.
Okay. So
I was looking at both of you and I said the wrong name. So sorry.
That's okay. And we both start.
Her hair is better. Her hair is better. So
I had a question about, I noted the bleachers and the capacity for sort of, I guess, spectators or people who are not skating, and you're reducing that from, I guess, what's currently 600 plus down to 500. And you may have explained this. I don't know. Is that just because of the sizing capacity that you have, or is it based on sort of what you're seeing in terms of current use at the space? And I'm not either Mr. Siciliano or Mr. Romano can answer that.
We'll mess up people's names.
I know, I'm really messing them up. It's
taking after the chair. Okay, go ahead. Would you talk about the seating? I think we've asked you about this in the past, but it'd be good go back over it, because we asked you when you had a different rink application.
Yeah, I mean, I think Luigi, you want to start first?
Go ahead, I'll follow you.
Okay, so right now we have approximately 600 person capacity in the rink. That includes seating and some standing areas. We're talking about 500 seats now, and also we're just being very conscientious about how many times a year do we currently get to that maximum capacity. We do know for most of the high school varsity games, you get close to that. If there's a varsity playoff series like a tournament, we probably will reach the capacity. But at the end of the day, just for design purposes, we're just trying to be conscientious not to overbuild. We know through 50 years of experience at the current rink that we can that's a good number to deal with as far as 500 seats in the arena. And if we oversell our capacity, we'll just close it down at 500. The fire marshal is very aware that how we operate. We have police when most of these games take place. We have our own staff there, and we can crowd control so that we do not over occupy the rink itself. So I think it was part of the thinking of the design not to try to overbuild for maybe 6 times out of the year where we might reach capacity.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Yeski?
Yes, Patrick, can you bring up the map we've been looking at, the site map? Mr. Romano, thank you for answering the logistics. I wasn't going to get into this in a big way, and I'm not going to really ask a question you have to answer now, but I'm really concerned about the construction logistics. The fill is one matter, but from what I can see, you might be able to solve some of that in a space sense that it's real time. You're bringing in fill as you need it. You're going to have to stockpile some. I'm more concerned about all the other construction requirements, the machinery, the trailers. Plus, one of the biggest problems we ran into at Central Middle is you got a lot of people working on the site, and we didn't have the parking. We actually had to go outside and get agreements for parking of contractors, and there's a lot of them. Now, that was a building. You were building a building not quite maybe as complicated. It isn't, but you might have to go outside this site too. So just you don't have to answer this because it's a little premature. You haven't done all that work. I get it. I was told the last time you're pushing too far, but I am concerned that if you want to keep the field working and the ice skate, the parking lot working and the ice skate working while you build it, you're kind of cutting down available construction sites at this point in time. Hey, you've got time to go figure that out, but I would be very interested when you come back with your final site plan, the whole construction logistics at this stage. Thank you.
Building a little bit on that, Mr. Yeski, Mr. Romano, the construction access for this project would be through the new connection to Western Junior, correct? It would not be from Sue Mertz.
Correct.
So when the 11,500 cubic yards of fill come in, they're coming in from Western Junior.
Yeah, so it's a bit premature to answer that. Again, we're trying to work through those finer details as we work through the final design. It becomes a staging question with stockpiling, when it's needed, where it's going, the phasing, etc. But the intent would be to use that entrance as much as possible.
Okay.
But it would be true that you could do a lot of that fill real time, right? It's like cement. I mean, you could bring it in or just start with the new ice skating rink. You may have to stockpile some of it because you're going to cut some, but that's one. But there's a lot of other things involved in construction that is what my concern is. And I don't know about parking around this site. I certainly don't want it on the street. You're not going to go out Summers, no way. That's a whole neighborhood. You can't do that. You could go up onto that other road. So those are some of the concerns. Again, premature. You're going to have time to go look at all this and come back with a plan. But it will be interesting to see how you can put all that together while maintaining the rink and the parking lot.
Yep. No, it's certainly on our radar.
Okay. Any other questions? I'd like to does anybody mind turning to public comment now so we can get input from the public? And then we can consider, it'll inform our thinking. Okay, so we're going to go to public comment. And our first speaker, Patrick, the clock. And
do you have a time preference, Madam Chair or Commissioner?
Well, we did 3 minutes the last time. 2 minutes ends up meaning that Mr. Basili can't make out what people are saying because everybody gallops through.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a reminder that we're looking at the proposal in front of us and not other sites or other layouts.
So we're going to make a bunch of reminders before we start the public comment.
Thank you.
First of all, but thank you for that. So first of all we can judge, and we keep telling you this, is what's in front of us. So to focus our thinking, talk to us about what's in front of us, what has been discussed with us, and how we should respond to this proposal. Don't give us a different layout, just modify this one or address concerns with this one. The second one is we can't move this to another location. We are only considering what's before us. And the third one is the reminder I always make is don't say anything about anybody that your mother wouldn't want you to say, because there have been successful lawsuits For slander, there has been one successful lawsuit. For slander, for someone who was testifying before us and was called the other person a bad name. So please avoid doing that, and do try to focus our thinking on how this could improve, or if you don't think it can be improved, just say it. All right, now.
And Madam Chair,
Yes,
we don't talk budget either, right?
No, we don't talk budget. But I think people hopefully know that, right?
Mhm.
But okay, any other? Nope. Okay, so Mr. Kevitz is first, followed by Peter Berg, and then Peter Alexander. The Tree Conservancy. Go ahead, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Kate Jakevich, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. I spoke at the previous hearing on this rink proposal 2 weeks ago, where I raised concerns about the total number of tree removals having not been fully accounted for. I did take a look at this latest updated application and noted that this project now increases the estimated number of tree removals from 28 to 35, which now includes those along Western Junior Highway. However, I was still disappointed to find that these trees have not been fully incorporated into the site plans. As a result, important information is still missing, including the trees' locations, sizes, and species. Without this data, it's difficult to determine whether additional trees may be impacted by proximity to the construction, and we lack a general sense of scope for this project. The presence or absence of trees along Western Junior Highway significantly influences the visual character of this project, making it essential that the complete and accurate information be presented before any decisions are made. We are encouraged to see that the revised application references plans for walking paths with benches, native plantings, and other amenities. However, these elements also have not yet been reflected in those site plans. While there are many positive aspects to this proposal, it's currently not possible to evaluate it in its entirety. I know that this is just still the preliminary site plan, but as presented, this plan still feels incomplete and prematurely advanced. We respectfully urge that the Planning and Zoning Commission defer approval until all relevant information is clearly documented and available for review. Thank you.
You're muted.
Thank you. Before we go to Mr. Berg, I had a barking dog, of course. Before we go to Mr. Berg, the preliminary site plan is made to, the goal of it is to facilitate our MI decision. And what the charter says is that until an MI decision has been reached, nothing more advanced can be done than that. Well, the charter says studies and surveys, and our zoning regulations say a preliminary site plan. Because the charter says studies and surveys, we try to keep the preliminary site plan as straightforward as possible and not have the town incur on anything that's an MI a lot of design expense until we know the direction of the MI. And so when you say to us, well, this isn't fleshed out, yeah, that's the problem. But the BT also would not want us to be getting full detail on something that doesn't have an MI, because you are then throwing it away. Mr. Harris, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah, I think, based on that comment, I think what I'm hearing is, do we have a mechanism to encourage when the final site plan comes back to consider things like the screening trees on Western Highway
Absolutely.
and
So
the canopy and other things?
Great question. Thank you for facilitating that. See, he just nudges me forward. So what we would do and what we will do, and why we want to hear your comment to everybody in the public, when we make a decision in the preliminary site plan, we will include a long list, as is our habit, of things that have to be accomplished when it returns to final. So when it returns as a final, and that is the mechanism. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. And that's the mechanism. So whenever we decide to move this forward or not move it forward, that's what we do. Okay, Mr. Berg, I'll stop eating into your time. Go ahead. And Mr. Alexander's next.
Can you see me tonight?
Oh, we can see you and hear you. You look perfect.
You know,
His
the
name-
last time you couldn't see me, and
I know you nailed it.
I had a tie and jacket on.
And
So-
okay, now we can't see that you don't have a tie on, so don't blow it. Go ahead.
So my comment last time was only about the MI, not the site plan. I made a case that this proposal is inconsistent with the POCD and particularly goal number 1, sense of place. And tonight, again, I'm only talking about the MI and the fact that you're bringing in 11,000 cubic yards of soil. This is not going to be the same place. And I would make the point that if Greenwich didn't have a municipal skating facility today, we would not be choosing Moorlot Park for our sole municipal skating facility. It's inaccessible, it's isolated. It can't sustain a snack bar. The new town resident survey that was just posted on the town website says traffic congestion is our number 2 issue in town. Despite minimal population increase, it is what people complain about. And to put your only municipal rink in a isolated location like this is not helping with our traffic congestion. I want to compare this with the Eastern Civic Center. The Eastern Civic Center was built on the existing footprint. 4.1 point C of the POCD encourages building on the existing footprint. But this building is not going to be built on an existing footprint. It might as well be built on the other side of town. This is not a replacement. This is a new site. So I would urge the commission to simply deny this MI. Thank you.
Okay, again, a response just to the beginning of what you said, Mr. Berg, and to everybody who's listening. We are not here to opine whether this should be in the center of town or on the east side of town. We can only decide what is before us. We have blinders on.
I did not advocate for a different site, only for one that would not create such traffic congestion.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Berg.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Alexander is next, and followed by Ann Christoph. Mr. Alexander, if you would unmute.
I believe I have unmuted.
There you go.
I just came back from the Winter Olympics, and Paralympics closed just Sunday. How many towns get to name a rink, whatever you want to call it, after an Olympian, and the road get there after another one? I think we really need to do the absolute best we can do. I'm sorry I haven't been involved, and Joe Siciliano and I haven't worked together in a long time. I'd be happy to try to help out. I think from the municipal improvements point of view, I really don't want to slow this down. So can we put some caveats in your approval that there'll be a return for potential changes in the designs?
So what we ask is that what we do when this is before us, thanks for stopping the clock for a sec, Patrick. What we do is we ask that when the application returns for final, is how we make a decision on a preliminary, that the applicant is required to do the following, and we will give him the list, in this case him because it's Mr. Romano, and we give a complete list of all the items we are looking for. That's how I can answer that. Anything else, Mr. Alexander?
I really think the flaw in this design and I'm speaking as a not a very good hitter, but I was a pretty good pitcher. But the orientation here is going to make it tough for about 30% of the games, especially the ones in the afternoon. Anyway, I'm here to help, not hurt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Christoph is next, and Ms. Christoph, when you come in, if you would spell your last name because it's not shown on the screen, and Ms. Christoph will be followed by Amber Pietrafeso.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Just
All right,
spell your last name.
Yep, Christoph, Kristoff. I don't have anything prepared, so I'm going to be a little maybe all over the place, but to echo the concern about the orientation of the field, our house on North Water Street faces Portchester, and in the summer, once that sun comes, gets to that side of the house, it is baked in the sun. So I understand that like the home plate is skewed a little bit, like not directly at Portchester, but that orientation with the sun in your face from about 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock till the end of the day is impossible. So I agree that the orientation is going to be a problem for kids who are playing baseball there in the afternoon. The other question I have about the orientation is it is facing the Grove. So if you're, let's say people can hit home runs, you're hitting the balls into the tree grove that is supposed to be protected. So I think that's a big concern. The other concern I have is if you go to Western and you see the giant fence that's there now around those fields, is that what we're going to be looking at?
No, there's not going to be a fence. And Mr. Siciliano, do you want to talk about home runs? Because I want to make sure we're addressing public comment.
Yes, home runs are hit at each one of our fields, but it's 300 feet is a good hit, and that's why the arc is created. So with the 300 feet is on each baseline, the arc is bigger in the middle, so that it minimizes the amount of balls that really should be hit outside of the playing surface. It can happen, yes, not regularly, but and it also has to do with the scheduling of what age groups and what skill level the participants are that are playing on the field. Obviously, we might not put a high school varsity top level team here, but we might put some freshmen in JV. You can't hit as far, so that we're very cognizant about at all of the parks and all the locations that we have about the surrounding area, the neighbors' houses, other play areas that are around there, and this will be no different.
And did you? I think I remember Mr. Romano mentioning that there is a kind of mesh you can lift that you can raise and put in if you were to have that kind of game where the outfield would be too short or something. Is that what?
To demonstrate that at Coscott Park, the section of the field that faces the Coscott Harbor, there's a section of the netting that can be put up and down to protect us, not only the walking path, but from balls from going into the Coscott Harbor. We have it there. We have it at Havemeyer Field right behind Town Hall, where there's some homes that run along the back of Town Hall. So, we'll be looking at all of these features as we do the design and to see what makes most sense. Again, it all is temporary, can be put up, put down as necessary. And we'll make those assessments as we do work into the final design phase.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Christoph.
So again, did we talk about if there's going to be this like sort of giant fence surrounding the field like there is at Western?
No, there's not going to be a fence.
So not on any side?
No, there's not going to be a permanent fence. We asked that same question during the site walk. Same concern you had.
Yeah, and also just the sort of protection of the people to not be hit by balls the fence would allow, so that so all of this sort of like it can change all the time. All to me speaks to the destruction of sense of place, because the site as it is something that we're all used to. And yes, that's not a reason to keep it that way. I get that. But the sense of place, the feeling of the openness and all of that, I think is going to be encroached upon. In terms of the building, when is Vinci getting built? And it is relevant because you can't have two major projects at the same time, both emptying out onto Western Junior Highway. So, and if this is beyond the scope of this,
No, but I really want to address public concerns because we saw over the weekend that there was a lot of information that hadn't reached people. As to Vinci, the approval was 3 years ago, and Greenwich Communities has not been able to secure financing. However, we believe that they are close to securing it now. It will then take a while to get permits. We will have to figure out how we're going to manage the two projects. They would not be using the same access.
Okay.
Right? Because one would be coming in towards the school, towards the old Byram School. And that's the access, the construction access for Vinci. And then the construction access for this work would hopefully be all of it from the new Western Junior connection. But it's still going to be something to handle because it's going to be a lot of work in a 16, 17 acre area altogether. Agreed with you. Anything else, ma'am?
So yeah, just a couple more things. So yeah, the two driveways, the driveway that takes you to McKinney is off of Western Junior Highway, and the other driveway looks that it's going to be right where, like right now, there's a fence there that, like when I went to Byram School and Western, you could walk out that fence. So it's not that far. It's like 500 feet from each other. So that's why I was wondering about the traffic. Also, speaking to the traffic, when you have a 40,000 square foot rink, which is way bigger than the rink now, which is not what this was supposed to be, it was not supposed, and I'm probably off the thing, but the traffic, how are people going to get there, right? They're going to go down Richland, they're going to go down Byram, they're going to go down Henry Street, they're going to go down, Hamilton Avenue, then try to get out to exit through. I think the traffic that's going to be brought by this giant complex is just not, the area can't accommodate it. And then one more thing about the trees. Previously, and I'm about to run out of time, the Tree Conservancy had said trenching kills more trees. So even though like there's all this intention of not doing certain things, there are going to be other things that happen because of this building. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can come back if we have time at the end and you didn't get to say everything. Okay. I want to make sure people get all their concerns out. Amber Pietrafeso is next, followed by Alex Pop.
Hi, I'm Amber Pietrafeso. I am a teacher in town. I'm also a mom in town. I live steps away from the rink on Henry Street. In fact, I've always lived on Henry Street. I grew up here, never really left. Love our town so much that I do everything here. I'm in support of the rink staying where it is. We've heard a lot of negative comments tonight about all of these reasons why we shouldn't have the rink there. But I think it's really important to remember the pride we have in Byram. Growing up here, I mean, that rink is what we have. It's so important to the kids in this neighborhood. Having my own kids who are not hockey players, they just go there to skate. We go there to walk around, teaching the kids in this community. They have such pride for this rink. And it's something that we as Byram have. We don't have a lot. Byram sometimes is often overlooked or, the last part of town to get things. And this is something that we can be proud of. We work so much on beautifying this part of town. We just did New Lebanon and we did the Western Field, which is beautiful now, even with those fences. And I don't know why we want to take something away that we are all so proud of. So a lot of people will say all these reasons like, the sun getting in kids' eyes. My daughter's a softball player. No matter what field she's at, there's always going to be sun at some time of day that's going to get in kids' eyes. But we wear glasses and we get through it. But this is something that I'm proud of, and I really hope that this rink where it is goes through.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Before we go to Alex Pop, Patrick, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I think it may be the last speaker had a question about the size, and I think it's important for people to understand that the size of the rink is actually decreasing in occupancy from the current. So it's the size of the sheet of ice to regulation size that's making the building larger predominantly. It is not the seating capacity that's changing. So I just, again, in the effort of making sure everyone understands what the numbers are.
Thank you. And it's about, say, quick, somebody's math, a 15-20% reduction in seating capacity. Anybody do that calculation? 600, 10% gave us about. Okay, our next speaker
20%.
is Alex Pop, followed by Jana Kalandranis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Alex Pop from Byram. As you know, Connecticut is committed to serving the environmental justice community. Their low-income minority groups, often underrepresented, are exposed to higher amounts of environmental pollutants and experience poorer health. The proposed Byram hockey rink sits in the middle of an environmental justice block. You know, and Greenwich is also committed to this group. Also, they've applied in the past and received grants. But this project will harm the neighborhood with increased traffic year-long on the narrow streets. This project would also create a safety risk to these communities with, probably 800 to 1,000 truckloads of fill. You know, this project would permanently scar the landscape of this environment, this environmental justice block, with the loss of the tree canopy as dozens and dozens of trees are removed. You know, this project would negatively impact the neighborhood with a loss of open space, loss of sense of place. The local users of the park will be burdened by a road that splits their parkland into two. And a fenced off, I still think it's got to be fenced off because there's a retaining wall on one side and the other side there's a road. So there probably has to be a fence. So I'm going to call it a fenced off baseball field that keeps baseballs in and it's going to keep the neighbors out. The Putnam Green residents will feel the effect of the oversized rink casting an early winter shadow on their homes. The seniors at McKinley Terrace will be burdened with an asphalt parking lot just yards from their home. The seniors at McKinley Terrace would lose a wonderful open view across the park. They're going to have a parking lot at their feet and have that great view of the road down the middle. They'll probably have the baseball fence and the distant parking lot in the far end. And you know, most importantly, the seniors are going to at McKinley Terrace will lose their dinner time social, a picnic gathering directly behind the backstop. With the new field, they'll need a spotting scope to find the pitcher and the batter. It's probably over 400 feet. And I don't remember the last time Aaron Judge hit a ball that far. You know, and so let's remember that this is an environmental justice block, and they're going to be burdened by a 40,000 square foot rink dropped smack in the middle. And it's ironic because the rink will be catering to an affluent, you know, well-off, well-represented population of hockey families. And they really have no connection to the majority of the neighborhood that's defined as environmental justice community by the state of Connecticut. I'm not making that up. The state has that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pop. Perfect timing. Jana Kalandranis, you look like you've unmuted, so you can go ahead, and you will be followed by Philip Dodson.
Okay. Hi, everyone, and I apologize for any background noise. So good evening, members of the P&Z and Madam Chair. My name is Jana Kalandranis. I live in Byram. We are a family of skaters, and we're proud to call Byram home and raising our 3 children here. My parents live at Putnam Green, and my son will be moving from New Leb to Western next year. As much as the opposition keeps trying to change the framing, the truth is that Byram families overwhelmingly want this West Side asset to stay and to be finally improved. This is not about erasing history. The character will still be there. The trees will still be there. The memorial will still be there. But an empty, underused park does not benefit the families of Byram who actually use it. Right now, the space is underutilized. The playground is barely usable. Fence is broken, and much of the park goes unnoticed unless you're already there for the rink. That's not a thriving public space. That's a missed opportunity, and the potential here is enormous. This has the potential to become a true community hub, a town gem, and a place for real year-round recreation for families. surrounded by sidewalks in the middle of a neighborhood full of families. It could be a safe, active place where children grow up and families together, not held back by a small group that consistently opposes change. My family, my parents that are at Putnam Green would love to have better access to the park to come watch my son play baseball games and play hockey, and bring my 4-year-old to a playground that actually works. Right now, it's really, you'll never see a child playing on that playground. If you go to parks, other parks in town on a nice day, they're full of life. Kids, families, activity. Morlot Park and Barham deserve that too. The opposition treats this change as a loss, but for many of us, the real loss would be doing nothing again, leaving the space as it is and missing what it could become. We can preserve history and still move forward. Byram families deserve life in this park, and so does all of Greenwich. Our children deserve a safe, active place to grow up, and this project deserves to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Calandranas. The next person to speak is Phil Dodson, followed by David Wold. Mr. Dodson, if you would go ahead.
Fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
While I support the need for a new and expanded Hamel Rink, I'm opposed to relocating it from its present location and moving it further into this small neighborhood park. The commission repeatedly states that its MI decision is based on consistency with the town's POCD goals and objectives. Building a wide roadway through this or any town park surely doesn't conform with the POCD. There are many other ways this application is not in compliance. We just recently learned that this plan eliminates over 4,000 square feet of green space and adds 5,000 to 6,000 square feet of impervious surfaces. The number of trees to be removed from the property keeps on increasing. This plan calls for regrading 6 acres of the park with over 11,000 cubic yards of fill at various depths of 4 to 7 feet. It will also add at least 2 lengthy retaining walls. The park is extensive and unacceptable. It was just over 1 year ago the RTM overwhelmingly rejected the initial FLIP MI proposal. Apparently, the vote of our town legislative body, which represents the entire town, has not been taken seriously. A flip is a flip no matter where the rink is placed in this park. I strongly urge the commission to reject this MI application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodson. Before I promote Mr. Wold, let me just I'm trying to clarify stuff as much as possible. Mr. Romano, would it be, wait, I've lost him. Okay, I'm going to have to ask Patrick because I'm not seeing Mr. Romano all of a sudden. Oh, he hadn't gotten home. That was why. Patrick, would it be fair to say, is it accurate to say that the rink is going further into the park? I just want to make sure that everybody understands how the layout is going to work. And Mr.
Well, I
Romano.
think further is a subjective term.
Okay.
It is moving. It is no closer to any building today as it will be in the proposal. So the distances from they'll be greater from Sherman, but any other adjacent property, it will be still within the park and of a significant distance away. So it's in the park is if you're standing at Sue Mertz, it's definitely further away from the entrance of Sue Mertz. But again, with the new driveway would be from a secondary entrance off of Western Junior. So what is in the park and deeper or whatever, I think is a little bit subjective.
Okay. The reduction in green space is 4,000 square feet. At present, we have 80% green space. So I have to do the math on where that leaves us if anybody wants to calculate it. But, oh, I know how to calculate it. So there is a reduction in green space associated with having a larger building. The building is 10,000 square feet larger. And
I think it's fair to say that even if the building was replaced on site in its current location, it would be an increase in impervious surface.
Okay.
Not maybe to the level that this is, but it absolutely would result in an increase because of the size of
right.
the roof.
Okay, I see you, Mr. Romano. We're bringing you in. All right. All right. Okay, we're going to go to David Wald and then Mr. Romano. We're going to come back to you because I didn't ask this question and it had came up a lot in the public comment that we've been reviewing, which is the impact on green space and on pervious surface. Oh, look at you. He's got his camera on, but we'll ask you after we've heard all the public comment, but because that came up a lot. Mr. Wald, if you would proceed, if you would unmute, and Mr. Wald followed by Camille. Camille, you will have to spell your last name. After that is Eric LaRosse.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is David Wold. I didn't plan to speak, but I've heard certain comments today that I would like to address. Several people have mentioned the orientation, and I would just refer back to the consultant SLAM and their proposal and May 2021, where they give orientations of the major baseball fields around the country. I also looked it up, and this orientation we don't have many places in town. One second.
I'll be able to comment on that because actually the whole commission can comment on that because we learned a lot about baseball field orientation when we did Central Middle. So we've got this, and we did this with Mr. Siciliano when we did. So you go ahead to your next topic because we can do this after you've left us.
Okay. The town did a survey of all the ball fields in 2020, Watson and Simpson, where Salstrasse Athletic Field is 2.7 acres, I think it is, which includes a soccer field. This new Salstrasse field has no soccer field attached to it. There's been back and forth about the fence on the Board of Selectmen, where it was referred to the PNC Commission. Fred Camillo interrupted me and introduced a fence that would go all along the outfield. The drawings show the field from home base to 300 feet left and right, but he stipulated that there will be a fence. And of course, there will have to be installed fence posts, even if you have the mesh. So those posts would have to be beyond the 300 feet and then will be installed partly in the Memorial Grove. So addressing again, Salstrasse is dedicated as 2.7. It is recognized by the Hartford General Senate, who issued a proclamation for the Salstrasse Athletic Field and how it will be for decades to come an inspiration for kids. And I just don't see this. We're moving Dorothy Hamill, dedicated location, to a new location. We are moving Salstrasse Field to a new location. We are minimizing Salstrasse Field in the new location. Last year's MI went and had a pathway past the Memorial Grove to the playground and to the Vietnam Veterans memorials on the western end of the park there before the hillside. This new MI has no pathway, so they have installed a little tip of a pathway into the Korean Veterans Memorial Tree, but otherwise you would then have to pass on, and I can't see that this could be ADA compliance, staircases to get to the rest of the trees, to the playground, and over to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial.
That's time.
If you look at where...
Thank you, Mr. Wald. I'm sorry, you can come back if we have time at the end.
Thank you,
sir. Camille, you're next, and if you would kindly spell your last name for us.
Of course. Thank you so much for listening to our concerns. My last name is Fusco. That's Fusco.
F as in Frank.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the way it's typed is correct.
There you go.
So my comments are just based on what I heard earlier at the meeting. I live at Putnam Green, actually right across from the hockey rink now. So that driveway is maybe 50 yards down from where I live. My concerns are ones that the commission brought up. The amount of fill, the amount of trucks is a big concern, the construction staging. And my other concern is I'm still having trouble visualizing where the road is going to be in relation to that egress road. At an earlier meeting, I heard mentioned, well, it's a one-way street, so it's not an issue. But it being a one-way street is a little bit of an issue to my mind because most people ignore that it's a one-way street, which is super, super dangerous for those of us who are walking our dogs, but even driving to our parking spaces because it gets really narrow. So I'm concerned that people might cut through the complex because it'll look like it's an easier thing to do. So those were just the two concerns I wanted the commission to think about, and you had already thought about the fill and the trucks. So I just wanted to reinforce that. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fusco. Our next speaker is Eric LaRose. I'm sorry I pronounced your name wrong before. And then while you're coming in, Mr. Harris, you wanted to ask a question?
Yes, I mean, it's just on the green space. It sounds kind of scary to remove 4,000 square feet, but if my calculations are correct,
0.6 of.
Yeah, 0.6%. So I just wanted to get that out there because that.
Thank you. I did that too. So just so the existing green space is, it's great that. We're going in the same direction. So at present, the green space is 80.1%, 80.1. It will go to 79.5% of the property. And this is really not a way of judging it, but just to put it in context, in this zone, you road requires 35% green space. That's not really a way of looking at it because this is a park. So a park is supposed to be green space, but it's a park with active recreation in it. And so when all said and done, what they have done is reduce, as Mr. Harris thankfully did the math is 0.6% reduction. That said, it is a fairly minor reduction at this point because of the change in the parking. And we want to see parking studies. So we are going to explore that in great depth. Is the parking laid out and sufficient to not create a problem on the site? That is a burning question for me right now. Okay, Ms. Christoph and Mr. Alexander are back, followed by Sarah Gleason. I'm going to call on the people who haven't spoken yet. Mr. LaRose, if you would go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, hi, how are you? Eric LaRossi, I'm a Byram resident. I'm a former resident of Smith Street South, which is about 500 feet or 500 feet from the rink, and I'm a current homeowner on Richland, which has been discussed several times about the traffic issues. From my standpoint, I do not believe the project negatively impacts the character or sense of place of the neighborhood. Merlot Park has long functioned as an active recreation hub. This proposal continues that legacy. It doesn't alter it. The improvements being considered are consistent with the park's existing use and role within the community, and they are very welcome for any of the residents who have children. I have 4 kids, all under 9. We use the park almost daily. The thing of it is, I think someone had mentioned before, there's not many other people there, right? The park is in dire need of updating, right? And I'm happy to see that in addition to the actual rink updates and rink rebuild, they're given great improvements to the park. The project reflects an evolution of the space, not a departure from it. It maintains the park as a destination for recreation, gathering, and community activity, while modernizing the infrastructure that is already well established. In my view, this strengthens, not diminishes, the identity of the area. As someone who lives in close proximity and uses the park regularly, I have no concern with what's being proposed and look forward to the actual execution of what we have here. I'm obviously very much in favor of this park and look forward to the day when I can actually enjoy it with my kids. when we're done talking about it and actually moved forward to actually using it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Sarah Gleason. Even as people like this, it is a big change, and we do understand that even if someone endorses it and supports it, that it is going to be a big change in what this looks like. We're very clear on that. When we walked the site, we saw that. Oops, that was weird. Okay, Ms. Gleason, if you would go ahead, followed by Claire Kilgallen and then Javier Aleman.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. And I'm not at the rink tonight, so I can actually talk to you from not on my watch, but on my laptop.
Well, your watch was pretty darn cool.
Hey, I tried. And I was actually listening until my one student was late on Tuesday night, so I was actually able to be on the phone on the ice. Don't tell the boss. But
boss is here.
I know.
Okay.
He's laughing at the moment, so that's all right. So I want to continue to speak up for this wonderful space, and a revamping of this wonderful space. I am a longtime user, started skating when I was 10, started teaching, competed when I was 12, started teaching when I was 15. It is truly the Dorothy Hamill skating rink. That's what my rink jackets say. That's what this year's figure skating competition lists the rink as. The only thing is, we need something that is standard size. Right now, we have a subpar surface size, and we have 5 Olympians connected to this, a growing skating school, lots of youth hockey, lots of figure skating, lots of recreational use. We need a standard size rink. Locker rooms are not a luxury, they are a necessity. The task force was meticulous about going through various sites. I was at most of those meetings, even when I was in Midcoast, Maine, and in a house that didn't have any Wi-Fi. I still managed to figure out how to get there. So my Inspector Gadget status keeps going. We need this rink. There's always going to be opposition to any place we put it. When I was in high school, there were no locker rooms. It was a big open space which had hockey players and figure skaters changing in the same area. Not sure that would fly now. Again, we have 5 Olympian. I don't have anything prepared, so I'm babbling. I'm sorry. But we need something. Greenwich is a wonderful town, has a wonderful reputation. We need a building that reflects it. We need a place that replaces it. And I will read from my email that I sent you, Margarita. It's time to move forward.
I hope you send it to other people, because I haven't gotten to my email all afternoon.
No. You've already put it in public comments.
Okay, good.
It is time to move forward and build a rink that meets current standards and codes. Greenwich deserves a home rink to be proud of. I have taught in Connecticut, Maine, and New York. If anyone on the commission would like to talk to me about the importance of locker rooms and the importance of various aspects of the rink, I would be happy to talk to them. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Ms. Gleason? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Claire Kilgallen, if you would go ahead, and you are followed by Javier Aleman.
Good evening, Claire Kilgallen. I live on Hilltop. I'm within short walking distance to the rink. I'm looking forward to the semi-approval and the moving of the preliminary site plan forward. Just to add to the other comments, this is going to give us modern compliance and make this park accessible to everyone. Right now, I don't think it's hitting that mark. And by moving this project forward, we will get those improvements. And I hear the amount of the 0.6%, but I think as we perceive it, as we come through Sumertz, which already is a two-way street, you are currently hitting, a big swath of pavement smack dab in the middle of the site. And that reorienting to put the Straza field there, I think really brings the park back into its sense of place as a true park. It is near to the municipal bus at West Putnam, so that's within a quarter-mile walk. So there's opportunity there to have ecological benefit. And with the P&Z's significant landscaping plans and regulations, there will be robust screening. And I would say it's more robust screening than currently exists because the regulations will require the degree that doesn't exist right now. So this will give an opportunity to have meaningful recreation, the connection from the field to the playground. And I just think it's a great improvement for everybody in Byram, not just the children, but everyone. And it will, as Eric was saying earlier, make this a park that really, truly everybody can enjoy, not only from all the aspects of the improvement with the rink, but also the accessibility in 2026 that this site does not currently have. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Kilgallen. Mr. Aleman, you're next, followed by Steve C.D. Rink, and you'll need to tell us your name and everything when you come in.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So, yes, no problem. So, just
Clock.
wanted to address some of the comments previously with sense of place. Removing the rink from Marlowe Park would be the most drastic change in sense of place of everything being considered. So I just want to reiterate that right now in this area, there is a rink, there's a baseball field, and there's a parking lot. And at the end of this, there will be a rink, a baseball field, and a parking lot. So the sense of place argument seems like is a little out of place when people are suggesting to remove the rink from the park. Now, with regards to traffic, there's already a rink here. We're not adding a new rink. It's not like we're putting a second slab of ice on this and increasing the traffic and the volume 2 times. This is, again, it's going to be like for like at the end of this. You're still going to have the same use in the park that you have had for the last 55 years. And moreover, I would like to just emphasize that this is a park upgrade. And at the end of this will be a park upgrade for Byram. The baseball field needs attention. It's been in, it's not even official size, but it's been in disrepair. The rink, as is right now, is not code compliant. So no matter what would happen with any version of this, of what was suggested, you still need to fix the current building. So this is going to be an issue, and it's going to have to grow because it's not compliant. Like you need more space for ADA. The footprint will grow. So the growth of the building or the impermeable space, surfaces will happen no matter what. So I just wanted to, again, reiterate to the commission that there's a lot of support in Byram for this. I myself am a Byram resident. I have a couple of young kids that go to the rink often, and I've gotten a chance to meet a lot of great people in Byram, through that experience. And this would be something that Byram would lose, and it would be a shame. So again, I want to highly encourage everyone to support this project and vote for its confirmation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aleman. Steph Cowie is next. What was your name that I couldn't figure out who that was?
It was Steph C. Dorothy Hamill, DH, Rink.
Got it.
Yes.
Never figured it out.
Never
All
would
right.
figure that
Go
out.
ahead, Ms. Cowie.
So everyone pretty much said a lot of the things, but I just want to fill in a little more color about the task force. So I'm Steph Cowie, and I am the current or the acting secretary for the Hamill Rink Task Force. So you all know we did this about 9 months, and people think and make comments that this was done in a flash. It wasn't. It was done with sincere diligence about every single thing and decisions made. No one was left outside of the table or the conversation. Everything the task force did was completely transparent. We had public meetings. We had public notices. We made sure that all of our meetings were recorded, transcripts, all uploaded to the Hamel Rink Task Force webpage. And if you all want to go on and catch some more great reading, it's all there for you. We also have additional FAQs that were done just from hearing more about the actual community. And when we talk about community, Byram is a huge part of that decision, as well as the rest of the town. We had tremendous amount of strength and support from all. We had a great representation on our task force. No one was left unrepresented. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. I mean, we had a BET member, we had a Byram Neighborhood Association member, we had a Veterans Association member, we had our Energy EMAC member. I'm getting all like caught up here. I'm your ADA, hey, go figure, representative. But we really did have a wonderful committee and thoughtful time. And also we had great attendance to this committee. This was something that happened since end of March and went through the end of December into January. And we met weekly. So it was flash, it was fast. And as the secretary, nobody wanted that job. I'm telling you, it was not for the faint at heart. But I do want to say one other thing. We did meet with all user groups, and Sarah Gleason mentioned some of that. We did meet with rink users. We met with RTM chairs, committee chairs, to go back and see, like, to make sure what was done previously and what's being done now. So to make it all clear, we have gone actually already back to most committee members of the RTM and had further discussions. And again, it's been an ongoing conversation. So again, some people are stating, well, it's going to go right back and you're going to have the same result. I would hope not. I would hope that this community knows that things are really filling in the proper way. And I would say I'm asking for your MI approval, and I can't thank you all enough. And thank you to Peter Lowe, who carried us through a lot of ways in really directing us. I mean, we had Dennis Yeski on CMS, but you know, Peter was thumbs up. It was wonderful to have him. So again,
I think you just got dissed, Yeski.
All of it. He knows I'm joking with him, so he totally knows.
Yeah, we had Yeski was okay, but boy, we love Peter.
Dennis
already.
I'll just point out. Yeah, I'll just point out that Stephanie was an official member of that committee. She shouted from the sidelines, and the guys in the trenches are making that school work. But now she is an official member.
All right.
Thank you, Dennis. And Dennis,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms.
We
Cowie.
love him. We love him. Thank you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got yourself out of that one. Thank you very much. Folks, I'm going to just consult with you. We got two people who want to come back around, Ann Christoph and Peter Alexander. We do not have to. You want to do it. Okie doke. I saw nods. I think given the fact that we're trying to get all the input, Ann Christoph, if you would go ahead and try to keep it short. Let's go down to 2 minutes for this one.
Hi, can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yep.
So just a few other things. I just want to make, and again, Margarita, you know, I may be making the wrong points, so just correct me if I am, but there's the talk about the green space, and our point has always been the open space, because you can have green space, like you could have a whole area and chop it up, like Greenwich Avenue, and be like, oh, if you add up all the little bits of green space, it totals more than whatever. But we, you know, the open space to us is what is the sense of place. Second of all, it's weird to see the task force members on here, because their job per Fred Camillo was to just identify a site, nothing to do with the design. So it's kind of, it just seems a little bit weird to me to have them come on and talk about design. There are actually 5 or 6 features of that park. So Mr. Alleman was talking about that there's only 3, but there's actually 5 or 6. So we care about all of the aspects, not just the rink. And we also love the rink. We all grew up here. We grew up skating there. I was there when Dorothy Hamill came back after she won the Olympics. I was at the parade. I had the haircut. My mother was the president of the PTA. So we love the rink. We would love for it to stay in Byram. If you read Mr. Shahadi's letter, you know, after this, it's just about the size and the scale and how it fits within that specific park. I've always said, we want a new rink. But if Greenwich needs a new kind of rink, meaning this really big commercial type of rink like Chelsea Piers or Twin Rinks or what other high schools have, that's great. But that size of a rink does not fit in this little park. That's my big problem with the design, is that it is a lot bigger. It is taking up more space, and it is going to destroy the park as we know it. And we love Byram, and it deserves to have the history preserved. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to Peter Alexander and David Wald, to answer Ms. Christoph's question, in this revised site plan, what DPW has emphasized several times is that the open space green area, which includes the baseball field, is moved to the center of the park so that it is more all together. Now, we put up the visual and you got to judge that for yourself, but that's what the emphasis has been. Our next speaker is Peter Alexander. Also, just to clarify, our member of the rink task force is not participating. He is dark, as you can see. He is dark on the screen. Okay, Mr. Alexander, go ahead. 2 minutes, and if you could keep it shorter, that'd be even better.
Thank you. I want to get back to the original parameters you set up. So we should be talking about the municipal improvement. I'd love to hear from the neighbors, their reaction, but I don't think it's time to redesign yet. If you approve the municipal improvement, can it be dedicated to an alternative, such as just rehabbing the rink and keeping it the same size for youth and ADA?
No, sir.
Training?
We have the MI is for the application that is before us, for the preliminary site plan that is before us. That is all we are able to do.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Bye-bye. Okay, David Wald, last shot.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would just like to address, looking at the drawing again, the sitting area for the seniors at McKinney Terrace is at elevation 101, 102, and the Memorial Grove is in the 90s. So there is very little chance that they can see through the crown of the memorial trees anything that goes on in the outfield of the new baseball field. I have been there for the last 5 years, all summer long with my dogs, and spoken to the people who live there. And they love the interaction with the players and the coaches. They know them by first name. There is no chance that they will ever have any contact with them 500 feet away at the new home base. I would also like to address an issue that I've brought up over the last 5 years, and that is the basketball that brought Eugene Morlow to Greenwich. That was originally 4 basketball hoops. It was in the MI in 1991 to be relocated in a new location. We have ended up with 1 basketball hoop, which Greg Kramer has confirmed that is inspected and maintained by the Parks and Rec Tree Division. It is nowhere to be found on this site plan. So I'm just asking, before you go ahead and give a municipal improvement, I would like to see what improvements is it for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Hendrik. And Mr. Alleman, I see your hand is up, but if you're looking to defend your honor, you really don't need to. We do know you, but okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hendrik, and you'll have to say your first name.
Hi, you got me?
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey Hendrick. I just want to say I am a resident of Putnam Green. I literally live directly across the street from the field. And I just want to say I'm in full favor of it. The traffic won't be any different. We're not adding more stuff so that like there will be this giant influx of traffic. In fact, it might actually help with the traffic on the backside in the neighborhood. So again, Putnam Green resident, have been there for 14 years or so. And I see that field every day. it's in complete disarray. Like the only thing that field's getting used for is for dogs to use the bathroom. So any improvement would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hendrick. Okay, Mr. Aleman, go ahead.
Thank you again. I just wanted to clarify one thing. There was a comment made about the task force being, on the call, and
Yep,
and
I
as
know
far
that's
as
what you wanted to answer.
well, and as far as the design component. So I'm speaking as a member of the community and as a Byram resident, number one. But number two, I also wanted to just highlight the fact that the changes in this design were in large part driven from feedback given to us by the Byram community, most specifically by the Byram Neighborhood Association representative. So the changes that we're making here were given to us, and there's a lot of feedback and done in conjunction with the Byram Neighborhood Association representative, which obviously is part of the Byram neighborhood and feedback from the community. So we took a lot of effort to make sure that the local community was able to weigh in on this. So just wanted to address that. The new rink location was actually a direct contribution from that representative. So I just want to make sure that the committee, that the commission is aware, and I think you guys are, but we had a lot of input from Byram on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Aleman. Our next and last speaker is Joe Rothenberg.
All right. Hi. Thank you for your time. At its core, this project is simple. It replaces a failing, crumbling rink and a non-regulation sized baseball field with a safe, modern rink and a regulation sized baseball field for our community. It's an upgrade, plain and simple. It improves Morlow Park in every meaningful way. There's been discussion about the POCD and preserving a sense of place, but preserving a sense of place doesn't mean freezing a property in its current condition forever, especially when that condition is deteriorating in
Mr.
substandard.
Rockenberg, could you just slow down a little bit for the court reporter? I'm sorry.
Yeah, he doesn't like this. Sorry.
Okay.
He
Should I
has
start
to type
over?
while you're talking. No, just keep going.
Okay.
We'll but talk slow.
Sure. Improving public assets for our families and future generations is exactly how we honor a sense of place. This application reflects a process that listens. The task force and this commission have heard community concerns and made good faith efforts to address them. It's a thoughtful, balanced proposal. All the information about the proposal is publicly available, notwithstanding that there may be some people out there who continue to spread misinformation in order to sow opposition. A note on the orientation of the baseball field, because I think that's pretty illustrative of what I just said. The reorientation of the baseball field is
Slow down.
Sorry.
The
reorientation of the baseball field is an intentional feature of this plan. It's not a flaw. The plan intentionally reorients the baseball field to make it face in the correct direction so that kids are no longer facing into the sun, which happens at the existing field. Arguing that reorienting the field is a flaw of this plan is just another example of an immovable opposition to this plan, ignoring the publicly available information and throwing everything they can against the wall to see what sticks. It's false. We're never going to satisfy every single person, and we shouldn't have to. This plan represents a fair and responsible outcome for the broader community, a community which strongly supports this project. Please approve this application for our kids. Thank you very much for your time.
That was really good at the end. Thank you very much, Mr.
All right,
Rothenberg.
thanks.
You can come to us for speaking coaching anytime.
All right.
All right, that does it for the public comment. Mr. Siciliano, I'm going to hit you up front. A couple of people are talking about the orientation we learned about of the baseball field. We learned about it with CMS. This is not your favorite, what is being proposed, but it's what works in the park. Do you want to talk about what happens and what you've done?
Well, I'll let Mr. Romano talk about the proposed orientation, but the current one, let's just talk about the current one for a second. The current one, most of the time the sun is in the batter's eyes. We have a short right field line with cars parked along the right field line. So the orientation of the new location would take that equation out. We'd have the proper size field. We'd have a better orientation than we have now. And it would take out the play of all those cars parked in the parking lot that currently get their windows broken on occasion when the ball hit foul. So those are a couple of pluses in moving the field to its new location. And I'll leave the rest of it to Luigi because he's done more of the study of positioning of the field.
Okay, Mr. Romano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, so the current orientation is more southeasterly facing. Southerly is the core component there with the sun. We're focused when you're looking at the batter's eye is what we're considering as the main driver. Yeah, since they're the ones receiving the pitch. The new orientation is in a more northwest direction. There is a range that is recommended. It is more of a northeasterly direction to avoid that southwest exposure, but it does range from northwest to southeast. So this is within that range.
Okay. I think that was the key thing that we had. There was something else that a couple of other things that are burning in my head that I wanted to talk to you guys about. As going through the material, there are some specific concerns which have been touched on, and one is traffic and parking. And the other, interestingly, is the concern, the question the fire marshal raises about turning radius and access and all of that. One of the things I would like to ask you is if we were to move this to final and you found that these concerns, once you get the traffic study and once you've worked with the fire marshal, would necessitate, if anything happens that necessitates a change in the site plan, we would ask that you come back and discuss them with us prior to changing the site plan and then coming back in with the final that is different from the basic concepts we're talking about now. Because we've gotten the entire community to focus on this. And if what I see is I see three basic issues that could really change the layout. So folks, jump in if you see another one. One is the fire. The other one is traffic and parking. And the third one is, I do have a safety concern about that space between the length of the building and the perimeter fence in the park, the length of the skating rink building and the perimeter fence. If any of those concerns, what we would say to you is just get on our agenda and come in and have a discussion with us. Don't file an application, just call it a discussion item and come in and say, we are rethinking this. Because I don't want us to get to a point where the town spends money and someone says, oh my God, oh my gosh, it's a different site plan. So I did want to say that we have, as you might imagine, I think we're going to have a lot of asks for if we were to move this for a final site plan. Is there anything that the commission wants to say at this point in terms of things we haven't addressed that they would like to talk about or condition? Anything that you want to raise, Mr. Harris?
The only thing that I want to raise was I see that there's a lot of crossing of the main street, and I'm sure it's going to be all great when it's done and all safe. But I am concerned that, when kids park and then cross the street to get to the ball field or vice versa from the ancillary parking, I just want to make sure that that focus has been given that those crossings are very safe for the kids.
Pedestrian crossings, yes. And in fact, I can't remember when we talked about it during the site walk, but one of the things that came up was they've had a lot of lock DPW with that raised crossing concept. Oh, we talked about it with Western Junior. Okay, Mr. McRice. So focus on pedestrian safety was your request, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. McRae.
I definitely think this has got to run off to ARC, but I really think that before it runs off to ARC, that the town tree warden and the landscape plan be kind of closer and more finalized. That way they're not looking at something that's actually subject to change.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually, you had talked about the vine, I think of invasive
We
species
got
issue.
that.
Yeah.
Invasive species is tougher, but the vines we can definitely do. I did reach out to conservation and the tree warden today, and the invasive species got some mixed reactions, but they'll do the vines.
Right. The construction phasing plan,
Yep.
soup to nuts, from first shovel of dirt till, the day the last piece opens. I think, from our experience in other large projects, schools, so on and so forth, that's a very critical roadmap for both, our staff, and anybody in town, so they know what's going on, when, those kind of things. I think it should be reiterated again, actually, that according to what we've heard here testimony tonight, the tree line along Western Junior Highway is not to be touched. Again, that's on the landscape plan. And I think actually the renderings, I think actually a photo rendering, because I think that would be most realistic. And I would support, even if we need more funding for that, I would support that, because it seems that a lot of people are still looking at this plan and not understanding it, and we're getting a lot of confusion. This may help a lot with people who can't visualize from 2D to 3D. And I think actually, yes, from the entrance from Sue Mertz, from Western Junior Highway approaches, the knoll there at McKinney Terrace, those kind of things. But there's more, and I think actually, if you can, we're gonna move this or something. If you put something out there as a motion, we probably could add in detail.
I've been taking notes, both in this session and the last one. I've been of the public and of you guys. So hopefully we're making a list.
Mhm.
All right, Mary.
Yeah, I would like to just suggest that maybe at least some greater detail about the enhancements to non-sports facilities in the park, because I think a lot of the public concern, I mean, you are taking it's going to change the open space as against the green space, but just giving people an idea of where the walking paths would be and where the other additional facilities would be, just in a little more detail. I mean, I know that's a design function for moving, the preliminary to final. But I think that would give people comfort who are concerned about the passive recreational uses of the park.
It's very tough to do it before an MI right now because there's no money.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, so we would say prior to a return to final, you work on all the shade, all the passive, all the amenities for passive users of the park.
Yeah.
And you provide further detail, as well as the I lost you for a sec. Oh, the playground.
Yeah, I was going to say that what I had was the walking paths, the playground, any sort of enhancement of the grove, and basketball was mentioned. I'm not quite sure how we fit that in, and it's not it's certainly not passive.
The language I put in just now is look for potential locations for basketball hoops.
There you go. And I love the idea, by the way, of a photo rendering, because that way people are seeing what's there and how it would be different if when the project's done.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Jones.
Just to add on to Mary's, I think it's also important to sort of have an understanding about how the landscaping might be incorporated into those enhancements on the other part of the other aspects of the park.
So in the passive recreation areas. So, right. But the last time we saw a rink proposal, we asked for butterfly gardens, mileage markers, and somewhere I think we also had some language about making the planting a showcase for what should be in a park, kind of thing. That the planting becomes native species, emphasize what's sort of out there in terms of beautiful landscaping, and it doesn't have to be expensive.
No, we've heard in some of the comments that it needs some TLC. And I think plantings and more robust, plantings and that kind of thing. I do see, I mean, there are rain gardens mentioned and sort of part of that around the parking area and that kind of stuff I think would be great.
Yeah. I got a question for you guys. Well, we can figure this out later. One of the things might be is as this fleshes out, do we want to see pieces of it rather than a full, do we want to have discussion items? We can ask them once they're funded to develop, if we were to move this forward, once they were funded, then we could say, well, come show us where you're doing this and this, rather than try to swallow a whole proposal. But that's something to think about. Like, do you want to just see where the landscape plan heads? Mary.
Yeah, I would say yes, because I think that gives us a better sense of how things are progressing on the non-sports facility side.
So Patrick, don't make a face. You're just going to have to figure out how we do that.
Well, I'm not saying it's not possible, but again, if this is going to be an iterative process, maybe a website or some sort of like other projects
I love
are
it.
down, and
love
then
it.
it doesn't have to be a scheduled,
I love
appointment.
that.
It doesn't have to be appointment viewing.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
I love that.
I was also going to say, Madam Chair, there is a member of the public with her hand raised, and I don't
Yeah,
know.
we had stopped the public comment when she raised her hand, but let's go ahead and let her speak because she is the head of the BNA. We had already moved on, and I wanted to get the rest of your points out. So we'll come back. Go ahead, Ms. Eckert. Go ahead, Ms. Eckert. If you would unmute. There you go.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. You're
okay. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for all you're doing. I just have been listening on, and I just want to make one statement, and I want to be perfectly clear. The Byram Neighborhood Association is not taking a position and does not endorse or oppose this plan.
Okay.
That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, that was quick. All right. Anything else you guys want to throw out there before we move on? Any questions? Understanding that it's hard to get more information at this point because the money's been spent, what's been allocated. All right. Okay. Based on the fact that it is difficult to do additional design and development work on this at this time because of where they are budget-wise, I would like to suggest that we close these two items and consider deciding them so that either if we think it's flawed and should not go ahead at all, that signal can be given, or if we support it, we can give a laundry list of what could come before final, with the final. How do people feel about that? Are you willing to close at this time?
Works for me, Madam Chair.
Mr. Yeski?
It works for me also. I think we've heard enough, given that it's a preliminary to vote on it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard enough. I want to know more about the traffic. I want to know more about the circulation. I want to know about the speed at Western Junior. I want to know exactly what the usage is going to be over a 12-month period. I'm sorry, I'm keeping you awake, Mr. Siciliano. Oh,
You want to hear that on a preliminary basis?
No, that's the problem. None
Right.
of what
That's
I
what
want
I
to
said.
know can be done. Hours of operation, what's going to happen at different points in time. Are you going to have a baseball tournament with a skating tournament? All those kinds of things. They can't really address that until they're working towards the final. And all the things like, what's the traffic impact? What's the average speed on Western Junior? How are you going to make that turn? All of that can't be addressed. And so my frustration is I think we have to close it and decide it. So, Madam Jones.
I'm fine with closing it.
Okay. And Mr. McRae?
Yes, close, please.
All righty. Therefore, both of these applications are hereby closed. And we thank you for your patience and everything all the time you've put into them. I would expect that we will decide them at the end of our public hearing, since they're both public hearing items, that we will decide them at the end of our public hearing tonight. And we will, again, we thank you. And Jim Michael, thank you for making the time to come. We were very grateful to have you, even though you didn't talk, because I was concerned that you might not be here to give us your own perspective, and I think it turned out okay, but thank you for coming. Okay. I'm not sure he's really there, so maybe he just walked away to have dinner. All right. Someone tell him that, because I think he may not have been totally there. Okay, Mr. Siciliano, I'm gonna throw you into attendees. Bye-bye. Okay. Is anybody averse to eating dinner?
No. No.
Okay.
We need to hear from Mr. Lowe, don't we, on that?
That's a loaded question. That's such a leading question.
All right. And
Did somebody mention my name?
Yes. So
Yes, you did. Do you want to eat?
One vote for dinner.
Okay. So
You woke me up.
let's go ahead and take a half hour. That was a long discussion, and we probably need a break.
Yes, please.
And Nola's convinced that by the time I make a motion, you guys are going to need intermission anyway. All right. Talk to you guys. Okay. Oh, Tracy beat me to starting the recording. I was just trying to show off that I knew where the new button was.
That was Pat, wasn't me.
Okay, Mr. Basile, you're good, I expect. And we get brownie points for getting people to slow down.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, it was great. Thanks.
No, I was having trouble.
It was pretty
All
good.
right. Okay, good evening, Mr. O'Donnell. Our next application is SF 1919A LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new pool house, detached garage and drive with associated site improvements where the total volume of all the structures will further exceed 150,000, will it continue to exceed is probably better, 150,000 cubic feet on a 9.385 acre property located at 9 Sabine Farm Road in the RA2 zone. Mr. McRae will be recused from this application, and Ms. Jenkins will continue to be seated for him.
See you all later.
Bye. Mr. O'Donnell, normally I would not ask you this, but having struggled my little way through this with our staff this afternoon, I would like to read you some numbers and then you tell me if I've got it.
Excellent.
She says we have that this is right, because she scratched all of the numbers that I had done. Okay. She said that.
Sorry, Casey, can you try your mic? I don't know if we heard you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Excellent.
Is that
I
better?
heard him. No,
Okay.
I heard you fine. You said excellent.
You're a little echoey, you're distant or whatever, but it's
Just shout at us. Okay, so I pulled numbers from the tables that were in our stuff, and she corrected them all. So I just want to run this by you. The 2019 approvals were for a total of 487,421 cubic feet of volume, a gross floor area of 25,265 square feet, FAR of 0.06, and proposed a green area of 0.89.
That is correct.
Okay. In 2020, an administrative approval was granted for revisions resulting in a gross floor area of 21,214 square feet, an FAR of 0.05, and a proposed green area of 0.90. I never did find the cubes on that one.
That is correct.
Okay.
I can check if the Wadia plans have a cubic volume.
Don't
study
worry
in
about
there.
it. I think,
Okay.
you know, we have no zoning limitation on cubes. It's just the trigger. Right. So I just wanted to make sure that we had the FAR and the square footage and the green area correct. The current final site plan and special permit, which represents a revision to 2020, is 427,068 cubic feet of volume, gross floor area of 26,191, FAR of 0.06, and a green area of 0.9. Patrick, did you text me? Because I'm being,
Correct.
okay.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't know if you introduced the
I
application.
did indeed. I did.
Okay.
I was awake.
must
I'd had a
have,
cup of coffee. Yep. I had a cup of
I
coffee.
needed.
and
I need
everything.
mine. I apologize.
Yep. Okay. So those numbers are correct. So because the struggle for us was, for me at least, where it started, where it went, where it is now, because I wasn't clear that this will not continue to evolve over time. And so I felt it was right for the commission to have a sense of where this project has gone. With that it's finally, I finally have a grasp of it. I will let you proceed with your presentation. I just had to have the numbers down. It was really bothering me. Go ahead.
I think that was a great choice to get them down, and I was pleased to work with Sandra on this to make a nice, clear record. I am going to just briefly address the high notes from our last meeting, and then if there's additional questions, I'm happy to answer them. So we have 90% green area where 78 is permitted. We have 6% floor area where 9% floor area is permitted. Total cubic volume today, we agree 427,068 under this application. Health Department approved the septic system, including the approval by the state of a centralized septic system between the pool house and the main house. So Health Department comments resolved. Conservation comments are resolved. We've increased native plantings. We've given an update on the tree relocation, and we've increased native plantings within the rain gardens.
Okay, although in the last, and does that mean that you incorporated their last set, the March 11 comments, where they say our previous comments have been addressed, but we recommend increasing the variety of species within the rain gardens where the quantity of plantings is relatively large? That whole set of comments?
The existing plans do not reflect that, but we're happy to accept that.
So we will ask you that. I would, if we were to move this, we would ask you where they talk about it also not being a broad enough mix of species.
We will increase native varieties as a condition of approval.
Okay.
Overall landscape plan in 2019 was 15 deciduous trees, several of which were native. Today, we have 44 trees that are native trees, 30 deciduous, 14 holly. We have 16 apple trees that are non-native, 125 native shrubs, and as we've discussed, 720 gallons of native perennials and variegated grasses. So a substantial increase in the landscape plan. As it related to the EMAC comments, the dwelling does use geothermal. It's designed and optimized around the dwelling. And so the applicant is happy to commit to 20 to 22 SEER air conditioning in the pool house. Both buildings will be specified with R60 insulation in the roof and R30 in the walls. So any heating or cooling that's utilized in either building will be put to good use and retained. And the site is served with natural gas. So if the pool is heated, it will be heated with a natural gas heater. Those were the open issues from our last meeting, and I'm happy to answer any questions or give you any additional information.
Okay, I just had to write all that down. All right, does anybody have any questions for Mr. O'Donnell? Okay, Does anybody have any comments from the public? Anybody in the public wish to speak on this application? Again, this is 9 Sabine Farm Road. This is a revision to the second revision to a plan that was approved in 2019. Although it looked like in 2020, it actually got revised twice. The numbers changed. There were tables with different numbers from 2020, but it's been revised more than once. And anyway, in any event, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this? All right, seeing no comments. Anything else, Mr. O'Donnell?
No, we appreciate very much the input, working with staff, and of course the commission's time. It makes the town a better place.
I always tell you, I'd always, don't be too nice.
Yeah, I'm already checking my pockets.
Listen, I observed the hockey, or excuse me, wrong word. I observed the reconsideration of the park, and I'm sincerely grateful. Thank you.
I don't know. You got to be careful, Mr. O'Donnell. We don't do well with people being nice to us. We're just used to people pushing.
It's an unfamiliar feeling, I think.
It's an
recall
unfamiliar feeling. Okay. Hearing no further comments from the commission, does anyone object to closing this application at this time? As a reminder, Madam Jenkins is seated for Mr. McRae, and the rest is the regulars.
No.
No. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. O'Donnell. Nick, you can come back. All right. We're going to finish this eventually. Wow, suddenly it looks long. Okay. Our next application is Eric and Danielle Claycomb for a final site plan and special permit to construct an addition to an existing single-family dwelling within a historic overlay and conservation cluster zone located at 1139 King Street. For those of you who are listening and interested, this was originally a Gimbel estate and is now Chieftains. The building in question was originally a caretaker's cottage, placed into preservation, later converted to a single family dwelling, and now before us for an expansion. Mr. Bristol and the regular members will be, I'm sorry, I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. Albin, McRae, Lowe, Jones for Yeski, and Jenkins for Wells. I woke up just, Okay, now, Mr. Bristol.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Christopher Bristol representing the applicants, Eric and Danielle Claycomb. To be clear, actually, the whole Chieftains is part of the historic overlay zone as well. So, I mean, it's not that it makes much of a difference, but I mean, this property actually, as Madam Chair mentioned, was the caretaker's cottage. It was actually, I think, if you look at how the approval for the Chieftains community cluster zone and the historic overlay zone, this was sort of a tag along. It certainly was not the focus. Early on, it was called a potential unit of Chieftains, but it was certainly never incorporated. So for such a small property, and the project being an addition, a 2-story addition, it's not that complicated. This is one of the more vexing sort of zoning schemes and zoning interplays that I've had to deal with. I was with you before last time when we were discussing it. I had hoped to get at that time some clarity as to what variances in terms of side yards, or I'm sorry, in terms of yard setbacks, the commission would be willing or not willing to vary. And I'd hoped to get more information from the zoning enforcement officer's comments to the final application, which was, I was hoping for some clarity so that we could work with it, and then I'd be able to position myself to go to PZBA for the necessary variances.
Well, we can have Patrick help you out with that. I think that he had a perspective. We discussed it yesterday. I believe you were listening yesterday. You definitely need to go to the ZBA for one variance for the FAR and the and the total square footage. But the question is really, we can vary the setbacks. The question is, which way do you want to go? Because I guess Patrick, he could go to the ZBA and ask them to change the setbacks, or he can just ask us. Patrick?
Well, I would think the preferred path is to seek the commission's approval first, and then if there's, what's the word? Disagreement on the waiver, then, the applicant has the right to go to seek that waiver with
But-
ZBA.
But we would not be able to decide on varying the setbacks
Right.
until he has already gone to the ZBA for the
Oh.
FAR.
I'm sorry. Well, I would say in this instance, the setback matter is something that the commission has autonomy to vary here.
Yes, but we would have to take a vote and a decision,
Right.
and we cannot do that until we close the application.
Correct.
And
So-
he's
so what
before
I
us,
contemplate-
if
what
I
I
might,
contemplate doing-
hold on,
Sorry,
hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. If I might, he has it before us as a final. If he had converted to preliminary, which considering that it has to be closed tonight.
Right.
Yeah, if he converted to preliminary, then we could move it to final with a decision on the setbacks, and then he would have the ability to do as he wishes with the ZBA.
I think Mr. Bristol has something to say to that point. So
Go ahead, sir.
I'm totally in agreement. That was my plan, and thinking of how this all came about. As I said, it was not easy, and not easy sort of field to traverse about how everything was sort of interplaying. But that's exactly what I proposed to do this evening, was to convert to preliminary. Hopefully, the commission would be able to put in some detail, or give direction as to what variances I would actually need. Which is, I think, what we used to do before the pre-application process was. If I'm remembering back to the good old days, I think we actually used to file preliminary for this purpose, right? We used to file a preliminary application, subject to getting X, Y, or Z, a variance or something like that, and then we'd be able to come back.
Oh, no, you
after having
guys
done
are
it.
the ones who decided to stop filing preliminaries. We never stopped you.
I know, correct.
So
Well, in this instance,
don't look at me, don't look at us and say you put in the pre-app process and now we don't do preliminaries. You chose that.
I was
See, I'm
waxing
good at this
nostalgic, that's
pushing
it.
back thing.
I was waxing nostalgic. So, in all seriousness, this is a situation where it's perfect for it. I didn't plan it that way, but that's how it shook. That's how it shook out. So, I ask you to convert to a preliminary, and then ask the commission to comment on these variances. Again, what I propose to do is to have the front yard be the private road, and then everything else accordingly. So then the south side would be the rear yard, the east side would be the side yard, and then the west side would be the street side yard. So it would be where the nonconformities exist, it would be front yard. We're not going any closer to the road, but we're still within the required setback. So it would be front yard, it would be side yard, it would be FAR, obviously, and the zone 100-foot zone setbacks from both Element Lane, the private road, and King Street, which are also part of the conservation zone. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I understand you can't comment or waive the FAR, but I was just listing the variances.
Mr. Lowe.
Well, I would just say, while we can acknowledge that we're able to modify the setbacks, I wondered might you articulate the compelling rationale for us to do so, given the peculiar circumstances associated with this site.
Well, I don't know if you have it in front of you, but if you look at the plot plan,
I'm familiar with the geography and the proximity.
But it's a postage stamp thin box that is the allowable development area. Literally anything we do in order to upgrade the house from about whatever it is, 1,200 square feet to anything more has to be done by way of. It's not conforming in some fashion. Everything. It's a very small lot. It's in the
Mr. Bristol, I understand all that. I'm just wondering. So, you're an advocate. Presumably you're an advocate for the applicant, and I'm just saying,
sure.
Please convince us why this makes so much sense. Pardon?
Exactly. Beautifully said, Mr. Lowe. Explain to us why the applicant should
why
have
this makes so much sense, given the peculiar nature of the site and everything. We're all familiar with the the geometry and the site and the structure and all the rest of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that speaks to it. I mean, it's a situation where it's a very small structure. You know, it's in the largest zone. It is part of a very corner of a cluster, a conservation cluster zone. So when you look at how the property developed over time, I don't remember the percentage, but a very substantial portion of the Kimball estate was preserved. So this is surrounded by conservation land. The house across the little private lane there is I think it's about a 5-acre parcel or 4.5 acre. It's certainly larger than this. They'd be put at a substantial disadvantage to do literally anything with the property. They've already gone and gotten HDC approval for their design. When the driving factor of the historic overlay was actually the much more important buildings on the Kimball estate, which was the Chieftains building. But be that as it may, they've gone and gotten HCC approval for their current design. They're really put through the ringer in terms of scrutiny. So I think they're sort of earning the right to upgrade their house to something that's more livable with today's standards. I mean, it's when you're looking at the overall development as proposed, it's something more closer to an R12 or R20 lot, which is what this is sized for. To look at this a different way, I can't change. It's not really. There's no good argument to change the zone, because then that would end up being a sort of island. You know, there's RA4 zone around it and conservation cluster.
Spot zoning. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So I thought about doing that, but that's almost is a harder argument to make. You know, the Chieftain's property is a conservation cluster. The property across the street and that uses the private lane is also a conservation cluster. So when you look at the overall sort of big chunks of land that surround this, most of it is conservation land. So I would say that this is a very reasonable scale development, especially when in keeping with the overall amount of conservation land that's in the direct proximity to it.
Thank you.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Bristol, I beg to disagree. You required yards, building height, so on and so forth, is there for a reason, so a lot does not get overdeveloped. It seems that we're jumping through a lot of flaming hoops here to add to the building. Maybe this is not a really great idea. Maybe it's a postage size stamp, lot, but we're trying to do more than really what the lot it can support.
Well,
it's a small lot with a small house. I would think actually, well, if you want to do, compromise the yards and the setbacks and all that stuff, why don't you make it even bigger? Because you're gonna, when does it stop? It would seem to me, you've got a small house on a small piece of property. The yards are there for a reason, so things don't get developed to the max, and we get zero lot line. I'm kind of at a loss here. Yes, you have to jump through these hoops to get something, but maybe it's not a really great idea, and maybe our zoning regulations are there for a reason to help prevent overdevelopment of lots.
I would argue the problem with this is that the overall property is a zero lot line development. It's a conservation cluster. So the Chieftain's development that doesn't have any lots. So in every way, this is an anomaly. I mean, this isn't, it's like I said, it quite literally is an afterthought to all this. Everything, all the other effort and everything else is focused on the conservation cluster zone, which allows for zero lot development, and again, I forget the percentage of conserved land, but when you look at the rest of the property that from which this lot was derived, the great majority of it is conserved in perpetuity. So when all is said and done, I mean, when this in my mind, a very reasonable addition, very functional addition to for a small family, it seems to me not to be overwhelming. It seems to me not to disrupt the overall scheme of development from Chieftains or I don't know the name of it, the other development that was close to it. If not that, I mean, I'd almost argue it's almost more. It breaks it up a little bit in that, I guess you'd have a field and then you'd have development in the back where there would be nothing. But here it's almost like you're going into a little bit more of a neighborhood. I understand it's a bit esoteric. The only thing I could say is this is very much an anomaly. As I said, it's a very simple. at its base, it's a very simple project. The zoning seems phenomenally complex. And when I was trying to advise the client what would happen, I couldn't tell him. I mean, it really was, I saw several different sort of ways to look at this over time. So,
Why don't you, you've
at
got
the end of
two
the day, it's very
people.
reasonable, my friend.
Okay,
Actually,
you've
I
got
got
two-
I got one
okay,
more
go ahead.
question. Actually, this
Go
is
ahead,
for
Mr.
Mr. LaRose. It's my understanding in the CC4 zone, we have an opportunity to authorize an additional FAR up to 25% more.
Correct.
In the edge.
But
Okay.
again, that would be based on a minimum lot size of at least 2 acres.
Okay, so we
So
that
the
that
HO
doesn't
would
count.
apply.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Okay, so we actually we can't give we as P and Z Commission can't give Mr. Bristol that 25% more.
The site is currently above that 25% incentive.
Okay.
No, we can't do the FAR.
We
or the
can't do
gross-
FAR at all, right?
No, no, we could because it's an HO and a CC. But in this case, we can't because they're already above the incentives of those two.
Right.
Mr. Harris.
I've heard the comment a couple times in this discussion that this house should have a larger FAR and a larger footprint because it's surrounded by space, free space that's reserved in perpetuity. But I mean, as you look at the totality of this area, that space is reserved in perpetuity, I assume, because other people have taken advantage of cluster housing and have put that space aside in order that they could do denser housing in another area. And I just wonder, and maybe I'm off base here, but is it not double counting that free space if somebody was able to do more density on their property and then the neighbor also would seek higher density because there's so much reserved space in perpetuity?
Well, I mean, the Gimble estate was all zoned at the same time, so it was all, you know, it was all looked at concurrently. This wasn't looked at as separate from the rest. It was all sort of looked at as the same. Now the focus was the historic Gimble estate buildings, the proper what do you want to call them? You know, the proper building. So you know, this was part of the property, part of the estate that had the zoning on it. No one looked at this as a separate development as within that zone. It was a part and parcel of the rest of the zone.
And then my other question was, I mean, this is a very tough piece of land to build, but I mean, it's been a tough piece of land to build since the original zoning was set up. And I just wonder, I mean, can I get a piece of land that's challenging to build and then seek to be able to build more on it because it's such a challenging piece of land? Or, if I buy a challenging piece of land, is it hard to make that argument because, it was challenging from the time it was established?
So you're bordering on the hardship question, which is outside of, I mean, you're raising some good issues mixed in, but you're bordering on, is this land a hardship, which is a ZBA matter? But you're asking the question, if this was never developed, is this the appropriate time to develop it as well? So you're asking a dual question. Patrick, do you want to answer, Mr. Harris?
I would just add to that so this is not a waiver in the sense of like the ZBA considers them. This is in context of the conservation cluster
And the
zone
conservation cluster zone.
and the HO zone. So those are the qualities that we're comparing the ask against, not what what immovable force here is causing the non-compliance. So that's I appreciate the questioning. It's not how this is, the lens is different on this. That's all.
Okay, I withdraw my question.
No,
Thank
don't.
you.
But you also made a very good point. You were also raising the question of, is this the right time to develop? Which is, yeah. Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, and this is probably for Patrick. We're using the HO characteristics here to be able to waive the setbacks. Is that correct?
I would say yes, because it is an overlay zone.
Right.
So what's the word? It is a floating zone, but it's the amending principle in it that allows for a varied regulation on the site. So the underlying zoning is the RA CC4, and then the HO modifies.
Modifies it. And to the extent that the commission has the ability to waive it, are there any kind of yardsticks, if you will, the extent to which we are not only allowing nonconformities to exist, but in a couple of cases, increasing the nonconformity of the setback? Is there any sort of limitation on our judgment on that?
I would say your judgment probably should be based on the effect or lack thereof of the conservation cluster regulations and the HO regulations.
Okay.
Before you speak, Mr. Lowe, I want to circle back actually to the questions that you originally raised and to Mr. McRae reinforced. My question to you, Mr. Bristol, would be a little further down that line, which is, how do you convince us that this is not kind of a bait and switch? The commission approves the Gimbel estate conversion to chieftains. We agree to the to this cottage being for some sort of employee use. Would that the owner comes back, a subsequent owner comes back and says, no, we want to have it be a private residence. Okay. We agree at that time, as I recall, and Patrick will recall better, as I recall, we did expand the footprint. We did expand the square footage at the time it stopped being the caretaker's cottage. Now it's not big enough, but the whole basis of the way Chieftains was originally approved was that this was going to be maintained as a small cottage, that the rest of the development was going to be a conservation zone, all the points that everybody's been making, the HO, the conservation. And this is where Mr. Harris made a very good point. Everybody's taken advantage of that in the other buildings on the site. Everybody has utilized the HO in the conservation zone. Now you're taking that over the line and saying, I can't think of another word but bait and switch. So now you're saying, oh, and this thing that we were going to keep little and cutesy, not so much anymore. Now we want to have a 3,000 square foot house, which I grant you is not a mansion, but there's a lot of people in the world that are okay with living in a 1,300 square foot house. It is not a Greenwich big house, but it is a perfectly livable home. So now you're undoing one of the original tenets of this approval. And the thing I'm struggling with is we've been slowly moving in this direction over time. It's step by step. First it's not a caretaker anymore, and let's make it bigger. And now let's make it even bigger. And this is where I agreed with Mr. Harris is, and then what? Because everyone else is already using these advantages. So although I have sympathy for homeowners, always, I have a question about, we made a deal in the beginning. And we've not changed that deal on you. Go ahead, Mr. Lowe, and then Mr. McRae.
No, I was just going to say, irrespective of the HO, can we not modify the setbacks? The HO doesn't. Yeah, the HO isn't the designation that provides us with the opportunity to modify the setbacks. I just wanted to clarify that. Somebody asked on one of our fellow commissioners.
I did, and I think I was relying on the language in the chart that we got from Bianca today, where it talks about the HO, and that's where the commission waiver language came in, which is where I got the idea that somehow it's the HO that's giving us. Not that we may need additional authority, but it is the HO.
My comment wasn't a critique. I was for clarification.
You can do it in both.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
the chart, Madam Chair. The chart did not make that clear, and I'm working from a lack of information here. So
okay. Well, Patrick is about to clarify because his hand
So
came back up.
there are varied setbacks in the conservation cluster. They are still greater than what the current site enjoys, and so it's legally non-conforming in that regard. There is no standard, so to speak, or no minimum number that the commission cannot waiver or can waiver under the HO. So I would say that the site does not meet the RACC4 regulations now, but there is an opportunity under the HO for the commission to consider a lesser distance.
Okay, that was my understanding, Patrick. Thank you.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Bristol, this is kind of a left field question, but across the street, across Element Lane, there is a residence, looks like a barn type building. Was that part of the original Gimbel estate?
No.
Okay,
No,
so
we're at the this property is at the very corner of it. I have to get my directions again. We're at the very corner of it. So the boundary is Element Lane, that private road, and King Street over to the other side of the conservation land and up on Chieftains.
okay, so was that the building I'm talking about, which is directly across the street from this cottage, was that ever part of the larger Gimbel estate way back when?
I don't think so. No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
But I will say this: I believe the new development, the conservation cluster that shares the driveway, Element Lane. I think you guys did have a waiver of something, maybe an accessory, something or other, or a tennis court or something like that. So I think you did use your powers to waive some setbacks under the conservation cluster zone for that development.
Anybody else? Oh, I'll go to public comment then. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 1139 King Street, which is Chieftains, the old Gimbel estate? And we're talking about the caretaker's cottage within it, what used to be the caretaker's cottage. Anybody from the...
It's not part of Chieftains. I mean, I know that. I'll put on the record. I think you meant that, but it's not part of the Chieftains development proper. It was part of the Gimbel estate, not Chieftains.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? All right. Mr. Laurel? No, I see no public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Bristol is absolutely right. The commission did exercise their authority on the Element Lane project, and that project, the regulation under the conservation cluster is that accessory structures, and specifically tennis courts and pools and greenhouses, are able to be varied under the commission's discretion. So it's the right. Yes, it was waived. It's not the same quality of building here. It's a different use. So
do you have the applications that we've heard in front of you? Hold on. I think we probably have the decision letters, right? All right.
Are you talking about the subject site or the entire...
subject site?
Okay.
Here we
go. The most previous approval was it was expanded a little bit. They took off like a sun porch or something like that, and I think they put up,
that's what I remembered. So that decision is not. Hold on, I'm trying to find that decision. I'm seeing late 88. I'm not seeing. It's somewhere in the 2000s, that decision. More recently than that, I would say post 2010. And that was when it stopped being a caretaker's cottage. It was when Mr. Ferrari first acquired the property, and they wanted to sell it as a single family home, and they expanded it. So it stopped being a caretaker's cottage. I don't remember when that application was, but I remember hearing it. And that's why I feel like this has continued to evolve for this caretaker's cottage, and why I'm asking the question about how much evolution do we want to allow here. Bye, Patrick. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Bristol?
That's the only thing I'd say is that if you look at the prior approval, it wasn't there was work to the house. It really was the removal of something and the addition of something else. So it was almost a 1-for-1. It certainly was.
I want to say it was maybe 500 square feet.
I'd have to look, but there was something we removed, for that as well. So, but that's not a bit neither here nor there at the moment. I would say this though, in that even to my client's credit, we have to go through a heck of a lot of steps just to even ask the question. I mean, I think that everyone can understand someone's willingness to or desire to expand their house a little bit to get a bit more breathing room. Just to be clear, it does include basement garage spaces, so there's not an additional accessory building for a garage. So we do include some storage in there as well. And again, I'm requesting that this be converted to preliminary and hopefully get some clarification on what we do with PZBA at the when you do your decision.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bristol. Okay, you guys, we have to close this and decide this tonight, because even as a conversion to preliminary, it's still a must close on 319. Actually, we do not have to decide it tonight. If y'all wanted time to think about it, we would have 60 days. So, but we do have to close the preliminary tonight. So
quick question. Mr. Bristol, are you scheduled at ZBA, or is that still kind of an open thing?
Well, there's an open application. I mean, I knew I was going for something, but I didn't anticipate the right variances.
Postponed to answer your question, Mr. McRae. It was on the ZBA agenda 311, I believe it was, and it was postponed without any discussion. I'm sorry, they say continued. It was continued with no discussion on the 311 agenda.
Okay. So that's FAR at ZBA. And Mr. Bristol, we're looking for,
well, that's what he wasn't clear on.
It's a waiver of yard requirements, front, rear, and side.
Yeah.
And the zone setbacks, I guess.
In the zone set, that 100-foot setback.
Yeah,
I right.
I didn't want to be in a position where I go, for an FAR and have to come back to P&Z and then say, well, we're not going to agree to modify the yards, and I'd have to go back. I mean, I feel like that sits worse with the Board of Appeals if I have to come back twice for two different rounds of variances. I was really hoping to sort of do it once. Again, accepting that I'd have to do, originally I thought I was going to have to get the full whack anyway. So, I anticipated getting all of them. And then, was hoping for some relief, and then it kind of got in this position where it was a chicken and the egg thing.
Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to be disabused of this notion, but I'd ask whether there is a thorny precedent that might be triggered by acceding to this request and approving this, and so I'm just sharing my concern about that.
Mr. Leroux.
I would just note that there are not a lot of these cluster divisions in town, and I would guarantee that, and if there's two more that have an undersized lot of this size on it, it's highly unlikely. So we are looking at a subset of a subset, I would say.
In fact, if ever our dreams were going to come true and we get all the regulation changes done that we want, one of the things that's in the POCD is to reevaluate the size of conservation clusters, conservation zones, so that we can get more cluster housing and more preservation of open space, because the existing requirements are very large amount of acreage that there's not left in town. End of PSA, Madam Jones.
Okay. No, can I just follow up? So this could be considered an exception or an exceptional example.
It could be, but you should always do what is consistent with the principles of the regulations. So I would not think of an example. I wouldn't think about, well, this is just a one-off. I would always try to be consistent with the spirit, intent, and letter of our regulations.
Got it. Thank you.
I mean, I'm just saying that's the way to think about it. Mr. Leroux.
Yeah, my point was not to suggest that you have to accept the circumstance. Only that if you're asking me how many of these exist, I would say almost none. So that's all my point was.
Madam Jones.
Okay, so I am trying to clarify. So what is sort of the plan here? Or I don't know if that's really good. So the idea is that we convert to preliminary. We have to close tonight. We
don't have to decide tonight. You have 60 days.
Tonight, but we don't do anything with the FAR. But Mr. Bristol is looking for a waiver from us for the zone setbacks and the yard requirement. So we're looking for several waivers from the P&Z commission tonight.
Because if we don't agree to give them,
He's not going to the PZB or the.
yes, he will.
He will with
He
all
will
of them.
then ask them
For
to
all-
waive the setbacks. So if we don't give him the setback variance, he is going to go to the ZBA and say those people in the P and Z, they didn't give me my variances, they didn't waive my setbacks, so please waive my setbacks. So what he wants to do is find out now how we feel about the setbacks, so he doesn't have to go play ping pong.
Just because I feel like we're ping ponging around in this discussion a little bit. So I'm just trying to make
Yeah,
sure I'm clear.
just so clear, we have to close the preliminary. We don't have to decide it tonight. He can continue with ZBA. Not a whole lot of sympathy if he runs out of time because they ran the clock on us. Okay, it's before us really as we have to decide it, and we've had very little discussion on it. But hold on, but he wants an answer so he knows what to ask the ZBA for. So we would be doing him a favor with that. Make sense? Okay, go ahead, Lo.
No, sorry, Nick, but what we're saying is that by allowing this to move it forward is to kick the can down the road and keep it up in the air. We're not really where's the teeth
Okay,
in
so
what we decide?
here's the teeth. It then goes, if we say whatever we say we agree with the setbacks, then the waiver and the setbacks. Oh, Mr. Bristol just went away.
Yep. All right,
I have to stop talking.
let's pause the conversation. Sorry.
He's just like gone.
Yeah, and I'll keep watching on the attendees.
He might have had a power failure. Or something.
It could have been with the wind everywhere.
So, one thing I can do, well, no, I can't. I shouldn't say anything. What I can say is that the job of the ZBA is always to establish hardship. So theirs is different from us. We consider our regulations and we say, do we do this and do we do that? And is it consistent? You go to them and they're like, so hardship. So we know that. That's their job. That's not talking about the application. That's just clarifying.
They're basically identifying an exception, right?
No, then I can't. Then we stop. Just saying hardship.
No, in general. Okay, never mind.
Hardship is not necessarily, well, I guess we could ask Tracy and Patrick what they think about hardship being an exception, but we got to wait for Bristol. Can you call him, one of you guys?
I don't have his number.
I don't think I do either.
Might not either.
I'll double check.
You must. Arn, you have your hand up, but you can't talk.
It's not closed.
What?
It's not closed.
No, but the applicant's
Can't
not
talk
here.
without the applicant here.
Oh, okay.
We have to
Bye.
wait for the applicant to return. We can't
Well,
discuss
you can't
an
just,
application.
you can talk, but you can't talk about the application.
Talk about the weather.
We can talk about,
Okay.
so today
Weather.
Mary didn't have power and then her heat stopped working.
Yeah,
And we were-
I'm having a Peter Lowe thing because
Yeah.
it's like one bad thing isn't enough. I had to have two.
Yeah.
But today I was like, okay, come on over. You can, you can.
Yeah. No power, no heat. No hot water.
Yeah, I reached out to him. He's not picking up.
Madam Chair,
Obviously, it was
Okay.
something I said. I'm sorry.
Okay.
we can
have-
we can wait, but I think maybe the other option would be to move
Let's
on.
move
to the
on.
next
We're
item,
going to move on.
and then
but-
not close the public hearing until Mr. Bristol says.
Okay, and we'll come back momentarily. It only gives him about 20 minutes because we've only got 221 River left. Then our other option would be, we'll just close it.
Well, you could keep Mr. Basili around during, that's the other option, during our pre-apps, right?
He's going to send you a thank you note real
No, I
soon.
know. I'm so sorry.
Don't open it.
Not sure you
Don't
want
open
that.
it.
Thank you.
Mr. Basili's
No,
going to say,
thank you.
what do you mean I can stick around when you guys are doing the
Gonna
pre-app?
sound like a new watch, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, I lowered your hand because I thought you wanted to ask something about the application.
No, no, I wanted to ask something about procedure. I mean, is it really the case that if you present something and it starts looking a little dicey and you don't want your thing closed, you can just like jump off the line?
We've seen worse.
That's sort of a Machiavellian.
Well, I was going to
Okay,
ask, are the
I'm learning
owners,
I'm learning hand over fist. This is really fascinating. Okay.
Oh, well.
are the
at
owners
least-
here, and could they come on?
No,
No.
at this point, I think because of the intricacies of the zoning regulations.
No, it's actually, yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Because it's complicated zoning wise, and I wouldn't want to put them in a situation where they're not comfortable.
Well, I hope
Um,
Mr.
okay.
Bristol's okay. That's all.
We will
Yes.
temporarily continue this. Does anybody object to that?
Chair, he just emailed me. I'm sending him the link again. I think something's wrong with the Zoom, so hold on.
There he is.
Oh.
All right. So when Mr. Bristol left, I was about to say that we make the decision on what is consistent with our regulations and whether an application of the regulations of providing a different setback, in this case of waiving the required setback, makes sense. If we did not do that, he would go to the ZBA and ask the same question about the setbacks. But the ZBA's task is different. They have to decide if there's an intrinsic hardship associated with this property that would warrant creating a different setback. And they are able to do that if they find hardship. So the teeth are different in the two situations, is what we were saying. Okay, so we asked for public comment. Mr. Bristol made a closing statement, and the commission had some additional questions, however. It was where we were. Anybody else have questions now that he's back?
I can't remember.
Mr. Wells, that's right, you had a question.
Yeah, maybe more for Pat or Mr. Bristol as well. How strong was the support of the Historic District Commission for this expansion? I mean, I haven't seen the letter, but maybe I missed it, or their decision letter.
Well, I mean, the letter's in there. I mean, I wasn't the one to present it to the HDC. I mean, I didn't, it's kind of hard, it's kind of hard to get that feeling from their written minutes, without being there, and I wasn't. So I don't know, from in terms of a felt sense of their opinion, but I mean, I think the design is nice. The minutes certainly do, act to endorse the design. So I can't comment on that aspect of it. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Bristol, am I understanding that you are also non-compliant as to green area and would be getting greater?
No, we're okay.
Okay.
Green area is, I just
Compliant,
looked at this, 78.2.
Okay.
Yeah, we're a hair over.
And they're at 80.45 right now.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Building height is proposed at 26.5, so they're increasing it by about 3 feet from the existing. And what they're doing is they're going from 1.5 stories to 2.5 stories. That's what the proposal is.
Yeah, and just for record's sake, the heights here are 47.5 and 3.5 stories in this zone. So.
Mm-hmm. But again, they have an FAR limitation, so they
Correct.
wouldn't be able to go to the full height. Any further questions from the commission? Any further comments?
Nope.
Any objection to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Just so that Mr. Bristol has an indication, are you all wanting to decide this tonight, or do you want to think about it?
I'm okay with deciding tonight, but that's one view.
I'm
I'm
okay. I'm
Yeah.
okay with deciding it tonight.
I think we can do this tonight.
Okie dokie. All right, so we will do this later on. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Our next application, oh, who is it?
Mr. Hegney.
Oh, we haven't seen him all night.
You missed
And
it.
Wait, you had Joe Siciliano, you had Luigi, you had all those good people, but you didn't have any Irish people. Ms.
Mhm.
Haas?
Nobody's wearing green. You're wearing green, madam.
And Mary's wearing green.
Mary's wearing
No,
green.
And Patrick is wearing green.
I have a little green on here, but okay, people are wearing.
Wait, and our attorney is not wearing. Sorry, Mr. Hegney, you can't present. All right.
It's a firm policy that my father set back in the early 60s. You don't wear green on St. Patrick's Day.
Got it. And
whether you're half Irish or not.
all right. Okay. Our next application is 221 River Road LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit for the proposed demolition of an existing two-family house and construction of a new 2-unit residential building on an undersized parcel of 7,052 square feet located at 221 River Road Extension in the R6 Coastal Overlay Zone and X Flood Zone. Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. I also have Rudy Rydberg, our architect for the project, and Tony DeAndrea, our engineer, waiting in the wings to offer any comments that might assist in your.
I'm not seeing
doing
Mr. Rydberg. Mr. Rydberg, could you raise your hand?
He did lose power.
So did Mary.
Today. And
Mr. DeAndrea, could you raise your hand? And somebody brought in Mr. Bristol again, which no, he's done. Okay. All right.
well, let me go on without them. And
I've got Mr. DeAndrea. But I'm not seeing Mr. Rydberg. All right, we've got Mr. DeAndrea. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hegney.
So as you indicated, Madam Chair, this is the demolition of a two-family house that has two-bedroom apartments. And we're proposing to construct a new two-family house with two-bedroom apartments. We were before you back in September as a pre-app. And then based on those discussions, we went to the Board of Appeals for a front yard setback variance, which is really due to the narrow width of the right-of-way. It's only 29 feet rather than the 50 feet that's required, which pushes the front yard.
Mr. Hegney, could you take the
back 10
blurring?
feet. But for the narrow right-of-way, we would have, excuse me?
Could you take the blurring off of your screen? Sorry to ask you that, but it uses up bandwidth and you're low on it.
Okay, so who's going to tell me how I can do that?
Go to video.
Mr. Hegney, maybe the easiest way would be to turn off your camera.
There, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
just keep talking because you're breaking up for us and we'd rather be able.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It could be that I don't have all that great bandwidth anyway.
Hello there. Hello.
Hello, Mr.
Yes,
Brazilian.
hi. Yes, I'm still here. I probably lost, I didn't hear his last maybe 2 sentences.
No, we
something like
didn't.
that.
We didn't either.
Well, I
Mr.
mean,
Hegney.
he should repeat them. That's all. That's
Yeah,
all
Mr.
I.
Hegney, start over again because nobody could hear you.
Okay, so we, after appearing before you as part of a pre-application, we went to the Board of Appeals for a front yard variance due to the narrow right-of-way width. It's only 29 feet in front of the property versus the 50 feet that's required, which pushes the front yard setback back more than 10 feet. The existing house is quite a bit closer than that. And we had success in front of the Board of Appeals. They granted our front yard setback variance. Which brings us to you as part of the site plan special permit due to the fact that we only have 7,000 or a little under 7,000 square feet of a lot area, which triggers the special permit requirement to present this to you. A few things that came up as part of the discussion yesterday and from the departmental reports that you received. One is there was a question about the basement. Client did tell me the basement has been dry since it was built 100 years ago, and it does not even have a sump pump in it. Mr. DeAndrea did a test hole, dug down 6 feet, and didn't find any water there either. We're proposing to construct this with a basement that would be sealed and waterproofed, so that we are not looking to pump the groundwater that would potentially come into the basement out of the property. We're taking the wall out that seems to be a significant concern of the engineering division out of the right of way and constructing a new wall on our property. Rudy has received the comments from EMAC and will be supplementing what he's already submitted in terms of the energy narrative. At a schematic level, not having a mechanical engineer on board yet for this project, not all of that information is available, but he has been working on the insulation and windows and those kinds of energy saving issues. The other comment that we received was from engineering on the drainage report. Tony has reviewed that, has prepared a letter of response that will be submitted tomorrow to your staff and then to engineering so we can address those points. One of his major points is we're actually going to have less impervious coverage with the project as proposed versus what's there now. It's a little over 1,000 square feet that will be reduced in terms of impervious coverage. There were comments by conservation. We made a change to one of the trees in the front yard. They didn't want it to be a smaller tree. They wanted it to be a larger tree. And then the discussion at the briefing yesterday was, are you sure it should be a larger tree? Maybe it should be a smaller tree. So I talked to Matt Pop about that yesterday, and he said, we can make it a smaller tree or we can make it a bigger tree. The conservation was looking for more of a canopy tree versus the beech tree that, or birch tree that Matt had provided for in the plan. But frankly, we'll go either way on it. We did provide the sewer letter that was requested by the sewer division, and I think that sort of covers what we have. Obviously, we didn't get the magic words from Juan, so we'll need to come back at the next meeting.
Mr. Lowe, you had questions?
Well, I do. I mean, I'm wondering, as a ignorant volunteer, what defines the water table level, and why might you suppose concerns have been raised about the potential, compromise to the water table? And I'm not asking you to read other people's minds, but we had two entities raise concerns here, and I haven't got a clue.
Tony, if you can respond to Mr. Lowe's question.
Well, good evening, everyone. I do have on a green shirt, and I got a little Irish in me, but got a lot of Italian too, so I'll answer that question as directly as I can.
Tony, you have an orange tie on, right?
Well, it's actually pink. It's the only tie I have left.
Okay.
I got sick of looking at it all. Anyway,
yeah.
I was the engineer on the job who actually excavated the test holes. And because we're very simple people, engineers, when we find bank run gravel, we get all excited. And I got excited that day. I found deep bank run gravel and no evidence of groundwater. And you can understand that because we're up at elevation, just to check a couple here, 22, 23, which is well above tidal influence, which we are in a coastal zone. So we're very pleased to know that we got bank run gravel, no evidence of high groundwater. And what our design is based on is to intercept the water from the surface and percolate it back into the ground and mesh, if you will, or infiltrate back down to the groundwater level, which we have not found to date. The design that we have was used successfully on a project development that the commission approved over at 4 Orchard Street, in Coscob, next to Coscob Elementary School. And that was the same design concept that we prepared, whereas we took the water from the surface, we infiltrated it down through the filtration in accordance with the drainage manual, and then basically place it on top of the groundwater elevation, which has never been seen over there either. We've had some big storms. It's worked very, very, very well. So we have a very good design, as Tom pointed out. The reduction in impervious surfaces over 1,000 square feet. It was 1,067 in theory. And as a result, we're basically exempt from many conditions of the town drainage manual in the residential zone. This is a tear down exemption and totally in compliance with the regulations. So we have a very good design for drainage, nothing unusual. We have filtration through the permeable pavement, and then we have infiltration into the bank run gravel.
Okay, but so what or who defines the water table level?
The water table has not been exposed at this point because it's deeper than the 6 and 7 feet that I excavated for my drainage design. So we can dig deeper, and we will when.
Well, they asked you to. They asked you to.
No, they didn't ask me to. They suggested that I should have a deeper hole. We can certainly accommodate, but there's no reason to do that. And simply because we're infiltrating into the bank run gravel. You can't find a better medium than that.
Let me just read you the sentence in case you, how you read the word suggestion. It says the deepest elevation of the test hole, there's a typo here, is 6 feet, you said. The bottom of the proposed basement is 13.8. An additional test hole to this 13.8 or lower elevation must be done to justify the use of, etc. They are asking you, must be done, not a suggestion.
We're not arguing with the fact that they said that, and we'll dig a test
But you
hole.
just said, oh, they just suggested it. No, they didn't just suggest it. They said
Okay.
must be done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. DeAndrea. It's not accurate to say that's a suggestion. That is a clear requirement from them. And when you say it's just a suggestion, you are not, we're then confused because we get confused, right? Okay. So
We'll dig an extra hole.
So, but actually our questions here, the relevance of our questions is limited because it is up to Juan Paredes. How they've raised the concern, this is a resubmit for the drainage. Conservation has raised the same concerns, and it's whether or not first Juan and also conservation, but also that they're comfortable, and we can defer to that. Unless somebody objects, we can defer to that. I have my own concerns, having seen what can happen where there's high water table in near an AE, but let's see what Juan does. Mr. Lowe, will you go ahead? Because I want to get us off of the test holes, because that's up to Mr. Paredes.
No, I didn't mean to get us onto the test holes. I was trying to understand what the definition of the water table was and why we had two departments commenting on the potential compromise to the water table. So, so Mr. DeAndrea has, provided us with a description of the test that he's done and has found nothing. And I'm just wondering how we got to this point. If that's I'm not questioning either side. I just want to understand how we got there.
Okay. All right. So again, it is, well, Mr. DeAndrea has to duke it out, if you will, with DPW. Is the simplest way that I can answer that. That's
Yeah.
the decision. They approve his drainage plan and they say it's okay. We can then raise the question if we still have it, but let's see, I would say.
I
we
would
wait.
never have had the question had they not raised,
Right.
the two departments raised this concern. Anyway, go on.
Mr. Nick.
Mr. Nick, yikes.
Well, I'm going to call you Mr.
DeAndrea.
Marcy.
Mr. DeAndrea, the foundation is going down 10 feet.
Yes.
Top of slab.
Yes.
But that excavation would probably go down to about 12 feet plus or minus to get that.
The design of the foundation is going to be watertight. We've had a discussion with the owner and the architect. And the reason we do that is because we have water going into the ground and the foundation is deep. And we don't want to have the chance that we are going to have groundwater influence as the water is percolating down. We had, in our investigation of the site, we found a deep dry well in the northwest corner of the site. And that is an indication of how deep the system can go in gravel. So I'm very confident that we won't have a problem. But to be safe, because of the way the house is being designed with the basement for storage, we're going to have a watertight basement designed to counter any buoyancy if we encounter deeper groundwater. To satisfy the comments, we're going to dig you another hole and we'll satisfy the comment.
Okay, so in the initial building, as you said, actually has a dry foundation, a dry basement.
Yes.
But you're tearing that out and making the hole bigger, correct?
Yeah, definitely. We're not going to dispute that, right?
Okay, right. So I would just say, just to put this out on the table, water finds a way. So that that foundation as a tub, yeah, it's got to be a tub. And I think, yes, if it's floating away, there's got to be issues.
Right.
Thank you. Mr. Rydberg, let's talk about parking. You're proposing a mechanical lift to solve the parking problem. I'm very concerned about this. You're required to have 4 spaces plus 1 outside. So I drive in, it goes down, I drive into the roof of the lift, and now I have 2 cars. I could understand this if a private residence. I own cars, I want to store them. I could understand this in a commercial garage, possibly. I have an attendant there parking cars. I'm concerned that this, as a spec 2-family residence, this idea of a car parking machine has a tendency to not work, in my judgment, in the future. And that somewhere down the line, if this thing breaks, could it be too expensive to repair and then I'm stuck without another parking space? It's a clever idea, but I'm thinking big picture here. Was there any thought of maybe actually putting this outside at grade where that 1 space is?
You're saying, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I don't know why it didn't pick me up earlier on when you were starting the conversation early on with Ms. Alban. So we've used these before, and I know they've been used in Greenwich. Tony and I talked about a couple other projects.
Mr. Rydberg, where did you use them before?
I have 3 of them I have them in Darien right now. I've got a garage that I'm using 3 of them in.
What kind of garage is that? Single family residence, commercial?
Single family residence, but he has multiple cars.
Okay, just exactly what I just said. I'm a car collector. I'm storing them in racks. That's great. This is the 2-family residence, whether it's a condo, whatever it is, but it's not a single family residence. This could turn over. If I go in and I rent this as if it's a rental and this thing breaks, then what do I do? If I actually buy this as a condo, would I want to repair this constantly if it breaks again? And I'm compromising the required parking of the site plan. You see where I'm going with this?
I can understand it if it's out of service for a while, but it's like things break, you repair them. It's an elevator, you repair them. This machine is pretty simple. It's just it goes up and down. It's very limited mechanics. As I say, we've just done 3 of them now, and they work great. You drive in on the top and you drive in on the bottom. So let me ask you this. We've done several houses also where we haven't even gone down to the basement. We have a garage door that's two stories high, or a double high garage. We put many Atlas lists in those kind of houses. Same thing. If it doesn't go, I can't get my car. So I think we've got to rely on the fact that some things need repairs. And I have not seen it yet. I have a client that's had his on Millbank Avenue for almost 7 years, and it works perfectly still. They're fairly simple and straightforward. They just go up and down on a rack system, on a coiling system.
But the systems, lift systems you put in are in private residences.
Yeah, but
Okay.
same thing here. It's 2 private residents. We have a single family house, okay, and we have 2 single family houses side by side. And if I was to go and park 2 cars in there, one on top of each other, and it didn't go in the basement, and it doesn't work, I still can't get at the car. So I think you said it was creative. Yes, okay, it's creative. Unfortunately, we've got a lot that we wish we had a little more area on it that we could work with. We have extra square footage that is on the property that we are not even allowed to use. That goes out to, there's a little finger that goes out to what is that?
Valley
Bible
Road.
Street? Valley Road.
Valley Road,
Yeah.
yeah.
And we can't use that for anything, FAR or anything. We tried to put parking in there, tried to put a space in there. I met with the zoning enforcement officer even prior to, I think, Jim Lunny arriving. And I was told that we can't squeeze
That
a
was Patrick.
parking. Well, maybe it was Patrick as well.
I just want to add, Rudy, that our client is going to spend upwards of $2 million building this 2-family house or 2-unit condominium. And either he's going to be selling it for quite a bit of money, or he's going to be renting it for quite a bit of money. And in either event, either party who's either renting or buying is going to want to know that this parking system works. And Rudy's had plenty of experience with these. I suppose the garage door opener could break and his garage door doesn't go up. So,
The garage door doesn't go up, but I can actually pull the safety latch and bring it up manually. In this case, it's a different story.
When things break, you call the repairman and they come and fix it.
So can I just stop this for a second? Mr. McRae is asking a question. I'm going to say it differently. He is asking, what I heard him say is, and because I heard him say it at the briefing, he's uncomfortable with this idea, much as he recognizes it's creative. And I believe the second half that he's saying is, did you consider other alternatives, and such as making more parking, and why did you reject them? That's all. What I'm hearing is, why are the non-mechanical alternatives rejected? And that's the answer.
There was a suggestion at the pre-app that we have a parking space in the front yard. And I think the poor guy on Prospect Street that tried to get a parking space in his front yard and spent 3 or 4 sessions with the commission and ended up without one.
You can take him as a client if you'd like, Mr. Hegney. We're pleased. We're pleased to have you have him as a client.
We're not supposed to talk about other applications that are still
That's right.
before us.
No, it's closed, but it is under litigation, so
Yeah.
We can't discuss it. So, Mr. Hegney, you should not have brought it up. You know better than that.
As an alternative, is that an alternative? Is that what the commission really wants to see?
No, Mr. Hegney, I'm sorry. Stop. Mr. Hegney, Mr. Hegney, Mr. McRae has asked a straightforward question, and he deserves, rather than judgmental answers about, is that really what the commission wants? He deserves an answer, just a straightforward answer. You are proposing a mechanical way of dealing with the parking. Have you considered other alternatives, and why did you reject them?
May I
That's all he's
respond?
asking. Yes, please, Mr. Rydberg.
Okay,
In,
since he
in a
was the one that corrected me.
non-judgmental way where you
Yeah.
don't tell us what you don't
When I
criticize
started this
us
project
several times.
with Mr. DeAndrea and Mr. Hegney and with our clients, of course, I put a parking space in the front, okay, as an option. And Tom felt pretty strongly that that would not fly. That would have been one in the front yard. When we moved, because the house before, we moved it back almost 10 feet from where it was. So we had room to put a 41 foot back, 18 with the 23 feet. Could have done it. And that was one option, but I think Tom was pretty confident that that was not going to fly. We also looked onto that side piece of easement parcel that we couldn't use, but I needed the other space. So I also at that time had said, well, I know they allow tandem backups in the zone. Can we put put one car behind the existing one that's up next to the existing building and property line on the northwesterly side of the property? So that's how I came up with 5 spaces originally, 2 in the garage, 1 in the front, and then a tandem at the back of the property. You could back out. It's a little tricky, I'm sure, like all of these backouts are. If you look at all these 50-foot wide lots that have been developed in downtown Greenwich with all the 2 families, and we've done some of them as well, that if somebody wants to back out to the street, you can do that. Or you have to do a couple of turns to back in front of the garage. So,
okay.
And then there was the other alternative, trying to see if I could squeeze the property, a parking space in the back where the garage used to be. So
Okay.
I did look at other alternatives.
And you found nothing really functioned well. Mr. McRae, you have gotten your answer. Do you have any other questions?
Yes. Kudos to the landscape plan, putting switchgrass against the back of the adjacent commercial building. Mr. Rydberg, thank you very much for actually putting the front door on the street. That's great.
Yep.
Quick question. The window wells, are they sized for egress? Are they just
Yes.
big?
They're sized for egress, yes. Because if I have a playroom down there, which is what I have, I don't have bedrooms. I have a playroom. I have to have an egress of a window. And again, I was using that for light wells into the space.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Rydberg.
All right. Mr. McRae's questions have been addressed. Does anybody have any further questions? Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application at 2221 River Road LLC? It's also the same address. It is to tear down and rebuild a 2-family structure. Please raise your virtual hand. Okie doke. Mr. Hegney, you will chortle, but there is something I couldn't find, and I was surprised I was the first one to say it. Ms. Jenkins, I hope we can keep you and that we can hear you. You are entitled to keep any existing nonconformities following the tear down, and I was not clear what if there are and what they were, because you are in the R6. So if that could be clear when you come back, if there are any nonconformities, I didn't know.
The answer is no.
Okay, so there are no existing nonconformities. And okay, I didn't know. It's not clear and it doesn't come out in the application. And I asked yesterday.
The only nonconformity we had was the front yard setback. We got
and you got the variance. Okay.
And the other nonconformities in the rear and side yards that exist now, we're correcting with the new building.
Okay. All right. Okay. Having no further questions from the commission, we must continue this application because the drainage report is comments on the drainage report is to resubmit prior to our action. And there are also outstanding comments from conservation. One thing I don't know, no, it doesn't help you. I was trying to think of what you could do with that narrow area, Mr. Rydberg, if that could help you at all with drainage, but it really can't, because if you ever flood, you're going to flood so much that's the issue. Now, Mr. DeAndrea knows that I have a lot of concerns about high water tables. and how we handle them, but we will see it's not our job. So we'll see when you guys come back what Mr. Paredes has done with us. And in the meantime, we wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Nick, I never thought I was going to be defending Your Honor, just so you know.
So you get up on the horse, I just get out of the way.
I was like, just answer his question.
Is that horse? Was that horse high in your mind, Mr. McRae?
What is it?
All right.
Hands? 10 hands? 10 hands?
Yeah.
No, 17
Like
hands.
14 to 17. Yeah.
There you go.
17 would be a
Was
tall
it a
horse.
thoroughbred?
Okie dokie. With
Alrighty.
that, Mr. Basili, before we get too crazy, we have 2 more discussion items to do and we have decisions to make. So we'll say goodnight to you.
Good night. Good night. See you soon.
See you soon.
Good night,
All right.
Mr. Basili.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Mr. Basili.
Thanks, everyone.
That's funny. You have sisters, right? How many sisters do you have, Nick?
3,
Oh yeah, that's right. It's like,
How many brothers?
2.
yeah.
There's
have-
from grandfather to great grandchild, there's 37 of us.
Wow.
Christmas is a hoot.
But as they say, but who's counting, right?
All right, now we got to go back to work. We can't start playing yet. We can't get punchy.
20
Our ne-
minutes.
Okay, Lo, you are the clock police. Patrick is going to run
no.
it, and you're going to rein us in. I vote for Dennis.
Put that up to 20.
I vote for Dennis to ask all the questions on the next item.
Okay,
GP
I
Holding
second that.
Company, GP Holding Company, Inc. for a pre-application review. This is to expand the seating capacity of the restaurant that we approved in the rebuilt station from 112 to 150, and to introduce valet parking at 2 to 34 Railroad Avenue. Do you mind, Ms. Cronin, since you saw that we really dug in yesterday, if we just jump in and give you our questions, or do you want to tell us something important?
So I have a few people who want to speak in light of your questions yesterday, and I'm sorry, I did tell them we had 20 minutes to do the whole thing, so we're going to be quick.
Okay.
But if
Who do
you
you want
could
to
bring
have
up-
speak?
Wait a minute, that's 20 minutes for all of
Oh,
us.
I know, the whole
Just
thing.
you.
I told them.
Okay,
We're
who do you
wasting
want to have
time.
speak?
Go.
Go.
Who
do you want to have
Okay,
speak?
so can you bring up Joyce Storm? She's our
Got her.
retail and leasing specialist, and she's going to talk about the industry metrics and kind of what's pushing this request for additional seating.
Good. Who's next?
John Canning, who I wasn't going to ask to speak, but he wanted to, and it's St. Patrick's Day, so I figured, okay.
No,
And
is
then
that
we
his
also
Irish
have-
accent may be cute, but we may not want to listen to him.
And then Blake is on from Pro Park.
Blake. Okay, got it. Okay, Mr.
Okay,
Canning.
I did have a little presentation, but if you want me to just jump into it, like you
Just
said,
jump in.
we are proposing to increase the seating from the 112 to 150, which would be about 130 dining seats and 20 bar seats. To answer one of the questions that came up yesterday, all of the valet parking is going to be done on our site, and Blake will get into that and how the operations are going to work. I think the only thing that I wanted to mention from our original application was that we established our parking nonconformity back in our 2023 approval. And so we've really tried to maintain that nonconformity. And part of that was we never took, I'll use the word credit loosely for the theater. We had a 654 seat theater that was always really an evening use. It could have some matinees for kids, but the parking was always done at Greenwich Plaza. And so when we came in with our restaurant, we are providing seating for that restaurant, but the demand that's coming is really in the evening when those 150 butts are going to be in those chairs. It's going to be in the evenings. It's going to be on the weekends when there's lots of parking. And we've done counts, and John will do some more before we come back for final. But, the last time we counted, there were like 1,100 available parking spaces every single day in that area from 5 o'clock on. So I'll have Joyce kind of talk about the market dynamics, and then we'll move on from there.
Hello, everyone. Just so I'll give just a tiny bit of an entree. I'm a retail advisor. I'm not a broker. And the difference there is the family brought me on to pursue and engage what would be the best operator for this 5,000 square foot restaurant. They wanted me to talk to the nationals, the regionals, and the locals. And what they were pursuing was not just strong economics. You need good economics. But what they wanted was the right operator with basically the highest standards to occupy this 5,000 square foot restaurant and consider it generational. They didn't want me to find somebody that would pay the most economics now and turn in 3 and 5 and 7 years. They wanted to know that we had the top flight operator. We've had great response, both from nationals, regionals, and locals. And without exception, all of them have maintained that they can't do the kind of job, that they can't be that quality operator in a 5,000 square foot with anything less than 150 seats. And that really has to do with their ability to attract the right chefs, the right staffing, and provide a very consistent, elevated experience. And so I'm really, and the 150 seats, by the way, is the mean average across the country for a 5,000 square foot restaurant.
Any questions?
I think
Okay.
we have another speaker coming, right?
Well, it's John Canning, or do you want to have Mr. Gulino speak? You're muted, so you're muted, Michelle. Okay, so unmute, Michelle. Okay, no, unmute.
There we go. Sorry.
There you go. Okay, so do you want to have Mr. Gulino speak, or can we ask Ms. Storm questions?
You can ask her questions, but I do want Mr. Gulino to speak.
Let him speak.
Okay, Mr. Gulino, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you for having me. Michelle, thank you for having the time. So just a little background. I am Blake Gulino with Pro Park Mobility. I'm the Regional Vice President of Fairfield County. And just a little background with our expertise. We have within the Southern New England region, we have a little over 200 locations, over 1,000 employees. Our experience is very vested with valet. We have involvement with Yale New England Hospital, where we valet over 16,000 vehicles a month. We also have had great experience doing very similar valet operations locally. Within Greenwich, we've done some locations at Greenwich Plaza, as well as 55 Railroad, and as well as Pickwick Plaza. So we have very familiar and done the same operation here with cars stretching from anywhere from 130 vehicles per day, where this is a much smaller amount. We're maxing out about 52 at peak time. We've dealt with high volume, high peak times. We've done 450 cars a day at, say, the RBS headquarters in the past in Stamford, at 2200 Atlantic as well. So our experience is very heavy with valet within our region. We do know the importance of retrieval time, queuing of cars, and not backing up on the street. The lot is perfectly set up for us to be able to have enough queuing space to allow cars and not build up traffic into the road, as well as allowing us to provide a technology for customers to allow us to have better retrieval time. So, well, if we implement a technology-based system where it allows our the restaurant goers to text for their vehicle in advance. So it removes the ticketless system. It goes through their cell phone, and they're able to retrieve request their vehicle, so we can do the work in the back end and have the vehicles ready to go. Again, keeping down the downtime for waiting as well as for queuing for vehicles.
Okay. Now the commission, because I
Go
know
ahead.
John Canning would like to speak. Okay, Mr. McRae has his hand up and Mr. Yeski has his hand up, and they're the lead questions. Mr. McRae.
Ms. Cronin, the parking lot that's intended for the valet, who uses that during the day?
Everybody on that block can use that parking lot, and they'll continue to be able to use that parking lot.
Same on the weekends?
Yes.
Okay. What are the hours of the restaurant? Is it lunch and dinner?
Yes, it's lunch and dinner.
7 days a week?
Yes.
Okay. If you're thinking, Mr. McRae, I'm going to go to Yeski.
Yeah, because I think what I just heard actually doesn't jive at all, but we can go on to Mr. Yeski.
I think my guess is that the next thing is that there wouldn't be the full capacity at lunch is what they're going to say. But Mr. Yeski, go.
Peter, how much time do we have?
We have 12 and a half minutes left. According to you guys, I would, talk forever, but you discipline me.
By the way, Ms. Cronin, are you going out on your own? Is this your
Yes,
own
she is
firm?
on her
I
own.
am
Yes.
on my own. Bruce has.
Well, congratulations. It's about time.
Thank you.
Is Bruce retiring or you're just
Yeah, he is. He's taken a step back. These late night meetings were too much,
Well, congratulations. We've all done it. So I wish you
Thank
luck.
you.
However, first question. Have you talked to the police department? And well, better yet, where is the actual valet going to operate? In front of the restaurant or down at the parking lot?
Let me see if I can share my screen here.
Michelle, do you want me to join it, chime in?
Yeah.
You can, yes, but the intent is for the valet to be completely within our existing parking lot. And so
Have
we
you talked-
have
Okay.
not talked to the police because we were not planning on using any of the parking spaces along Railroad Avenue, even though, as Pat mentioned at the briefing, some of those spaces are on our property. We've never really, accounted for those to be our spaces, even though most of them are used by our patrons.
And your retail expert there and the other fellow, Blake, think this is a good idea.
Yeah, the valet, Blake, you can speak to this, but I assume you guys do valet operations all the time in all different situations.
Absolutely. This is actually preferred style anyways. It's a different style valet where you're not doing the pickup and retrieval for far distances. So it's preferred to be it's all maneuverability in here is fine. The way you can see this is set up, you have ability to move vehicles in and out. You have plenty of staging areas for retrievals and departures. In addition to in between that little island there, you have some staging there to making sure vehicles are off. So absolutely, we have the flexibility of taking those vehicles and not mirroring the same, the spaces in the
Okay.
lot.
Given the time, I get it. I don't jive. I don't buy it. But next question. How do you ensure that people are going to use the valet instead of just go park at the bottom of Greenwich Avenue, anywhere they feel like doing and clogging up the parking, which if you've listened to other applications is intense down there. How are you going to ensure that they're going to actually use your valet?
So, Mr. Yeski, if I may, this is John Canning. This application is really driven by the peak hours for the restaurant. It's 8 o'clock on a Friday or Saturday evening. And the downtown parking study indicates that, and I'm going from memory, I think it's 500, maybe 1,100 parking spaces are available at that time. So there's more parking than you can shake a stick at.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Canning.
Oh,
That's
wow.
wildly out of date.
Not
It
only
was
out of date,
2022.
there's a dozen restaurants within 2 blocks of this location. Why do you
Right.
have you ever gone down there at night at 6, 7, 8 o'clock? I do it all the time. You
Well,
can't
so-
park down there.
So the
Listen,
answer,
I'll tell you what, doesn't matter. What's the answer to the question?
the answer to the question is if there's no parking down there, then they'll use this parking because it's guaranteed for them.
Well, I can see them using the parking if that's the case, but I can also see them parking wherever they can find, taking the parking from the other restaurants. I don't know. I don't buy that either. So I don't know. At this point, how much time do I have left? Because I could
You
go
can
into.
take all the time you want. You know,
No, I don't want to violate my 20 minutes. I'll be raked over the coals. You kidding me?
All right, go ahead.
I got my answers. I don't need to ask any other questions.
All right.
The reason for the valet, and to be honest, I really pushed it because I do understand that there is a, you know, the parking study, there's been so many downtown parking studies, and it's really that lunchtime hour that from the data that I've seen, that's really when there's like a pinch. And so what we had done was we looked at the numbers for our nonconformity, we did the math, and we said, how many, you know, can we support 150 seats? And so what we did was looking at that valet system, we can mathematically by the code support the number of parking spaces that are needed.
I'll ask yeah, I got it. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I have to leave you fully express whatever it is you need to express. Go ahead, Michelle. I'm sorry.
Well, Michelle, can I say something, which is that very much part of the elevated experience of the better restaurants is the restaurateur is requiring a valet because a good portion of their customer base really requires a valet experience.
I understand, Ms. Storm. Let me ask you. It's January 15th. It's 20 below. There's a sleet rain hitting. You're going to park in the valet and walk at least 2 blocks to this restaurant. Is that what you're telling me?
You're probably not going to go to the restaurant at all if it's.
Well, that's another issue I can get into. That answers my question right there, right there.
Well, the other thing you have to keep in mind is that the retail shops are not going to be open. So we still do have 32 spaces along Railroad Avenue that are primarily servicing, you know, our lot and, like you said, the restaurants in the neighborhood. And then we'll have the ability to park an additional, you know, 52 cars in this lot, 54 cars in this lot.
Listen, I want a great restaurant. I'm desperate for more restaurants. I'm thinking of you and the viability of this. We've had this problem before with people suggesting valet, and it's very hard to see that it's going to work. But on the other hand, it's your money. We get it. But when we have to justify the parking numbers, and that's a whole separate discussion we can get into.
Well,
later.
and I did quickly look from listening to your briefing meeting yesterday. I had my assistants go down and look, and I mean, I don't know how they're operating. I'd have to talk to them, but just in recent years, you guys have approved valet for Townhouse Restaurant and Bar on Church Street, Famous Greek Kitchen on North Water Street, Tony's at the J House, Valbella, Louis Italian Restaurant. All of these restaurants provide valet, either required by zoning or just as a service.
None of them have.
It's not unique to Greenwich.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wells and then Ms. Jones.
Yeah, 2 quick comments. Ms. Cronin, you mentioned the pinches at lunch hour and that other people can use hopscotch. So what happens when the valet drives over there and hopscotch is full at 12:15 on a Wednesday afternoon?
Good question, Mr. Wells. And the answer is the valet has to be there early. That's the answer.
But the customer is going to be there early.
Well, the valet gets there at 10:30.
And does he block off spaces?
After 10:30, he won't allow somebody to self-park. You have to use the valet after 10:30. And by the time the restaurant kicks up at 11:30, pretty much all the self-parkers in the retail are gone.
Okay, well, I misunderstood because
Can you explain that again?
Yeah.
Can I finish my point?
Yes, I'm sorry.
My question is, I understood from Michelle that other people could use that parking lot.
Other people
until 5
in our development.
In our development, yes, but
okay.
they must.
So who else
must use it with
who
valet.
else is there? You got 4 or 5 stores, right?
So the
Correct.
only people who are there right now are Citibank, but yes, there will be retail tenants who can use that space.
Okay, so I still, I drive in, I'm a customer of the other store. Is the valet going to send me away because
No.
I want to
No, he'll
park
park your
there.
car for you.
All right.
Okay, Ms.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. The
Under-
second one is
If we only had the 112 seat restaurant, you're probably looking at the same lunch service with 112 seats or 150. Those additional seats are really only going to be occupied in that dinner and weekend service, those evening hours. So even with the 112 seat restaurant that we have approved, right now we have 36 spaces. We're going to have 54 in that lot. We have another 9 that are leased, but for customers, we have those 36 spaces today, and tomorrow we're going to have 54. So there's more spaces available for people at that lunchtime hour and in the evenings.
okay. A separate question, and let's not cover tonight, but just double check that seating chart. I mean, I got 108, 110. I didn't see 130 seats in there, but just double check you didn't send us the existing seating.
I actually made that seating plan. Once we got past this phase, we're going to work closer with the tenants. So I will check that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, now we go to, wait, where did everybody go? Hold on my hands. Okay, now it's Ms. Jenkins followed by Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones was first.
Ms. Jones was first. Okay.
Because I made a sound and I put my hand down. So so a couple questions about the valet parking. So at lunchtime, if I want to go into Citibank for 10 minutes, I'm going to use the valet. Or if at 12:30 I come in and I want to go to the Citibank, I'm going to have to use the valet.
Yeah, if there's no metered spaces in the front, you would pull into the valet and valet.
And the valet is free for all the retail users of all the users of this particular the facility in this building.
I haven't spoken to our client about that, but I would assume that at the very least for the retail tenants, yes.
Okay, for the right. So then the second question I had was, so you said 1,100 parking spaces. You are looking at parking spaces in all. What's making up that 1,100? I guess was my question. But
It was the downtown study area, so they're not all on Railroad Avenue, obviously.
Right. No, but are they including the town lots, or they're including all the lots up and down Greenwich Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then the other one is sort of a note. A lot of those other restaurants that you mentioned with regard to valet parking, you actually go to the front door of the restaurant and you walk about 10 steps to get in the door. This is a little bit more complicated. So if it is, and people do go out on rainy nights to go out to dinner, and I can see that having the valet parking that far away might discourage people from coming to this particular restaurant on an evening that is less than desirable weather and you don't want to walk that far in it. So just that was sort of a comment on that. And those are my questions. So Mrs. Jenkins.
Yeah, it looked like the parking spaces were marked as being 8 feet wide.
Oh, so that's for valet operation. So valets are able to park vehicles closer together than older folks like myself who have to clamber in and out of cars.
Okay.
Well, speak for yourself, Gunny.
That's correct.
Yeah. And the other question was, I noticed just in the rendering, since I'm having a rendering night here, they're going to be bicycle racks all along that road, all along the wall. And I assume that's going to be not a problem with the valet.
No,
it won't be. Okay. There's a sidewalk in between the end of the parking space and where the bike racks are.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Yeski.
Yes. May I make a suggestion to talk to the police department? You have a very unique location. You own those parking spaces, right? In front of all those buildings? Is that right?
Most of them.
The one close to the restaurant?
The town has an easement to use and maintain the portions of Railroad Avenue that our client owns.
Okay, but it's kind of a unique location. As you heard, one of my concerns was for your business. I wonder, the police department has objected on Greenwich Avenue because of traffic safety concerns. This is a wider road. There's a natural pull in, pull out if you could adjust that parking space, and they might not have a problem with it. I don't know. You might just want, it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, and to be honest, that was the initial thought, was to have the valet in the front. But to be honest, I wasn't sure how you guys would react to the valets having to drive kind of around the block, because we do have access to all of Greenwich Plaza. So, valet can be done in Greenwich Plaza. It could be done on the Hopscotch lot.
With someone who uses valets a lot, I have stood waiting for valets to bring my car up many, many times, but I would go in the restaurant and I'd wait for the car if I had to, and hopefully you could find a way to shortcut that. But that's I think normal. What's not normal is to walk the better part of 2 blocks in the rain. So I don't know. I'm just trying. Listen, if you don't want to do it, that's fine.
So if we,
I was
if
hoping
we
the
talk
police.
to the, if we talk to the police department and they weren't opposed to us using those first few spaces, those first few metered spaces for valet operations, would this commission be opposed to us valeting in that manner?
You can't ask us that. That would be
Oh, well,
in a pre-app. We cannot ask you. What you're hearing over and over again is that there are concerns about how this is going to function, but we can't ask you. We can't take a
gotcha.
position. You know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Yeski?
Oh, no,
Okay.
thank you.
Ms. Jones.
I encourage them on their restaurant. It's a wonderful idea and a great location.
Ms. Jones.
I will say, one of the people I've seen out the most of other people is Mr. Yeski out to dinner. So I know that he and his wife enjoy going out to dinner, as do my husband and I. But, so question I actually had, so the plaza parking lot that the town passes are in, that is owned by your client, but leased to the town for the train parking?
So the A level is controlled by the town, and B and C level are controlled by Greenwich Plaza.
Okay, so but those are sort of where like the businesses park that are there. Those ones where you have to have a pass or something to get in there.
Yes, on A level.
But okay, thank you.
Okay. The recap I'm hearing is really excited to have a restaurant. Everybody loves the concept. A high-end, cool restaurant, even better. Concerns about how the valet is going to function, the circulation of it, where people are going to queue as they come into that quote Hopscotch Citibank lot, where the queuing is going to be. Because if you've got, all of us know from when it just had the gate, that there's really not queuing space. So if several cars come in, they're going to end up queuing on Railroad. Whether there'll be use. So do you know what I'm saying to you? Because we've all done it. You're going, when the movie theater existed and everybody was parking there, you couldn't get in after a while because you were queued and you were in the street because there'd be 4 of you. And then so that's to explain that the queuing, what the queuing capacity is, Mr. Canning. And how that flow is going to work. That's what the commission was asking yesterday. The commission has mixed experience with success of valet programs. What I heard them say is valet has worked where it's very close, where the drop-off is very close to the restaurant entry, less successful where it's more distant. Anything I left out, you guys?
May I ask Michelle a question?
Yes, of course.
Is there a retirement dinner for Mr. Cohen?
I tried to get one for him, but I was told to let it go.
All right. Oh, Mr. Cohen
If he
didn't want
ever
it.
changes his mind, though, I will be sure to let you know.
You can have it at this restaurant in the future.
I know.
All right. I think so. Anything else from the commission? Did I leave anything out from the recap? It's about what you guys expected from the briefing. Very much thank you for all the expertise you brought on board, Michelle. It was good having Ms. Storm and Mr. Galino. Ms. Storm seems very focused on getting a great restaurant, and Mr. Galino
She
seems
is.
very
She's been working
knowledgeable.
really hard at it. And
Thank you very much to all.
Thank you for the questions, and have a good Patrick's evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
And he's not wearing green either. I don't know.
You heard
Thought
Mr.
the
Hagley.
accent would be enough.
Yeah, but we don't, Okay. All right, next pre-app. Who's the attorney on the next pre-app? That's a cute picture of Canning.
Chip Haslam.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Haslam said he was coming back, and we knew that. All right, Mr. Haslam. Not seeing him. There he is.
Should be promoted.
Right. Yeah, we got him. Okay. Let me think. Who feels intensely about 270 Lake? I'm going with Lowe and Yeski. All right. Mr. Haslam, good evening. Again, Brunswick School for a pre-application review for the proposed renovation of buildings 7, 8, 9, and 10, as well as expanded enrollment from 150 to 194 students on 270 Lake Avenue. And there is a question as well that you'll have to address about whether or not Building 11 is impacted, which was raised by Mr. McRae. Mr. Yeski, lead off batter.
Okay, well, it's been established I like restaurants, but I like schools even more. I love schools. So, Mr. Haslam, I think did you hear yesterday? Because I think we kind of summarized our concerns. Were you listening?
Yes, I did listen to the briefing, and I thought actually, so by the way, Headmaster Phillips can't make it tonight. He sends his regrets and regards. He had a
Hello, Ms.
conflict.
Harrington.
Ms. Harrington is here. If you could please promote her to
She's
panelist.
here. We said hello to her just now.
Okay, and also Tim Peck, who's the architect.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Peck.
And I spoke to Tim earlier today because after the briefing yesterday, Mr. Yeski, it occurred to me that the materials that I submitted to you under the pre-app there's nothing in particular that gave a good overview of the campus.
Absolutely.
And so what I did not know was, of course, there was an as-built that's been done because we're done with the site plan. And Tim offered that to me, and I would like for Tim to be able to share that with you so we can talk about the campuses in context of this pre-app. If you could let Tim do that.
Pat, could you co-host him? Oh, yeah, co-host. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I wonder if there could be, just in advance of this, a perspective on how we got here. Because when last we saw our hero in May of 23, it was 150 students, right? And now we're unfolding a plan, but we're just seeing, the latest piece or articulation of that. Can anybody provide a perspective on where we're going from today forward for the next, 5-10 years?
This is the master plan. This is the end of the master plan, as Mr. Phillips said adamantly to me this morning. This is it. This is our last bit, and as you know,
poor Mr. Phillip, he's been to this rodeo before, and he's not going to be there much longer, right?
He's retiring. Yeah.
This may be his last, the end of his term. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
In 2022, if you remember, this property became available for purchase, and Brunswick had to act quickly if they were going to go ahead and purchase it. And we went in front of the commission at that time with a concept of having the early education program and faculty housing on the campus. And we've been developing that concept with you now for 4 years, coming back ever so often to tweak it, location of faculty housing, number of bedrooms, things like that. But we had these 4 buildings, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I'll talk about 11 in a second. 7, 8, 9, and 10, we have consistently said will be used for educational purposes, but we're not there yet as far as renovating those buildings. So we've renovated everything else that we're going to use. We've done the site plan. This is the as-built. That's there now. It's functioning very well. The early education program is functioning very well. We're now ready to finally finish it off, the grand master plan, with the renovation of these 4 buildings, which would then be able to house additional students in the early education program, which is functioning very, very well. So that's why we're coming back to you. And to make a couple qualifications, I did have a typo in my narrative to you. I had miscounted how many students we were going to ultimately have. I corrected it in one part, did not correct it in the other. So it is 194 that we're looking for, not the 180. The 450 that I referred to was the cap that was in place for about 37 years.
But it went away.
dating from the Japanese school, and that you relieved us of in 2022, actually 2023, when you approved this particular use. And building 11, Tim and I can't figure out how this happened, but his submissions have always been consistent. That's what she's shown as building 11 on this as-built. Tim, if you just pointed out with your arrow, is actually part of building 10. Tim has never indicated that's building 11. Building 11 was torn down in 1993. So that has never been part of this, other than for somehow it popped up on some of the site plans. And as Tim said, engineers don't like vacuums. So that's the only thing we can think of. But Tim's plans have always been consistent. So we're talking really about 7, 8, 9, and 10. And 10 includes that little alcove, which occasionally shows up as building 11. It's not a separate building. It's all part of 10. So these are the...
And Mr. Haslam, I'm sorry to interrupt, but wasn't,
Yep.
weren't the buildings 7, 8, and 9, and then 1 as well? They had been reconfigured allegedly for house applicant faculty.
Yes.
Exactly.
And we came back and we rethought that with you, and you approved the changes so we kind of swapped out what was going to be faculty housing and what was going to be for educational use. And all through, including the last approval from you, we've indicated that 7, 8, 9, and 10 will be used for educational purposes. That's where we currently are. And that we did not have, when we last saw you, a current plan to present to you as to what we're going to use, how we're going to use those.
Well,
And
I must have forgotten that about that meeting. I'm looking at the 23, the decision. So, but go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, we came back to you 4 times, and including in early 25 to reconfigure the faculty housing or re-identify it, and then late of 2025 to also modify which part of those buildings were going to be faculty housing and to change some of the configurations. But that's all settled now. The faculty housing is done. We're just now focusing on these 4 buildings left, which we had indicated were going to be used for educational purposes, and we just weren't ready to present them to you yet. But this is the end, as Tom has indicated to me. This is the master plan. This is the last step of what we have been on this odyssey with you for now 4 years. But we're pleased to say it's functioning extremely well. The campus looks great. The early education program's doing very well. This is end of the line for what I'm told.
Okay, can I dive in here because I
Yes.
started, right? Mr. Haslam, let me just suggest the 3 questions rather than go through the detail because I'm not sure you can do it justice. This site is a wonderful site. What you're doing, I get big time. Particularly you're actually doing childcare and preschool, and you go through the whole spectrum. But you really need to come back with here's the phases, and here's what we're doing, and here's why. I can guess some of the answers. Number 2, here's the traffic flow. We're going to have to update the traffic study, and also concern about drop off and pickup. Because that loop there that I think you're going into might be an issue. Parking on top of that, because you're going to add a lot of staff. So those would be my 3 big questions. I would love to have whatever time, if anyone else has the time, to listen to your. I don't know who's presenting again. It's not the CFO.
I think the whole thing with the master plan.
Okay.
Should
do it,
really
but I
wait
think you're
till
gonna
we
need to-
can do it justice, if nobody minds. I think that trying to rush through, I
Right.
think we should get out here's our basic issues. And you recapped them, Dennis. The only other thing is, Brooks mentioned yesterday he was concerned about whether there would be more noise, because that's always been a concern in the area. Mr. Lowe and Mr. McRae have their hands up, and I'd like to get to what is on their minds.
Absolutely. I was just suggesting the same thing, that I really would love to see this really detailed out, and we probably don't have enough time for that. But
When you say detail, just so I can get clarification on that, are you saying start in 2022 and show you the various phasing plans to where we are now at the end?
that would be nice, but even now, you could start with where you are now. For example, I counted up 148 kids in those buildings. You want 194. Are you leaving them in the other buildings? There was no talk. You mentioned it earlier. There's no talk about that. So you could show what's going to impact on this next phase, so to speak. And it would be nice to have a little bit of background too. And then get into traffic update study, parking. There's other issues like sewer flows. There's going to be a lot more sewer flow. I don't know where that whole stands. We did bring this up when you first purchased the property, because you had people living there, but nowhere near as many as you have.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of those other issues that would be tagged onto it. But our chair said it good. I really would love for you to devote the time and take us through that. And I don't want to cut off other people.
Yes, so we would anticipate addressing all those issues. We'd want to meet with sewer obviously now, see what other improvements we would have to make, if any. The parking, the former study done by Mr. Canning indicated that we had 75 extra spaces with what we've done so far. So that shouldn't be a problem, but we'll update that. We'll also have him update how well the traffic is working right now under current conditions. And one question we want to discuss with you is the previous approval had specified that all drop-off had to be off of Lake Avenue in that new loop that we've created, which is working well. We are thinking of requesting of the commission that we be allowed to drop off up to 50 infants, which would be in their strollers, off of the Ridgeway. And if you recall, initially, back with the other uses, with the Carmel Academy being the last, there was a split. Drop off in Ridgeway, 50%, drop off in Lake Avenue, 50%, but that was buses and vans. So that's one
Mr.
consideration
Haslam,
is the
Mr.
loop.
Haslam, deep breath. From what I remember, the reason we conditioned Lake was the Residents Association in Rock Ridge. So your first step would be to go to talk to them about dropping off on Ridgeway, because that was where that condition came from.
And that's why I raised it to have this discussion with you tonight. And
no, so we would
recognize that.
not. I mean, you are intruding in a residential neighborhood that has private roads. And I think you would have to go and talk to them. And if you got their support, then you bring it up with the commission.
No, thank you.
May I
That's
ask
good
one more
feedback.
question?
Yes, Dennis, go ahead, and then Arn, and then Peter Lowe.
Remember, Mr. Haslam, I love schools, particularly what you're dealing with here. There's a huge need in this town. Is this going to be open to non-Brunswick people?
It is currently. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, that's
preschool
okay.
now admits non-Brunswick students?
That's correct.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep, the Little Cubs program is open
How
to
many non-Brunswick aren't
later
they all Brunswick students?
Well,
later.
A lot of them can't be Brunswick students if they're a year old. I mean, come on.
No, it's a preschool run by Brunswick.
No, I know, but at some point there's no way they could already be Brunswick students or family.
And it's co-ed as well. The Little Cubs program is co-ed. So
And serves faculty too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about 60% is the community outside of Brunswick.
Good. That's good to know. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you come back, not now, if you could talk about how the additional 44 students flow into your overall caps, because I don't know how the cap works. Is it a cap on the whole school? Is there a cap on lower, middle, and upper individually? Just how it flows. And then, I guess the assumption is if there's more on the front end, then I guess there'll be less people coming in the middle. But when you come back, if you just talk about the cap and how this fits into that. Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Lowe.
So again, when last that I remember, we talked about this, not the interim, but back a few years ago, traffic flow and the flow of vehicular flow on site was a big concern. We spent a lot of time on it. There's another entryway south of the main entryway on Lake Avenue that was deemed to be closed off. It seems like, or we've added, by my rough calculations, 30% more students. And
Mhm.
so it would be good to know what the breakdown is there and who's arriving when and how. Because obviously you're not going to we're not going to put a bunch of newborns in vans, and at the same time, so there's got to be some pretty specific calculations being made to determine what the actual impact will be on Lake Avenue, on traffic in general. And we're used to hearing that no, there'll be no appreciable increase in traffic, but now you've got this is not an insignificant increase. It may be, you may be able to absorb it on site and on campus and with classrooms and et cetera, but the local community will want to know how this is going to work. They wanted to know the last time and were concerned about the potential for excessive traffic at certain times of the day. So all the staggering, all the age group differences, everything should be laid out pretty clearly in a compelling fashion to convince everybody, particularly the neighborhood, that you have developed a very efficient method of moving people through the system.
No, and we expect to do that.
Ms.
Thank you.
Jenkins.
Yeah, and just as a footnote to the traffic, I know that last time there was also an analysis about whether the drop-off traffic was coming south or north on Lake Avenue. The reason for that concern is I imagine once North Street is closed or shut down somewhat for the bridge repair, Lake Avenue is going to be even busier. Now that's going to be now, and I don't know how quickly you put this plan in place and get the application approved. But there's already a very heavy southbound traffic, especially in the morning on Lake Avenue. And I imagine if North Street's not available, it's going to pick up on Lake Avenue as well.
Well, I hope they can stick to their June to August schedule because I don't think we anticipate doing this until the next fall, obviously. So, yeah.
Okay. I agree with your hopes there.
Any questions for us, Mr. Haslam, or any of you?
No, I think again, I wanted to float the idea of the Ridgeway, and we get your response, take it to heart.
Mr. Haslam, that after I answered you, I remembered not only did they object, but you remember they tried to buy the property. Remember, there was someone from that residents association who tried to buy the property rather than have it be used for educational purposes. So they were going to use it as a lab or something. That was out there for a while.
We were not in conflict with that prospective purchaser, though. That was
No.
We were in friendly discussions.
But the point being, there was concern in that residents association. If you can address that and you can assuage their concerns, that's going to be, because remember, we look to limit the disruption of the commercial institutional use on the residential uses.
Right. No. Understood.
If I may say, and Mr. Haslam, correct me if I'm wrong, that previous situation was peculiar to someone else, another tenant, if you will.
There was they hated the noise and yeah.
Yeah, and that they maybe I'm speaking out of school, as it were, or too strongly, but that they welcomed
a quieter use
introduction of Brunswick for this and supported it. But Mr. Haslam, you tell me if I'm wrong.
No, that's my recollection as well, is that I think that Brunswick was seen as kind of a white knight.
Yeah.
Coming in with whatever else might have come into that location. This was seen as a known entity that was, took care of the properties, was responsible to neighbors, etc. And I think that the recollections that Mr. Harris had when his sons were playing lacrosse on that Carmel Academy fields, has changed. We don't have weekend use. We don't have summer camp. We don't have competitive athletics to take place there. So I think you're going to hear that was just historic and is no longer the case since Brunswick has occupied this campus. I hope that's what you're going to hear from the neighbors, that we've been good neighbors.
Mr. Yeske, you had another question.
I wanted to help the applicant, and you might want to read the POCD. There's specific language in there encouraging school development. Now, you might argue that daycare is not school. I would argue it is. you definitely have preschool here, which is school. So it's one of the top 2-3 priorities in the POCD, and you're adding. And as I mentioned earlier, the town, and if you have numbers, really needs this kind of a facility. So I'm just throwing it in the hopper to maybe help you down the road.
Great, thank you.
All right. With another minute to go, I think you've heard all the key concerns: circulation, drop-off, noise, impact on the neighborhood, support for education and for early. We know there's a demand for early childhood, child care in town that hasn't been met. So there's support for that. Safety, always a concern. Last request that I have of you is we have several new commissioners who are not familiar with the site. I just want to ask everybody, do those new commissioners have an interest in a site walk?
Yeah, if there's a site walk, I'll do it.
I'd also do it. So,
because the rest of us, the long tooth people here have done the site walk a few times. We're happy to keep you company, but there's at least 3 of you. Arn, have you walked the site?
Yes, I
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
lived adjacent to it. I'm very
That's
familiar
right.
with
Oh, I remember, because the joining mall building, the rezone.
It's-
So
We're
Arn's
happy to
resident-
invite or schedule something, and
Okay.
I think you'll find it's probably one of the nicest site visits you'll have.
Yeah, I just think it would be, it's such an interesting site, and it's been such a focus for us over the years that I would love the newer commissioners to be very familiar with it. And we're happy to tag along. Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. This 20-minute thing is really tough, you guys.
I
You're
think it's
making-
working great.
Yeah, I agree.
You're making me suffer. I hereby move approval of the February 18th, 2026 minutes.
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. By the way, everybody was in attendance, every single one of us. All in favor? Aye. Okie dokie. With that, I would suggest that we get what we used to call get the kiddies off the street, and then we'll move on to the main event. All righty. The kiddies off the street. I'm ready, Nick. If you want to, shall I do 9 Sabine?
Let's rip through King Street. Let's dispense with that.
Okay, rip
First.
through King Street. You
And
think you're gonna rip
then
through King Street? Go
no,
right
then
ahead.
you can do Sabine and then Rink last.
Yeah, we have, yes, and we can do Sabine and yes, and Rink last, yes.
Okay. So this is 1139 King Street, PLPZ 2025 406. Applicant is requesting approval for final site plan special permit, construct a 2.5-story garage addition to the existing dwelling, reconstruct the driveway, removal of existing walkways on a 19,681 square foot lot in the RACC 4-HO zone. The applicant has requested converting to preliminary application and is seeking waiver of the front yard, rear yard, and side yard setbacks, as well as the 100-foot setback from the zone boundary. Health Department issued an email dated 12/1/25 indicating approval of 4-bedroom septic system in 2023. DPW Engineering submitted, the applicant submitted a drainage exemption. Wetlands issued permit number 2025-062 on 5/19/25. Conservation issued comments dated 12/4/25, noted the intense conservation zone is to intensify for the nonconformities. The applicant did provide a landscape plan that includes 4 additional trees and 8 shrubs with no trees to be removed. The CEO issued comments on 12/4/25 and noted the residents would increase the nonconformities, including increase to the FAR. HDC issued a certificate of appropriateness at their 6/12/24 meeting, and EMAC I guess we haven't done that yet, have we?
No.
No. Okay, and it's became a pre-application at the 6/17/25 meeting under PLPZ 2025 203. Therefore, motion to move the application to final after the application is converted to preliminary. Applicant is to, I guess, go to ZBA for variance of FAR, and the commission grants the waiver of front yard, rear yard, side yard setback, as well as the 100-foot setback from the zone boundary.
Seated on this application are Albin, McRae, Lowe, Jones, and Jenkins. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jenkins has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins?
Nay.
Albin is also a nay.
Ugh.
Let's try that again. We don't like to do a split vote.
Do we want to do discussion, Madam?
Yep, I think we should discuss. So, personally, I found the presentation unconvincing as to why we should continue to revise this building that was part of the original deal. I feel like it has become a moving target. We made a deal. We created a development, and this was to be a caretaker's cottage. It comes back in as a caretaker's cottage, and it comes back in then to be converted to a single family home that can be sold. At that time, it has an expansion, which the applicant really didn't discuss. Now another expansion, and I just felt like the additional expansion wasn't justified, wasn't explained. I was open to hear it, but it wasn't. And you can't talk, Mr. Harris. And it wasn't explained to us. And I felt like, where does it stop? And why? So if I had gotten this was the situation that was created. This is not a surprise for the homeowner. They knew they had a 1,300 square foot home when they bought it. And now they want to more than double it. So that's where my hesitation is. So if y'all want to try to convince me to change my mind, I'll listen, but that's my problem. Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, I think I feel very similar to your reaction to this, which is you knew what it was when you bought it, you knew what the limitations were. And it seems to me that it's one thing to have to waive a particular setback, but here we have 3 out of 4 setbacks have to be waived. The zone setback has to be waived. They're already going to ZBA for the floor area and the FAR. So it's kind of like, wait a minute, are the zoning regulations applying to this property at all? And to the extent that they're going, I mean, Madam Chair, stop me, but I mean, to the extent they're going to the ZBA, if they have to make an argument because we're saying no to waiving these things, because we're waiving everything. We're basically waiving everything because anything.
Well, except for the height. We're not waiving the height.
The height and the one setback is fine. But it's
and the green area.
I felt like it crossed the line over. Yeah, we understand that, there may be reasons to waive certain setbacks, but to waive all of them. And also have an FAR that's exceeding the agreed upon level. I'm too uncomfortable with saying, yeah, the zoning regulations apply except in this case.
Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I actually agree that I hesitated on the vote, that there wasn't a satisfactory rationale provided in my mind to justify any modification of the setbacks, and I found it the argument underwhelming. Now, can we ask for another vote, or do we have
Yes,
to?
we can make a new motion.
Does it have to be phrased in a different way, or can it be the same way? Or I mean,
Humble Secretary can make a motion to deny if that is Mr. Secretary. What's your position? How would you like to do that?
Okay, so we usually do both the affirmative and the opposite. We've done that already, and here we are. So why don't we try? It's the same motion, but with motion to deny without prejudice the application.
Right. Ms. Jenkins. I'm sorry, I need a second.
Second.
Ms. Jenkins has seconded. Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye on the denial.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye on the denial.
Ms. Jones?
Aye on the denial.
Mr. McRae?
Aye on denial.
Albin is also aye on the denial, and the motion passes 5-0. Okay. Now we go to 9. Is it Sabine or Sabine?
Sabine.
Okay, because the rape of the Sabines, the painting.
I thought it was Sabine.
I would have said Sabine as well.
Yeah. I mean, the rape of the Sabines is
Sabine is
the
the way women who you have that name say their name, as I have two.
Okay.
Well, all
Because
the
of their
men
painting.
say
Sabine.
Sabine, okay?
Yeah, okay, we'll leave the
I didn't-
painting aside. As to SF 1919A LLC's application for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new pool house, detached garage and drive with associated site improvements where the total volume of all the structures will further exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 9.385 acre property located at 9 Sabine Farm Road in the RA2 zone. Whereas the allowable FAR in the zone is 0.09 and the required green area is 0.78. Whereas on April 2, 2019, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved with modifications a final site plan and special permit for a similar project on the site. Whereas the 2019 approvals were for a total of 487,421 cubic feet of volume, gross floor area of 25,265 square feet, FAR of 0.06, and a proposed green area of 0.89. Whereas in 2020, an administrative approval was granted for revisions resulting in a gross floor area of 21,214 square feet, FAR of 0.05, and a proposed green area of 0.9. Whereas the current final site plan and special permit application represents a revision to the 2020 approval and proposes 427,068 cubic feet of volume, gross floor area of 26,191, FAR of 0.06, and a green area of 0.9. Whereas on March 16th, the Health Department advised it had received state approval for a centralized connection for the proposed pool house to the existing septic system, and the old septic permit has been closed out and no plumbing is proposed for the garage. Based on this, the Health Department approves this project. Whereas on March 11th, Conservation noted its previous comments had been addressed, but recommended increasing the variety of species within the rain gardens, where the quantity of plantings is relatively large. For example, the current plan proposes the use of approximately 150 cinnamon ferns and 150 ostrich ferns distributed between 2 rain garden areas, approximately 75 of each species per garden. Incorporating a broader mix of native species within these areas, as well as in other landscaped areas throughout the site, would further enhance habitat value and support stormwater management functions. Whereas on March 4th, the applicant responded to EMAC's comments and committed to 22 Sear in the pool house. Whereas the proposed revision to the approved plans appear to comply with the zoning regulations. Therefore, be it resolved, this final site plan and special permit application is hereby approved with the following conditions. The applicant is to work with staff to broaden planting diversity as requested by conservation. All previous conditions of approval to remain in effect, and any outstanding staff or departmental comments are to be addressed. Do I have a second? Seated on this application again.
Second.
Second. Everybody but McRae, right? So it's Jenkins for McRae.
Yep.
Lowe has seconded it. Lowe, how do you vote?
Aye.
Yeski.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Now we're ready to do the MI.
Knock
Now
yourself out.
Knock myself out. Okay. On this one, Jones is seated for Mr. Lowe, and the rest is the regulars. You're going to get tired of me. Jonesy was saying she wanted an intermission. All right.
You promised it's going to be long.
As to the Town of Greenwich Department of Public Works application for a municipal improvement for a major redesign of town property to replace the Dorothy Hamill rink within the Eugene Morlott Memorial Park with a new 40,671 square foot rink facility to be relocated to the north of the current rink building, the relocation and replacement of the current baseball field, improved vehicular circulation, a walking path for passive recreation through the park, additional signage to identify the Veterans Memorial Tree Grove, and the location of the Thomas Lyon House, and the addition of a separate entrance connecting the park to Western Junior Highway at properties of 11.53 and 1.79 acres located at 0 Western Junior Highway and 1 Sue Mers Way. Whereas in reviewing the municipal improvement application for this project, the commission finds the following guiding principles and objectives from the 2019 POCD relevant to its decision. I'm going to just read the headlines and not the entire guiding principle and objectives because y'all know them. Guiding principle number 1, preserve our community character and sense of place. Objective 1.1, use streetscape improvements as a way to foster sense of place and create distinguishing features throughout the town. Objective 1.2, prevent commercial impacts and activities from encroaching on residential zones. Objective 3.1, increase buffer space as well as planting requirements between institutional and residential uses, particularly around parking lots, auditorium spaces, and athletic facilities. Avoid removal of trees on town properties, including at parks and schools. If removal is required, ensure that replacement ratios are met. Guiding principle number 4, sustain and improve our natural environment and landscape. Objective 4.2, support the installation of micro generators using renewable power sources such as rooftop solar installations in keeping with the town character. Little I, encourage less automobile uses by promoting alternate forms of transportation such as walking, bicycling, and public transportation. Objective 4.4, advocate for a reduction of site coverage, and where pavement cannot be avoided, promote the use of pervious pavement to reduce impervious area as part of any new development or redevelopment. Objective 4.5, showcase environmentally appropriate planting in parks. Healthy parks foster healthy human and animal communities alike, create inviting and appropriate spaces. Enhance health and wellness through innovative and diversified recreation, leisure, and cultural opportunities in parks. Guiding principle 6, provide the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services. Objective 6.2, green public parking lots. Objective 6.3, support institutional uses while balancing their needs with those of the surrounding neighborhoods. Whereas the commission notes the guiding principles are enlisted in order of priority, with guiding principle number 1 being the most important. preserve our community character and sense of place. Whereas the commission has reviewed the preliminary site plan accompanying the MI application and will be requesting the incorporation of enhancements to further align the proposal with the POCD. Whereas the commission finds the municipal improvement application consistent with the relevant guiding principles and objectives of the 2019 POCD. Therefore, be it resolved, this municipal improvement application is hereby approved.
Are
Might
we
I
allowed to
have-
ask questions? Can I?
Yes,
ask them?
can I get the second first?
Second,
Okay, Mr. Yeski has second. Go ahead, Mr. Yeski, questions?
you used the word enhancement. Can we do something stronger that?
Of course.
More
Yes.
more park?
Yes,
like-
yes. Give me the word, because I debated it a lot as I was
Right.
writing it. Give
No,
me
I
the
think
word.
It would be, the preference would be more park enhancements, and you can cite examples, green
Park,
space.
park and, well, we're gonna, when we get to the site plan, we got the list.
That was kind of the other question. Should we put that in the site? Okay.
No, I like the idea of park enhancements here, and then we'll go back, because
Got it.
that's what we always said, so I love that. Okay,
Well,
so.
then you could say something like park-like enhancements to open it, to say, guys, we're looking for more park. And that's a big caveat in this thing.
Okay, anything else?
That's all I got.
All right, so the motion amended just to include the word park. Any other comments? Okay, we're made and seconded. We will now go to the vote. Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. My deepest apologies for what you are about to listen to.
What?
Wait, let me get comfortable.
Get comfortable.
Can we put a 20-minute time clock on it?
Good idea. Wait a minute. I'd like a 2-minute clock on this. What is
All
it?
right. Applicate's long. Application, but I'm going to go quick through the boilerplate as quick as I can, and then we'll stop for the stuff. The application, where as to the application of the Town of Greenwich Department of Public Works for a preliminary site plan and special permit to replace the Dorothy Hamill rink within the Eugene Morlot Park, relocate the baseball field, move the parking and associated other improvements. I'm skipping through, but you've heard the whole paragraph already once. Whereas the existing building has an FAR of 0.05 and the proposed would have an FAR of 0.07, where 0.55 is allowed. Whereas the proposed facility would comply with the maximum 35-foot height allowed in the zone and with all required setbacks. Whereas the skating rink has been in place since its inception as an open-air facility in 1971 and has been modified by capital projects over the past 54 years. Whereas DPW provided background to the commission on March 19th, stating that with 2 team locker rooms, the programming of the facility is inefficient. The ice rink dimensions measure 85 by 185, which is 15 feet short of modern standards. Mechanical systems have exceeded their service life and are failing. The facility fails to meet current energy codes, building codes, programming needs, and lacks disabled accessibility. The first base foul line for the existing baseball field is 20 feet short of the 300 minimum requirement for high school baseball. This limits the level of play that can be programmed at that field. The proposed relocated baseball field is configured with 300-foot foul lines to match the 90-foot diamond. This was identified as a priority by the Department of Parks and Recreation and aligns with their field master plan. Whereas the commission notes the subject proposal would involve the disturbance of approximately 6.5 acres or 48% of the total site. Net fill of approximately 11,500 cubic yards is anticipated in order to raise the grades of the lower elevation portions of the site. Whereas DPW advised that a phase 1 environmental assessment was performed in 2020 in which no recognized environmental risks were identified. Whereas on February 23rd, 2026, the sewer department requested written acknowledgement of its comments. Whereas on February 27, 2026, DPW engineering reviewed the drainage plan and listed items to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. Whereas on February 27, 2026, DPW engineering traffic also listed items to be addressed prior to the final site plan. Whereas the commission's traffic consultant issued comments on March 2nd, 2026, calculate trip generation using the Institute of ITE standards, base parking demand on the ITE recommendations, collect new traffic volume data as the 2022 counts are now outdated, utilize turning movement vehicle templates to demonstrate that fire department apparatus can adequately access all portions of the building and navigate the parking areas. Provide minimum sidewalk width of 5 feet unless an alternative width is specifically approved by the town's engineering department. Use the factors measured in the field for the synchro calculations. Provide a copy of the technical appendix. Whereas on February 26, the Conservation Department commented, the revised layout will require the removal of 28 trees, which could be 35, Patrick. I was confused about that this afternoon when I heard it. But many of those trees are located in the existing parking lot or have been planted as screening. A total of 51 native overstory trees are proposed, as well as 19 understory trees and a variety of native shrubs. Many of the new plants are proposed in the parking area islands, with others planted along the parking areas. The new plantings in the parking lot will help to reduce the heat island effect, and rain gardens have been proposed to improve stormwater quality from new impervious area. Whereas on February 23rd, 2026, the Fire Marshal's Office expressed concerns regarding fire department access into the parking area, specifically related to turning radius presented on the site plan. The Fire Marshal's Office will provide turning radius requirements for truck 1, which is the aerial apparatus required for roof access. Whereas the roof of the proposed structure would be solar ready, and an assessment of a geothermal system has been performed by the EMAC representative on the Hamel Rink Task Force. Whereas the applicant has also advised additional geothermal feasibility analysis will be performed in future design work. Whereas in reviewing the municipal improvement application for this project, the commission found the following guiding principles and objectives from the 2019 POCD relevant to its decision. I'm just going to read them by number because you've heard them. Guiding principle 1, which is community character and sense of place. Objective 1.1, 1.2, 3.1. Guiding principle 4, objective 4.2, objective 4.4, objective 4.5. Guiding principle 6, objective 6.2, and objective 6.3. Whereas the commission notes the guiding principles are listed in order of priority, with guiding principle 1 being the most important, preserve our community character and sense of place. Whereas the commission further notes this application is oriented to guiding principle 6, provide the best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, cultural institutions, and health services, and that this application is doing so in the context of preserving sense of place consistent with guiding principle 1. Whereas the commission has reviewed this preliminary site plan, which was part of the municipal improvement application. Whereas the commission has reviewed all public comments submitted for the municipal improvement and preliminary site plan application. Whereas the most salient resident comments relate to the scope of the project and the change it signifies, the massing of the proposed structure, desire for a versatile park which offers passive as well as active recreational opportunities and which is not a regional center, impact on adjoining residents, especially those in Greenwich Communities facilities, protection of the Memorial Grove, traffic and parking, site disturbance, tree removal, amount of regrading. Whereas the public comment also recognizes that the existing facility is outdated and the benefit to the community of upgrading both the skating and baseball facilities. Whereas DPW, along with Parks and Recreation, have confirmed that updated rink and baseball facilities are a top priority. Whereas the areas of public concern and support both relate to the previously cited relevant sections of the 2019 POCD. Whereas the commission notes that some of the public comment indicated a misunderstanding of the proposed site configuration. Whereas the commission has approved the MI application on the basis that it is consistent with the guiding principles and objectives of the 2019 POCD. Whereas the commission has also found that the site plan could be further enhanced for greater alignment with the 2019 POCD. Therefore, be it resolved that the preliminary site plan is moved to final with the following requirements for the final submission. All right, this is where you put your ears on. Develop a full schedule of annual usage and hours of operation for the entire facility. The order of priority for scheduling is meeting municipal requirements, particularly those of existing field and rink users, responding to other town needs, and finally, providing non-town access, but only after all town needs have been met. Update the traffic and parking studies consistent with DPW, Beta, and Commission comments. Consider traffic and travel speeds in regard to safe use of the new Western Junior Highway access. Provide data and a parking plan for hours of peak overlapping park use. Appear before the ARC for input on visual. Oh boy, hold on a second. I got to switch here. I have this out of sequence. Rink, flip, move to final. Okay. So I was at ARC, right? So this is going to be a little out of sequence because I did the ARC. I've got to go on screen now because I was changing it during the meeting. Okay, refine or incorporate the following. So you're going to hear one thing twice. Refine or incorporate the following for the proposal: shade trees, benches, native shrubbery, butterfly gardens, mileage markers, etc., along the walking path to convert it into a focal point and a source of pleasure for passive users of Morlott Park. Relocated viewing and relaxation area behind McKinney Terrace with shade trees and picnic tables to replace the existing. Look for potential locations for basketball hoops. Expand and upgrade the existing playground facilities for young children. The protection of Memorial Grove trees. Consider additional planting within the grove to enhance this area and make it a focal point. If cost effective, install lighting for the United States flag in the grove. Signage and wayfinding program for the history of the Memorial Grove and Lion House. Enhance screening between the athletic facilities and the adjoining Sherman Avenue residential neighborhood.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to go into the Memorial Grove? It was my understanding that was a protected space.
We can ask that it be enhanced.
Okay.
I think we can ask that it be enhanced. We could be told we're overstepping, but we can ask that it,
Got it.
because, you know, lighting the flag, for example, I think would be important for our veterans.
Yeah,
because it's
I
not
understand.
lit, right?
Mhm.
Somebody doesn't want to do it or it's not cost effective. I think it's important to honor our veterans and to light it. If someone says no to us, I just felt like that's what we should do for them. Work with the town tree warden regarding required approvals for tree removals, relocations, replacements, and new plantings, as well as his recommendations for a vine removal program for the trees remaining. The tree line along Western Junior Highway is to remain in place. Now we get to resequencing this. Appear before the ARC for input on visual enhancement of the rink structure for better integration into the park and neighborhood, proposed landscaping, and the signage and lighting program. Lighting must be fully consistent with zoning regulations and per the applicant, the baseball field will not be lit. Continue working with EMAC on energy efficiency and the feasibility of a geothermal system for heat, cooling, hot water, and from which the adjacent Greenwich community's residents might also benefit for the purpose of utility cost reduction. If there has not been phase 1 environmental testing below the existing rink, consider performing it. Continue to work to reduce the total amount of net fill required. Develop a comprehensive, detailed, full construction phasing plan, including the fill plan and its associated vehicle trips, as well as staging areas and construction parking. Improve the safety aspects of the rink between the rink, safety aspects of the area between the rink building and the Western Junior Highway fence, as well as the pedestrian crossings, particularly those used by children. Meet with DPW sewer staff. Address all other staff and departmental comments. As soon as feasible, following this approval, the applicant shall develop renderings of the full proposal, including the views from Greenwich Community's facilities, the Sue Mertz and Western Junior Highway approaches, and the baseball field. I hope I captured that for everybody. The applicant shall place these renderings in a location easily accessible to the public in Town Hall. Finally, fire department comments or other safety concerns which require revision of the site configuration, the applicant is to return to the commission for a discussion prior to final site plan submission. So if they're going to change the site plan, this is what I was saying. If there's a safety thing that changes the site plan, I didn't want a surprise. So that's why I put that in. Okay, that's it, you guys. Nick?
ARC.
You want a second?
Oh, okay. I can second.
Okay, second. Okay, second. Nick is seconded. Go ahead. ARC, what do you want?
They're looking at
Visual
signage.
enhancement of the rink
Right.
structure for better integration in the park. I didn't know how to say it's unattractive.
That's okay.
And
Signage
neighborhood
for the whole site and
proposed
lighting.
I have that proposed landscaping and the signage and lighting program.
Okay, and I think I should be careful that make sure that they understand it's the site lighting and the building lighting. Because I think
Site-
actually it's kind of thing, yeah, well, the building's fine, but then we've got, landing lights in the parking lot.
And both site, yeah, because you were thinking they were going to put wall packs on the side of the building. Site and building lighting programs. Okay.
Okay, the other thing was safety aspects. This is the secluded area behind it's on the east side of the building.
Whatever that site is, the long side of the building between it and
Okay.
the fence, it's scary there.
Okay, and we're looking for photo renderings of.
Yeah, I was trying to give them the option. How would you word that? So as soon as feasible, the applicant shall develop architectural or photo renderings. Is that okay?
Well, I think from what I've heard, people want to kind of see what would it actually look like if it was standing there.
Okay, photo
What
renderings.
Photo rendering would it be the best way?
Okay, photo renderings it is. Okay, what else?
No, I think that.
Okay.
Oh, I just want to make sure. Tree warden is good. He's satisfied before it goes to the ARC. That way, there's no flip flop
Yeah,
back and forth.
that was why I had to switch
Okay.
because on the screen, y'all had said at one point you wanted the tree warden to be done first. So I had to switch it and I was reading from the
Okay.
printout. Okay. So
Very
I
good.
got
Thank
that.
you.
All right, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, you hit two of the three.
Okay,
On the
good.
logistics thing, is it right to talk about also providing timing? Is that part of your logistics
Well,
definition?
yeah, the full phasing provides
Okay, good.
timing.
You got the
um,
renderings. I like
renderings.
I still would like to beef up the park light. It's something to investigate and if
So
appropriate.
hold on. Refiner incorporate the following
Right.
and the wording I had was to convert it into a focal point. Okay, so you
Yeah,
would
and
say,
that's good. I wanted to expand that, and these are my words, not yours. Investigate and incorporate other world-class park-like features to enhance the site. It's like, I just don't want to specify what we should do on a walk path. I want these guys to go out and look at, hey, this is a great site. Maybe there's some stuff
world-class,
we haven't
hold on,
thought about.
world-class park features.
Park-like enhancements.
Investigate other world-class park features or park-like, okay, world-class park-like features that would what?
I
would-
forget what I said.
Anybody would listening to Dennis?
Make this a
Uh-oh.
showcase. I mean, something about
Which could be incorporated, which can be included.
Yeah, I want them to be on the hook, look at all kinds of options, and I'm really hoping that they come up with some creative things.
Okay,
And just not a walking path.
yeah.
There's a lot of other
Like
ideas.
site amenities, benches.
Exciting amenities.
Yeah.
Oh, and
We heard
site
the neighbors
amenities.
saying, there's nobody that goes to this
Okay.
park.
Now, you know, this is really important because we hope that the RTM reads it if it gets referred, and the completer we are, the easier their job is, although I couldn't tell the last time that they had read the thousands of pages we sent them the last time.
There are people listening to this, please.
I know, but I couldn't tell that they had gotten through it. I mean, it's dense, but at least we've given it to them, and it may be too much, but at least we've given it. Okay, is that it, Dan?
Those are the three that I had. Yeah, and you hit two of them, yeah.
Okay, Patrick? Oh, whoa.
Well, what happened there?
What happened there?
That's cool.
His video.
I don't
is
even know
playing
what it
right.
is.
I don't know. Okay. He's
Okay.
going back to the other ruling.
Are you screen sharing?
you're muted, Patrick, if you're trying.
Can you see?
Oh, help us out.
Can you see this document?
Yeah, 35 trees.
This is page 3 of the.
Yeah, I missed it.
Yep.
So, the conservation comments have 28.
They did not update their comments from the last.
I'm just gonna leave it then and whatever. We've
I,
got
I
20.
would think, well, whatever. It's fine. Whatever the motion is, that's what they're representing. Is the high right now is 35.
Okay, okay. You freaked me out with that share and it had my picture in it and I all right, Jonesy.
Two questions. One, McKinney Terrace is incorporated under the Greenwich Communities.
Yes, and so is Vinci, and that's why we said
And the Byron School, it's all Greenwich property.
I just wanted to make
together.
sure because that McKinney Terrace came up so clearly.
Yes,
And-
it's all Greenwich Communities, and we wanted to incorporate that Vinci when it's built. Oh, you know what I didn't think of? Should we
The
include?
Lion Farm, not
We
Lion.
got that. We got that in.
Okay.
What did you want to add for Lion?
I wasn't going to add it, just the view from the renderings. Did you get that?
Hold on, the
Mhm.
renderings.
Oh, another rendering from down on the
Or
first
just sort of a view, like at least a viewpoint. I mean, I guess if there's nothing that we can.
Okay, we got the Summers and Western Junior Highway approaches, the baseball field, and what was the other one? Oh, and the Lion House.
Right, from the Lion House down, but that wasn't, oh shoot, what was I gonna add? Oh, it was Dennis's comments about, enhancing the park-like thing. I don't know if there's something about, I mean, it would be great if this is sort of like a showcase somehow. I'm not sure that's the language, but it's
Yeah, I think I had
World class.
world class. I mean, I think that's what you want. You want this
Yeah.
to be an exciting
a
place
jewel.
to come to.
We want it to be a jewel. It's the same thing we talked about. I said to Fred about Roger Sherman the other day. We want it to be a jewel in Greenwich's crown. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of property. Okay, Patrick, you want to say something else? No, oh, your hand's up. I'll take it down. Okay, so as amended, anybody else? Well, you'll have a chance to make sure I didn't, there was something else that I thought of just now.
McKinney Terrace.
We said McKinney Terrace and Vinci. Why do you keep, Byram School and McKinney are all one thing, Patrick? Why do you say them separately?
McKinney Terrace are the condos. In my mind, it's the condos that are on the cul-de-sac there, and the Byron
Oh,
School is the
I'm focused on the old Byram School, and that's also called McKinney.
it's all that's what that the former Byron School driveway is now a road called McKinney Terrace.
Yeah, okay. And the building is called McKinney Terrace, what the Byram School is called. Isn't
I
it?
don't think the Byram School. I think the Byram School is called the Byram School.
I'm
I think
gonna look it up. I'll look it up so we get it right in the decision letter, because that's
Okay.
just a Scribner that we can correct. Because they list the names of all their properties on their website, and I'll just double check it.
Yeah, but I think the Byram School is part of the McKinney Terrace housing project.
Right, exactly. That's what I was saying. So you kept saying and Byram School, and I was like, no, it's all part. Okay, Anything else, you guys, that we left out that you want to address? We hit the traffic, we hit the parking, updating, sequencing it, anything that's bothering you?
Sewer, meeting with the sewer division.
He's got it. He's got it. Nick, meet with the DPW sewer staff.
Show where the bleachers are.
Oh, yeah, show. Why don't we illustrate where all the amenities are?
Okay. And I'd say all the amenities, including bleachers.
Okay.
And you mentioned the walking path, right? I think you mentioned that.
We did, making it look more like special and cool.
Soil testing is done, right? That's not an issue anymore.
You know, here's the thing. They did soil testing, but I don't know how they could have gotten under the coils of the existing building. And that's what I worry about, because I don't know what was running those coils way back when they first put them in.
But that's going to be a parking lot. They're just going to cover it with asphalt. So does it matter?
Well, oh, I know.
Getting
Do
cap-
we want them to look, I finally remembered, thank you, incorporate, look for ways to incorporate pervious surface? Right?
Yeah.
More,
Yeah.
yeah, they've got some more, and I would say actually, even using the landscaping islands in the parking lots as de facto kind of like rain gardens, so collect up the water in those.
Oh, that's great.
Do we have to
Be
talk
great.
about? Do we have to talk about the fire department access?
We did. We
did?
did. Yeah,
Right.
we definitely did, because, and in fact, I think I'm concerned the fire department may require site plan revision, because I don't think they can get to the whole building.
Well, that's where I was going with that. Yeah.
So that's why if they have to revise the site plan with fire department comments,
Right.
I'd like them to
That's
come back.
kind of a function of actually how the building's designed. If it's sprinkled, it may not be required.
Right, it may not be required, but
They have to opine on that, and that's actually not today. That's many, many months from now kind of thing.
okay, Patrick, you have your hand up.
Dennis, I think, asked about soil testing. They've completed phase one.
Phase one.
There was arsenic. They did a phase two selective for the arsenic testing, because that's the only thing in the phase one that needed further investigation. I don't believe they have finished that yet. The coolant, I believe, and this is me remembering from the
Water.
prior applications, I believe they excavated under the slab when the rink was closed for maintenance to find, because they were leaking coolant, and they remediated underneath it. Is my recollection, but I don't know exactly when that happened or.
Yeah, and I remember talking before Luigi replaced Al Monelli, and before Al left, I remember saying, but Al, did you really get under the building? And he goes, oh yeah, but I just want to put it on the record that we've
Right.
asked. The paragraph on the phase one is a lot longer than what I read to you guys, but you already saw it in the staff report. It's all the results of the testing. But the community did raise that in the emails. So I want to make sure we kept asking for testing. And if the parking lot was to become anything pervious,
Right.
it wouldn't meet capping. And capping, if the soils are at all polluted, that it's a different level of capping that's required. Tracy's an expert on this, but it's a deeper capping like we have in Coscob Park.
But they tested under this parking lot.
You know, no, under the rink. And I'm just,
But your point, under the parking lot.
I don't
This is
know
really
if
close to the old incinerator, right? And Portchester.
you got it. Yep. And so they dismiss the presence of arsenic because they say it's common in our soils, but it's also common in our soils because of the contamination from all the other facilities that have been operating there over time. But I'm going to put below the existing rink and parking lot, just in case.
They did the fields, I'm taking, right?
Yes.
That they did because it's easy to access. I just think we have to go on record to ask because of the safety issue.
Agreed.
Anything else? Okay, we have a second, so, and we've modified it some, so as amended. I know that's not Robert's rules, but as amended. Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.